Maybe you wanted cold coffee, iced coffee today instead of warm. And I would say, hey, so I noticed you didn't boil the water this morning. And you go on about some skylights. There's Venus and Mercury and a black hole. I'm like, you lost me, dude. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Crisp, I see your suggestion in the chat. Study. I get cut out.
Would you like to try to science gravity with me real quick?
How about just do it by yourself? Why do you need
Well,
a battle buddy to do something that you can't get? Can you not do it unless someone else holds your hand?
well, it's not my claim. I mean,
Oh yeah, that's what I was getting at. I didn't. I know it sounded like I meant you. I I meant you, like the person out there that would do it.
the general you.
Yeah. That kind of didn't. I should have been more precise with my language. The person out there talking about gravity, they should be able to do it without you holding you holding their hand. That time it was a correct you. The you before that was a different you.
Was it
Right.
the they? Was it the they them you?
Yeah.
But if you pick up a pen and drop it, it falls down. Therefore,
Well,
gravity.
well, if you
I
don't
went,
pick it up, what's it do?
we don't want to talk about that bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Then the idea is, without this gravity, it will float away.
The globe earthers, when a flat earther says, it fell down, the pen fell down in the air because it's more dense than the air, right? And they'll say, well, why didn't it fall up? Right? It's less dense above the pen than it is below the pen. So if it's just like going to a less dense medium, why doesn't it fall up? And a lot of flat earthers are just like they're, confuzzled when a glober says that. But my answer to that is just like it's a natural law. Why does the entropy exist? Because that's how it was created. Allah created it, so it'd be like that. That's how God created it, and God created dense things to fall down, and buoyant things or like less dense things to rise up. That's that kind of vector is the law that God created. That's how it's created. Just like the laws of conservation of momentum and the laws of thermodynamics and all that.
I kind of agree with you, because we've gone as far as we can with the scientific method. This is why people bring up relative density, because it's the only things that you can vary and manipulate, the object and the medium, and then what it does, go up or down or expand into the space. But it's as far as you can get with the scientific method. You can't give a cause for up and down, right? So yeah, in that regard, it is more akin to a natural law. These things work in this way because that's the way the law works.
Yeah, so next time a Glober says something like that, just look them right in their face and say, why is energy neither created nor destroyed? Why is there entropy? You know, ask them the same questions and look at them like they're stupid for even thinking about it. But to be fair, I have issue with the first law, like energy neither being created nor destroyed. Who, you know, existed back then to know that it wasn't created? That's something. You're right when you're wasting your time with this guy, bro. In the side chat.
No kidding.
Yeah, but Grisp, exactly. Why isn't cold move to hot? Exactly.
What are we arguing right now?
Nothing. You got something for us?
No, I've been waiting for proof of curvature for like 3 years now.
Bro, I knew you were a fake Russian.
No, I'm European.
Yeah, but you had like the Russian accent before. I knew. I'm like, this accent sounds fake.
It's not fake. It's just not my normal voice. This is my normal voice.
It's not fake. It's just not my normal voice. This is my normal voice. When you're being accused of putting on another voice, well,
Yeah, that's some double speak, dude.
That's some Glover talk right there.
I don't know what
Yeah.
doublespeak means.
Means you're saying the two opposite things. You can tell your normal voice is your normal voice, but it's not your normal voice. You
I don't
were
know, Crit. You gotta
close.
say
I
it in
don't
your
know
normal
why
voice.
you kept it going for so long. Like everyone knew who you were. Like,
Why'd you keep calling me KGI Spy? KGB Spy?
because it was funny, dude.
It is funny.
Alright. Yeah, so Crit, I watched that Elon Musk part of the Trump inauguration.
Told you so.
Now I see what you mean by it's not safe for work.
Yeah, it's like I feel like flat Earth. Like Elon Musk is a big "I fucking told you so." From flat Earth.
Crit, did you see the Trump part where he said he needs to make manifest destiny on the stars?
Yeah,
Do you know what manifest destiny is?
yeah. That was where white men have the divine right to rule America coast to coast. It justified genocide.
And expanding capitalistic dominion.
Yeah,
Yeah, even
the
Trump
idea
said we're
that-
gonna plant the flag, we're gonna plant the stars and stripes on Mars, which is Canada. So he openly stated to invading Canada.
in the Panama Canal. He just straight up said that there are Chinese assets in Panama that he wants to run off.
He said he's going to destroy them.
This is what I'm saying. The globalists got what they wanted. They wanted to get distracted and get all worked up by what flat earthers were saying. They should
Yep.
have stayed focused on what was important.
Now they get to go to the movie set in Canada. Or Hollywood. Anyways, it's bad news.
Just do the crit method. Find some things. Spend some time doing some things you enjoy with some people you can tolerate, and just document the downfall. This is all you can do.
And what do you enjoy?
Yeah, I mean, like, what do you want to know about?
Quite a general question. I'm just wondering what you enjoy.
Yeah, like in terms of what, like hobbies and stuff, or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, like playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Do you like chess?
Yeah, it's okay.
I love chess.
Love chess.
Anyways, I gotta go back to work. I gotta go to work right now, so I'm gonna charge my phone at the job, and then I'll come in to listen while I'm working.
All right, run away. As soon as you get challenged, you run away.
No, I have to go work.
Yeah, sure, run away.
I am. The job is like half an hour away. I gotta drive.
Yep, run away.
I don't know if anybody here is in construction, but they don't account for rotation of a spear or curvature when they build.
That's because curvature non-existent.
We have to get rid of all American. We have to get rid of all black.
Love doing that to them.
Yeah, I was about to say some retarded shit. No, thank you.
I would love to see the expression on their face when they're yip yapping and they look down and it's just a red microphone.
Am I glitching or is nobody talking?
No, you're good.
Okay. Thanks. That's weird. There's nobody talking? Wow.
Just taking a moment of silence for the globe.
Ah, I see. That's what it is. Okay. Sorry. I'll be quiet.
We're low energy. We're starving hyenas in the savannah, waiting for a nice fat
stimulus.
A nice fat antelope to come strolling. Nice juicy globes out.
Yeah, sound hungry. Like a wolf.
How you doing, T-Dub? Is it afternoon for you there?
It's late evening. It's like 5 minutes till midnight.
And this is when you hop on, huh?
No, I was just I was laying down watching Order and Disorder. I don't like the title. Yeah, I don't agree with it, but fucking interesting. It's a bit of history about you know, the evolution of the second law of thermodynamics, the way it's presented, you know, the way it's formulated into the equations, and yeah.
How
And
did it
it goes
evolve?
through
I mean, the equation is
basically
like, what equation?
Equation. Well, there was not the equation as we know it today, but you know, like the people that it just goes into like who thought about it, you know, in within the relatively recent past, for us to like understand entropy the way we do today. Like, yeah, it's really cool. It's interesting, and war was a big part of that. Yeah, but yeah, it's long. I'm halfway through it.
Yeah, for me it's just like hot to cold, high to low, but I'm sure there's like there's much more to it.
Yeah, that's the obvious part of it. So they're talking about this guy called Corton, I think his name was, who sat down and really thought about it. Like that that's the obvious part of it. That's what everybody just observes and experiences, right? No, everybody just takes that for granted. Nobody observes like things getting hotter spontaneously, right? So yeah, it's talking about the more in-depth stuff. Yeah, like for example, like how it can be exploited, and understanding it more and thinking about it more helps us exploit it to a further degree. Like, yeah, and then there was I can't remember his name now. Just watched it. I can't remember the dude's name, but he met scrutiny. He opposition to his ideas, like because he was like pushing atomic theory, and his conception of atomic theory helped them be able to predict entropy change, entropy increase to more precisely, so as to get more out of energy exchange and energy distribution than what we could before. And it took him a while took academia a while to accept his proposals, right, and his equation, to he literally one of the greatest minds in academia in France, Germany, I think. He was from France, I think, but in Germany. So he, went to universities and did lectures, on what he was talking about. And one of the greatest minds, I think it was in Germany, stood up and said, "I don't believe in atoms." Right, so, yeah, he met some really hard-ass fucking dudes, like you.
This kind of reminds me of the making of the atom bomb, and they kind of they want to flesh out the energy expenditures and how much energy they could get from the plutonium and uranium that they had and stuff like that. Oh, my stuff's cutting in and out.
Yeah, well, whether you accept, atoms as being real or not, the convention that he developed, allowed us, thinking about energy in that way, right? As in the form of particles, tiny trillions of tiny particles, helped us be able to advance technologically, it most definitely did. There's no doubt.
There's definitely information, knowledge that can be gleaned from using it as a model, as the the engine that pushes forward. But that being said, I don't think it's true. First thing, it's just
You broke up there. I didn't catch a lot of that. before that, I was watching a piece on the battle between Fred Hoyle and Martin Rise, I think his name was. So, Big Bang versus Steady State. And interestingly enough, it was Fred Hoyle who coined the term Big Bang as describing his opponent's theory, right? And then it caught on from his opposition. They actually liked it and used it as a marketing tool, gimmick. It's just crazy. I thought that was interesting enough alone. It seems where this doco I'm watching now is going now. I'm halfway through it. It's like 2 hours. It's now going into talking about how we exploit information along with entropy, to advance our technology further. It's really interesting. I'll grab the link and I'll post it in the side chat if anyone else is interested in putting it in their watch list. It's ironic too that I stumbled across that doco because earlier, I pointed out to a guy who was claiming that gravity is like this overarching fundamental law of the nature of the universe that dictates everything, motion and the distribution of matter, everything, right? And I pointed out that no, that's not the only thing that's claimed to be that, the reason why matter is in the state it is and that sort of thing, and why it's in motion. There's other things involved. And it seems this documentary is like putting so much emphasis and, significance to entropy itself, to being like the reason why everything exists. It's crazy. It's like worshipping entropy. Yeah. Then gravity's just like not even a mention at the moment.
You guys really just sit in here in dead fucking silence, huh?
What's up,
dude? You know, if y'all were friendly with one another, you'd be chatting. But I don't think anyone is friends in here.
Why would you not think something? How about instead of I say I don't think, say I think. Or run away. That works too. Classic squawk and run.
Yo, Crit, you guys be ruining this place.
Based on.
You're too mute happy.
Based on.
Based on the behavior of the moderation.
Which is.
People like Anti-Globalists and Alpha Veritas that can't carry a conversation without pressing the mute button like 100 times during. Are you aware of that, or are you super duper tone deaf and oblivious?
There's like 20 mods for this channel, and you've.
I just named 2 of them.
Other 20.
I just named 2 of them that are here most of the time.
Cherry picked.
Yeah, it's the ones that are here more often that try to control the conversation and make it garbage, and you scare honest patrons away. Now they don't want to.
No, we control audio chaos and trolls. We are very, very good at it. And most people come in and self-mute, so that's something you're not observing right now.
I know the difference between audio chaos and someone trying to honestly engage. And there's people that try to honestly engage that get muted very fast.
Dude, it sounds like you've got a problem with 2 mods that you could fix.
You're one of them. Heretic's another.
Well, what do
Quetzalcoatl's one of them.
Jack Leonard's at 24 hours, though.
Because who is very mute happy.
The vertical. We control the horizontal. Don't touch that dot.
If you want to act oblivious to how the people around you are acting, then
Here, I just muted you, so now you can have a problem with me. Oh wait, did he leave?
Yeah, he ran.
What a dude.
Classic squawk and run. You guys are mute happy. Based on what? What?
Remember the Twilight Zone, guys? Remember the Twilight Zone? Don't touch that dial. We control your vertical, your horizontal, your volume. The Twilight Zone. He acted like we control his knobs on his phone and shit. He's like, you stopped my phone from working. And 24/7, all you mugs.
Yeah, he comes in order to get muted so that he can create his own self-fulfilling prophecy and then duck out.
Yeah, they fucking muted me in there, boys, after I went in there and said they was going to mute me, because all the mods do is mute people, and that's all I'm going to go on about for an hour. And then they muted me, man. I told you they fucking would. It's like me saying I know they're going to mute me at this channel, and I go over there and cuss everybody out. And then I get muted. Well, duh. What the
This is a dude that got like every flat earther blocked.
But he wants to be my friend. But he wants to be Democ's friend and a couple other people's. Being my friend's not going to help you. Maybe you need to friend up with some of the mods that control your horizontal and your vertical. Yeah, just tell them, say, Democ is not a mod. You don't have to be nice with Democ.
He's acting like what? This is the least popular channel in the server or something? Like, what's he on about?
Yeah, after that old boy cracked yesterday, started pinging me over and over again. That
Eggshells?
Shadow Fiend, no, that Shadow Fiend one. Not eggs
Oh,
did it
man.
too. But Shadow Fiend. He went through the server and pinged me on like every channel and like posted some image of some guy slapping his hand or something.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
funny.
it was crazy. So then I went to some of the channels. I'm like, I'm not gonna not get bullied, but like, what the fuck this guy on about? So I went to like each channel that he pinged me in, and yeah, it was like complete. Like he just started calling me the F slur, and some channels banned him for saying it. Other channels muted me because apparently, like, if someone else calls me the F slur and I join the channel, it's my problem. Had I not joined the channel, he wouldn't have said it. So I'd be like, hey, Callie, what do you think about that? Where's your epistemology now?
He's listening on YouTube right now too, which is funny.
Oh, he posted shit? I thought I took a screenshot of it. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Oh, I guess I stopped here. This is only 10, but you get the gist of it.
Not seeing something. Maybe my text chat's glitch.
I'm getting back to the. I had to go into where I saved it. Okay, here we go.
What am I supposed to be seeing here?
That he went through like every channel, like every text channel, every voice channel on the server, pinged me and posted this image because he thought I had banned him or something or whatever.
I don't even know what that image is of, or it lacks context. It means absolutely nothing.
He calls it the no image or something like that.
Is that an image of himself doing something naughty?
I have no idea. Like, if you could peer into the mouth of madness and not go crazy.
So, for some reason, this is that important to him. That image and posting it, making sure everybody sees it, is so important that everybody has to see it. For what purpose? For what end?
Yeah, and here Scott Mackey got a triggering out of it too. I didn't screen that part. Like, so Shadow Fiend posts crit, just goes through every channel, pings me and posts this. And then Scott Mackey's response was, oh great, crit's here.
As if you are not there.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I didn't join that channel. But somehow just someone mentioning me. It's like, yeah, rent free. You got it.
That's right. Crit is here in my brain right now. Crit is here. I'm thinking about him.
And this is the dude who says, basically he said, from yesterday too, why he blocked me. He blocked me because I post memes.
Oh yeah, specifically what the space memes. He hates NASA
Yeah.
news. I mean, I understand they hate seeing how ridiculous their own side is.
Yeah, so then you've got Callie come in here and be like, "This place sucks." It does, because why? Why do all you people get muted? Do you expect to entertain stuff like this? This is what we should be entertaining. And I didn't even mute. I didn't even ban the guy. That's the best part. Well, I forgot who did it, but someone else did. Just fill the text chat with complete inane garbage. Posting his no meme. Upset because I had sent him, memes. So his logic is post memes in every single channel.
I just got an idea, Grit. We could set up a second channel called like 24/7 Flat Earth Complaint Board, and it would probably be the number 2 most popular, most trafficked channel in the server. So we can have one channel to discuss
I have a
Flat Earth
complaint.
and
Yo, I
another
have a
channel to
complaint.
discuss how crazy they are, and we'd probably have both racked and stacked.
Yo, I have a complaint.
Okay, go ahead. What's your complaint? Oh, now he doesn't want to talk. Come on, Basics, let's go. What's your complaint?
Wait, what's wrong? What's your complaint?
No, you said you have a complaint. What is it?
I don't have a complaint. What are you talking about?
Okay. You don't have a complaint.
So you just want to come tell us you don't have a complaint? Okay.
No, Fred was bringing it up. I'm just saying I don't.
We have server admins who come in to complain. We had like 2 of them in the last few days. They came in and started complaining about how popular we are.
It's going to get even bigger now that you got first bro Musk in the White House. It's like, I told you so. Like flat earthers have been ringing the bell for years that Musk is a fucking moron. This guy is not Iron Man, Tony Stark, Edison, or some shit. He's a fucking drug addict, social media dipshit. He's a product of brain rot. This is literally brain rot incarnate. And people are like, oh, but he's going to go to Mars. Dude, he can't even give you a timeline. He doesn't even know what Mars looks like. Just look at his shirt that he wears, Occupy Mars. It's the moon. Someone trolled the shit out of him. It's like, hey, Musk, what do you think of these Occupy Mars shirts? I love it. Mars is red. And they fucking trolled him. They're like, it's the most epic troll ever. He's running around with a red-colored moon thinking he's occupying Mars. Because he's shit-talking Occupy Wall Street. Because he loves, like financial stuff. So he's like, this is the mindset. He scribbles 420 and like 69 on official documents. He's got like, he lost his security clearance and they gave him like a special booby security clearance that it really isn't a security clearance at all. It just says security clearance on it. They gotta lock him out of rooms He's got connection to foreign officials. I mean, like, this guy is, like, it's not even flat earthers saying this now. You've got people saying that this guy is a security risk, a national security risk. Fucking told you so.
True. The government had to mitigate foreign ownership, control, and influence concerns over SpaceX by making sure that he didn't hold the clearances and didn't have a need to know and access to everything SpaceX is working on. So they put Gwen Shotwell in charge of SpaceX, cleared her out the wazoo, and then I think her husband manages all the clearances for the facility and for employees. I mean, that just means the government doesn't trust Elon Musk, right?
It's like now he's just going to be given a hand wave. Like, Trump's going to be able to give him whatever security clearance he wants now. How do you think that's going to go?
It'll be interesting. I mean, Trump has the authority to. It's like we have a text spiraler in text chat.
Yeah, he's not even MVC.
He's really sharing some deep pain, some deep cognitive dissonant pain.
I kind of just want to ban him so I can be like, get the new list of what the ban log looks like and see if we take anyone off.
Okay, let me do that. Hold on.
Don't touch that dial.
Okay, there we go. Let's take a look.
Yeah, the bot's been fucking up. So, like, see, like, right now, I don't think it's tracking time. So some people who are supposed to be off, it's not taking them off. It's like two bots that communicate with each other, and when one's not working, like, the time...
One's Callie, and one's Dan the Waterman. Imagine a Callie and Dan the Waterman bot. They'd be fucking all upset, talking to each other. Yeah, but, you know, these guys don't really like us like the way they say. You know, we shouldn't bot for them. That would be the funniest shit. A Callie troll bot.
Yeah, they just talk right past each other.
It's so annoying. It feels like you're taking crazy pills when you address something they say and then they talk past you about something they want to talk about, and then you address what they said again, and then they talk past you again about what they want to talk about. You're like, my God, am I in a parallel dimension? What's happening?
They act like Discord's only been around for a day and this thing's like new to everybody. Like, mods don't mod rooms. Like, people don't just come in everywhere and be like, your fucking mods are fucking shitty mods, you fucking mod havers. Like, what? Who doesn't do that? Like, do something original one day in your life, guys. Fuck, man. Callie, come on, man. You gotta have something better than that.
Whoever is in charge of all the different bots and their interactions in the server needs to take a tip from 24/7 on our home server on how to run things. I don't know why their bots are always so buggy and broken all the time.
Yeah, it's weird.
And the bugs and glitches always seem to favor the same handful of miscreants. Something we've been talking about needing here, which would be really great, is some kind of text suppress.
Yeah, so it would funnel them into the VC, and they'd have to like try to talk or try to present some kind of argument instead of just filling the text chat with garbage.
Yeah, it would be nice if we could award a role to people who come in and prove their worth and give them access to share images and engage with us in text chat and not just voice.
See, the news of today is they don't have boots for to walk on the moon. They have to invent new astronaut boots or something. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what was wrong with the old ones?
They couldn't stop sinking so deep into the moon dust, the fine talcum powder like oily moon dust. Sound like grease. It's like, what if the moon was a ball of fucking grease and they walked on there like, what the? That'd be crazy, a ball of Crisco. Just kidding, guys. No, but the same way they need some kind of filter, right? They can't go back because their filters don't work either. They never had the right moon filters.
Yeah. There's too much shit in the, like, dust or whatever.
Yeah, they're supposed to use a bong. You know how a bong holds the water in the chamber as you pull up? And the air comes from wherever the outside and it comes through the little thing, and then the air has to come through the water before it hits your lungs, and the water collects all the dirt. It won't collect gas, but it'll collect the dirt and dust. So my proposal is buy Demox bong filter. You can breathe on the moon. It's a 3-bong filtration system. It goes through the first, second, third bong. By the time it hits the third bong, it's trapped 3 amounts of the finest dust you could trap in the 3 separate chambers of liquid connected to each other. And then on the first thing where the air comes in, you have like a filter, and it's like a P-trap, upside down P-trap, and then the P-trap, and then you have the little thing right there with the air filter. And then you breathe in, right? Through those. Collects all the dirt and dust. You can use them on Earth too. Like if you're cleaning something, sanding something, doing some kind of big work with dust, you want to keep the dust out of your lungs, strap this fucking thing that just goes on your head, your face. There you go. Bong filter. It's like a gas mask with the liquid filter and a regular filter. Like a fine, cloth filter or whatever. That's my idea. And not necessarily for the moon. I just want to sell it to them. I don't care if they actually go. I just want to make that NASA money. Because if you buy one on Earth, it's like $180 or $200 or something. But if you buy one for NASA, it's like, shit, it's going to be like $14 million. How much for those paper plates, Democ? Well, the NASA paper plates are $1 million a piece. But the regular paper plates are like $1 for a stack. What's different about them NASA paper plates? Well, there's special NASA paper plates. If I told you, come on now.
That the guy who we banned to test the bot doesn't even know that he was banned.
doing, bro?
Very
Good,
good,
man.
very good. Yeah, we like to always say
Yeah.
hi to new people that drop in.
Oh, nice.
Are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
Oh, I'm a flat earther. I'm from 24 with a server.
All right.
Oh, nice. Is that your?
It by,
topic of conversation, then somehow the Earth must be a globe, even though he's offered no evidence whatsoever.
We don't need to answer that ionized gas. It's not our claim. You're straw manning, Mr. PhD. Why can't you do better than that since you're this great academic? You literally have to. You literally have to deal with his straw man. I literally don't have to.
Why would they lie?
I literally I literally only have to point out that the claim is false. If you can't cope with the implications of that, then I don't know, go see a shrink, dude. Not my fucking problem.
So the Earth measures flat, but if you can't tell him why someone would lie to him, then it's actually curved.
I think I could tell him why someone would lie to him. Because you're stupid. You'd probably mishandle the truth if you had it. And because they can. Because you're gullible and naive and stupid. So why not?
Yeah, it's true, actually. Kind of hearing people with PhDs, supposedly, with this level of intellectual remedialness, kind of makes a good argument for why they wouldn't trust you with the truth about anything. Because you'll just fuck it up.
Yeah, you don't need to know. You can't handle the truth.
He sounded like a fellow Scotsman. How do you feel about that, Cyclone?
You don't.
Yeah, he did, unfortunately. It's no surprise. Scotland's full of fucking pseudo-intellectuals and nonsense. Scottish people are some of the most statist fucking cucks on earth. It's embarrassing. No doubt that's another one. It's a massive irony given the country's history, but the system's done a good job.
So there's still lots of people that believe it's a globe, but nobody can tell us why. Kind of weird, ain't it?
See, this is how he exposed himself as like being more interested in the sociological drama side of it. Like, who's lied to me? How dare they? Like, you need to think bigger, bro. This isn't about you being lied to specifically. It's about the nature of the Earth and what you can prove it to be. You can deal with who might have lied to you afterwards. You haven't even got to that point. It's a sign of another intellectual immaturity on your part. You're not even thinking logically about how you would answer this question. Appealing to incredulity is a logical fallacy. So,
Problem is there are certain psychological implications as to why that question is so common. It's not a coincidence.
yeah, listen,
Because
I
actually
said to the guy, I said to the guy, it's understandable that you're asking that question, and it's not that it's not important, but I wouldn't go into that with someone who's demonstrating that they're not capable of intellectually and emotionally handling the topic. And he's actually just using it as a non sequitur rather than a genuine curiosity point. Because that's why I asked him afterwards then. I said, okay, so you're agreeing it's not a ball and you want to know why? He said, no, it's a ball. But tell me why they would lie. Right? So he's not even willing to address the crux of the issue. He wants to go into the speculative bit so that he can dismiss it and act like we've not made any points. So when someone is genuine and they're following along and then they're asking the question, okay, why have they done this? That's a different thing from what he did. He wasn't asking because he wants to know. He's sat right there saying, Earth is a globe. Why did they lie about Earth being a globe? Like, remedial.
Cyclone.
This is an obvious question. It's remedial because it should have been answered like immediately, or at least tackled.
No, because you don't understand that it's happened yet. You don't even know that it's occurred. So why are you asking about it?
Usually if someone lies to you, like, it's important to understand why. That's just like obvious.
Right. And so if you don't find out why,
but it's like
and if you don't find out why, and if you don't find out why, does that mean that they didn't lie to you?
No, it doesn't. But it just sounds like you've not even engaged with it at all. Like you
So
it sounds like you guys haven't bothered to investigate that.
And whether or not we can tell, whether or not we tell you why it's happened, doesn't change that it has happened.
Yes, but it does. No, because it does change the likelihood of.
No, it doesn't change it. No, it's
well,
not.
What I'm saying is
it's not
that
contingent.
I'm not convinced by your evidence. I'm not an expert on the
You haven't
measurement.
read the evidence. Remember, you said I'm not looking at
time to. Well, hold on.
You said I'm not looking at it.
No. Right. So if we were discussing something about quantum chemistry, and I just started demanding that you have a sort of level playing field, no pun intended, a level playing field discussion with me about it before getting to read anything, and I'm throwing all these quantum chemistry textbooks at you and bitching at you for not reading them in chat.
If I said I challenge you on this idea, the comparison would
It's
be
hardly
if I said,
reasonable at all. It takes time to
it
learn
would be
things.
unreasonable if I'd said to you, I disagree with that point you made. Show me your evidence. Then you said, here's my evidence, and I said, I'm not looking at it. That's what would be
but, like,
unreasonable.
no,
which is
because
what you did.
if I made it,
Which is
if
what
I
you
made
did.
that point, if I
That's
made
what
that
you
point, it's not, you're not going to be able to pick up like quantum chemistry fast enough to, but you might have reasonable suspicion.
No, that's
because
not what you
other
said.
people in my
You didn't say I need time to research this so that I can actually discuss it. You just said
That's
I'm
exactly
not
what I
looking
said.
at it.
I said I
That's not
said
what you
I said
You
it
said
rudely.
I'm not joining
I
your
said-
stupid server. You fucking burp.
Yeah, because I
Why are you
didn't
trying
want.
to
I don't
rewrite
want
history? You think we don't remember
because
what
I
you
wanted
said
to
5
focus
minutes
on a
ago?
single measurement.
You think?
So the thing is, like,
okay. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Gentlemen.
No. So
I'll
here's
do one.
here's
I'll
why you need to
do
be
an easy one
motivated.
for you. I'll do an easy
No,
one.
here's
for
why you need. No.
We'll do an
I
easy
don't-
measurement. We'll go through a measurement. We'll go through a measurement.
No,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I don't. Here's,
See, now
no, let
here
me
again,
explain
he
why
doesn't want
I
to
don't
know.
trust you.
He said
I
you
don't
have
know.
to show
Listen,
me. You have to show me.
Can you relax your
Somebody
emotions?
mute this guy. Just
Concentrate on the information. Ian, can you concentrate on the information?
Don't worry. So look at that. Again, he just says, no, you need to show me a measurement. Okay, I'll take you through a measurement. No, I'm not going to look at a measurement. You just did the exact same thing that you just embarrassed yourself previously doing, Ionized. So why are you going to pretend that you want to
You are
understand?
going to take me through a
and then every
measurement that I have
opportunity we do-
experience with, so I can't then assess at all. I'd be completely.
It's very simple. It's very simple. I'm going to teach you it. I'm going to teach you it. You don't have to trust me. You don't have to trust me. That's the beauty of it. You trust
You ignoring all the information and just saying, I don't trust you.
I think no. I think this is better if I go. I think it would be better if I go away and read your stupid thing, come back, try to understand it in detail, and then come back later. I think that's the best way. So the thing that was sent to me in chat, this laser measurement from 2018 by FECOR or FECOR, whatever it's called, right? Authors Sanders, Sekele, and Mike Kavanagh.
Okay, so you're going to go away and read that?
Read this and come back another time. There's no point, because otherwise one of us is going to gish gallop between different measurements. Because I saw
we could very simply explain to you the claimed geometric horizon of the globe, and then demonstrate how that's false observably in about 5-10 minutes. But if that's too much for you, you're not ready.
It's because I don't trust you. No, I don't trust you.
That's
You're a
fine.
biased
You don't have
source.
to
I
trust
wouldn't
me.
trust.
Why are you asking us?
Because I don't. Because if you take me through it in 5 or 10 minutes, I will only be able to follow what you're saying. I won't have the ability to understand and motivate each thing myself as it goes. And since we're in such a
this is how you come up with
position,
excuses.
that is
to stop
necessary.
yourself. This is why. This is when you come up with excuses. Yeah, you're just going to keep trying to ramble. This is when you come up with more excuses to avoid having your religious belief of the globe challenged. And now you're going to come up with all these justifiabilities to your cope where you say, oh, well, if you tell me and explain it, I'm only going to be hearing your view. It's like, yeah, you're here to hear our view, are you not? Then you can go and check it, do whatever you're going to do. But of course, like, even though you're apparently on a PhD course, you haven't figured out that to understand different points of view, you first have to hear the point of view, the argument, and then go and assess it. You're too emotional.
Well, now I know why he doesn't trust you.
He doesn't have the mental.
It's not a matter of trusting me. We're just going to present him with what the Globe claims. So if you don't trust what I'm saying when I say this is what the Globe claims, you don't trust the Globe. Simple.
PhD is telling us he doesn't have the mental faculties to assess grade school geometry to do with a sphere. So that's where we're at now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
you
go
can probably get through the FE core in like less than
See you guys later.
Do the Black Swan in like 1 minute.
He cannot manage his radius and circumferences and drop over distance. He can't manage that.
Apparently not. So why did you? How could you see that the guy didn't trust me? What did I say that was untrustworthy exactly?
You said Globe is a religion.
Oh no, that is true. Yeah,
it's not.
Well, yeah, it is. Okay, well, what proof is there for it?
All of the proof.
Yeah, what would that be?
That's the beauty of it, is all observations fit the model.
Like what? Could you show me one?
Like literally all observations.
Of what? Observations of what?
Yeah, can you show us an observation, please?
I'm not going to show you anything.
All right, so you don't have any evidence then?
No,
so
no
observation. So
all of the evidence.
Religion. This is why it's a religion. So like,
I just told you all of the evidence because I don't want to show you it.
How'd you know your religion?
Why are you?
Because it's true.
You're a very untrustworthy person.
Yeah,
it's literally
a religion. That's what you've just done. It's like a religious guy coming up to you and saying, my religion is true. And you say, what's your evidence? And he says, I'm not showing you any evidence, but it's true.
Yeah. Look it up.
Yeah, you can say that he's not.
The religion's true.
You said all observations, and right now I'm observing a religious glober chanting his religion and backing it with no evidence. Does that support it?
Are you aware, Twonger, that they tell you that your observation of Earth is of a flat, motionless Earth?
It's not.
Yeah, that's what the Globe claim is.
It's not.
Yeah, they say you can't see curve.
It can't be, no!
So where do they say you can see curve from?
Huh?
So where did they say that you can see the curve?
Just go up in the sky, you'll see it.
How high?
Above 25,000.
Nah, because in commercial airliners you don't see it. They're at 35,000.
You can see it.
He's actually right. Globe claims you can't see the curve and you can't feel the motion. They give you reasons why. So he's right.
Yeah,
so the lack of evidence is the evidence.
Not you. He's saying you're wrong.
No, he's saying I was right.
No, he said you were wrong because the globe
he didn't.
A flat, motionless Earth.
Tweaker, the lack of evidence is the evidence.
No, I'm saying all of the evidence.
So when we go,
you mentioned one,
and we see a flat horizon and a motionless surface, that's proof of a globe.
Yes.
So how's that proof of a globe?
Because it's a big globe.
See curve.
Right.
Right. And it moves in such a way that you don't have any detection of movement.
Do you have any detection of movement when you're in a car?
Yes.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
You don't feel your... No, you don't.
So when you're in a car driving, you're not aware that you're in a car.
People.
You're not, only if you're accelerating or decelerating. Otherwise, you don't feel yourself going 60 on a highway, brother. Sorry, you don't.
Have you ever been in a car? You're in a car when you're on a car.
Have you ever driven? Do you have a driver's license, Tweaker? Do you have a driver's license?
I sure do, buddy.
Are you old enough?
Please don't drive if you don't feel the car moving. Now that I know you have a driver's license, I'm gonna be worried when I'm driving around. Hopefully, you're not around me driving.
I'm worried that you feel yourself going 60 miles an hour when you're sitting in an airplane. Do you feel yourself? When you're sitting in an airplane, do you feel yourself going 500 miles an hour? No, you don't.
We can tell.
No, you don't, buddy.
Yeah, you can tell.
No, you can't. Sorry.
All right, so let me ask you.
Let me ask you, hey, Twonga, when you get pulled over for speeding, do you tell the cop you weren't moving?
I never said you're not moving. I said, do you feel it, dumbass?
Yeah, say, hey, I didn't feel it. I didn't feel it moving, so I must not have been speeding.
That's why you have a speedometer, retard.
So you're doing moving.
Hold on, guys. When you're going 65 miles an hour, what is that a reference to?
Hang on, gentlemen. Hang on, let me get in here.
Is that supposed to be a gotcha?
Get closer to your mic, Nick.
Will do. Gentlemen, there's a very important distinction to be made here. Twonger made a point that we ought to dissect. Okay, when you're accelerating, you feel the motion of accelerating, decelerating, but when you're at a constant speed, you don't feel that because you're fixed. But here's the issue. When you're speaking in linear terms, okay, that's a little bit more palatable for most people, but what he doesn't seem to realize is on a rotating sphere, okay, that's rotating constantly, technically speaking, that is constant acceleration. It's a constant rotation.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, sir. Look it up.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You're just a moron.
It is constant linear acceleration.
I don't think he's going to get any of this. I mean, I might be wrong. Someone just posted it in the chat.
Check it out.
He's wrong here.
Let me ask him, Twonger. So you're saying,
hold on. When you're going 65 mile an hour, you do feel it. Even at a constant 65.
Yeah, of course, guys. Let's not
you don't. No, you don't.
The car analogy. Listen, guys. Twonger doesn't know when he's in a car. That's fine. That's okay. That's just Twonger's experience of life. He doesn't know when he's in a car. Okay, fine. So, Twonger, are you saying that the evidence that the Earth is moving is that we can't detect Earth moving?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, so what is the evidence that it's moving?
There's a lot of it.
Such as?
The day and night, buddy.
What about it?
Get wrecked.
Day and night proves it's moving. Shut her down, boys.
Hold on. So how does that tell you that the Earth the ground is moving?
My food just got here, so I'm gonna have to bow out for a minute.
All right. You have a think about it and let us know when you figure it out.
Shame you had to bow out.
Enjoy your McNuggets.
No, not longer. Based on your logic, you made it to the food. The food didn't make it to you.
Guys, his McNuggets arrived.
It's a shame you had to bow out.
He made it.
Got around to that globe proof.
Let him ponder on it over his McNuggets. Come on.
His house made it to the delivery guy.
So here's my point. When you're going 60 mile an hour, it's reference to zero, motionless. Their claim is motionless is motion. Right? That's their claim.
I don't think they know what their claim is at this point.
What road have you ever drove on? You couldn't tell you was in motion. Is there a road that's that smooth?
Well, this is what it always comes down to. I mean, the Globers have to delve into absurdity and pretend that they don't know that they're in vehicles to try and make an argument for the globe.
You would have to have a perfectly smooth, flat road in order to not be able to tell you're in movement. But there's no such road, so that claim is out the window. Plus, the 65 mile an hour is referenced.
Honestly, it's so ridiculous that trying to compare being on the outside of a spinning ball to being in the inside of a car moving linearly at a constant velocity It's just so absurd. It doesn't even merit addressing.
You can hear it. You can feel it. You know it.
So if you're in the car and
it's a
you don't feel the movement, how is the car feeling the movement and telling you the speed with the speedometer? So if that's the case, yeah, when you're in zero, when the speedometer says 0, you're not moving. But when it says more than 0, what does that mean?
So you're standing on the road and you watch the car go by 65 mile an hour. Dude standing on the road is motionless. The guy in the car is in motion.
Or the guy standing at the side of the road is in motion and the car is still. Big brain.
So where is the speedometer for the earth that tells you that the earth is going at certain speeds? Because if the car has the speedometer, why doesn't the earth has the speedometer?
Because then you'd be going the 1,047 mile an hour plus 65. Come on, man, that's fucking outrageous.
Yeah, I want to get back to Alpaca if he's still here. Alpaca, you still with us?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Did you just listen to all of that?
I was away for a bit, but so probably not. But I'm here now.
Would you be able to point out any of the globe proofs that were presented?
Point out. I'm sorry.
Would you be able to point out any of the globe proofs that were presented to us in the last 40 minutes?
All I remember was the motivation guy.
Oh, the guy who asked why would they lie?
Yeah.
That's not really a globe proof, though, is it? That's a question.
It is interesting, though, because in other... I'll use the term conspiracy theory. You probably don't like that term. For other stuff, other conspiracy theories, there's usually a motive. The flat Earth, globe Earth thing there's no motive.
But this is the difference, right? When you're talking about like 9/11, JFK, you're speculating based on third-party evidence and information that you can't really go and verify for the most part. But this isn't that, because we're not talking about things that you have to rely on the third-party hearsay, unless you're on the globe side. We're talking about what you can go out and verify for yourself. So this isn't about conspiracy theory. This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is what you can go and test and confirm in reality. So, yeah, more time might be spent on the motivations in an attempt to persuade people for things that they can't actually go and verify. But we don't need to do that here, because all you need to do is go to a lake or a beach. That makes sense? And I mean, I'm not saying it's not interesting.
You can verify it, though. I mean, so like, how do you address, for example, like Magellan's voyage? I mean, obviously Magellan died. It wasn't really him. It was his crew, the remaining like 17 or so crew.
Well, he traveled across a flat Earth, which is what they do.
But
when they celestially navigate, they treat the Earth as flat.
Okay, but they got back to the same point. They got back to Spain or whatever, or England.
Oh, yeah. You can travel in like a circle on a flat surface.
Yeah, just ride your bike around your neighborhood. That don't make your neighborhood a sphere.
You ever considered
just go around your house? Do a circle around your house.
In a circle on a flat surface? That's not outrageous, is it?
Just go around town.
He's stunned to silence.
That's not a globe proof.
First, go around your car, then go around your house, then go around town, go around the city, go around the state, go around the country, go around the nation.
Bro. Right, because Alpaca, this stuff, I mean, as we're saying, it sounds like common sense. Like, oh yeah, I guess you could travel in a circle on a flat surface. But this is never really addressed to you in your education or in your everyday life, in media and all this kind of stuff. So there's a good chance you've never considered that. But that's it. People circumnavigate in a circle. And that's fine on a flat surface.
So then, do you have like maps then of this flat Earth?
Well, all the maps of the Earth are flat by definition. That's what a map is.
No, but I'm saying, but if the Earth is flat, then because in the Magellan voyage, for example, right? They went from I think it was Spain. Was it Spain or Portugal? Back to Spain or Portugal. So if the Earth was flat and they only just went around, then the map would be very different from what the current map that we have now. So
well, they already say
like when you go to sorry, go ahead.
Well, they already say that all the maps are wrong, essentially, right? No one really claims to even have an accurate map of the world, right? We can localize maps of areas. I use OS maps and local maps for hiking and navigation, right? But those are all based on a planar surface with the elevations included. But when it comes to the full-scale representation of the Earth, even on the globe side, they say none of the maps are correct. There's distortions on all of them.
Well, they compensate by just making certain, by scaling down the size of areas.
Well, they just
go with the equator.
Well, they have all kinds of things in them. They have political biases. They have regional biases. All kinds of different maps are made for all kinds of different purposes. If you're asking us, have we come up with some new map that changes the whole layout of where we are? No, I'd say we don't. Because for starters, cartography is not something that you can just go and do. There's actually a lot of law around cartography. I'm pretty sure in the States it was made illegal to make your own maps or try and publish your own maps in the 1900s. Not to mention the fact that practically, how would you even do it, right? You'd need like a navy at hand to even embark on such a thing. Even back in the day, all the old cartographers were using pre-existing maps from other cartographers and basically just splicing them together. So, no, we're not claiming some kind of overall new layout of the Earth, right? We're not claiming it's a disk in space. We're not claiming
you're not claiming anything because there is no claims to make.
Chill. We're not claiming some new.
There is no claims to
paradigm. What we're saying is that there's no curvature or motion of the surface that we're on, so it's not the spinning ball they've told us. The evidence points to a topographical motionless plane, but we're not claiming its size.
No, it doesn't. All the evidence points against that.
Shut your mouth, Juan. We're talking to somebody else.
I can tell this guy's keen to get involved. So, who's the new guy?
It's not new. It's Topwonga. It's not new, dude.
He's just trying to put a wrench in the gears. We're talking to someone new, and he's just trying to butt in and fuck it up.
All right. I don't know. Does anyone else want to weigh in on the maps thing with Alpaca then?
The map is not the terrain. I think you should keep talking to that guy, though, because he seemed like he was listening.
Yeah, you don't travel across the map. You go across the terrain, and you don't take count any curvature or any movement of the terrain to navigate or go across it. The map is a reference or projection of the region that you're going across. But you're not going across the map.
Again, not an unreasonable question, but do you understand why that's separate to measuring the Earth's surface and finding that it's got no curvature and so can't be a ball?
But what bothers me is that, right, the globe people, they claim it's a globe, and then they present a map. And the map seems mostly, from experience at least, somewhat verifiable. There's some compensation they have to do, right, because if you have a curved surface and you try to make it into a plane, you got to make the country smaller.
Those maps are flat Earth maps, right? The way that they've got all of those maps together in the first place, the latitude and longitude, is by using celestial angle measurements.
Okay, but that map can account for...
essentially means that they've treated the Earth as a horizontal surface to then take an angle up to a star with. and they're covering thousands of miles of distance at a time. And these are the methods that they used for creating the maps, which were then wrapped around a ball and then flattened out again to make into a map. So obviously they're all distorted as fuck, but we're not saying maps. I wouldn't even say we're not saying you have to throw out all the maps even, because the maps are flat anyway. They're flat depictions of the Earth, which would be fine with what we're saying. It's not a ball. That's what our contention is. The layout is whatever it is, but it's not curving into a ball. That's our point.
Okay, but you wouldn't be able to get from... So then do you agree with the current maps then?
No, they're all
not necessarily. Listen, during the operations of the South, the explorers on Operation Deep Freeze, they had to not go by the maps. They have to go by landmarks and the terrain. They said we had to use the simplicity of the terrain because the mapping that they had, it didn't add up. Even though they had the globe, right? But that didn't add it up to the terrain. So they had to go by terrain and landmarks, not by the maps. Because it doesn't add up on the South region.
This is the thing, you need to adjust your thinking. This is where a lot of people struggle, because we're taught to think about the Earth in these model map type concepts. What you need to do is bring yourself back to reality. Start looking at the world through what we actually experience and observe, and not as a concept that's been presented to us. This is an adjustment that you need to make to really understand this whole topic.
There was one of the navigators that went across the South region, and supposedly he was supposed to go 20,000 miles, and he went like 60,000 or more. So the map didn't add up. The globe maps didn't add up, or the globe claim.
I don't think there's a single map that doesn't say that it's not an accurate representation, or that like none of them will say that they all say they're not an accurate representation. Yes.
Yeah. So, well, this is the point, right? Maps don't tell us what we live on. What we live on tells us what we live on. Right? This is where your focus needs to be. So what you need to be asking yourself is, okay, who proved curvature? Who proved motion? Two fundamental starting points for a globe. So, Alpaca, if we were to ask you, what proof were you presented for curvature or motion of the Earth, what would you say?
I would use the fact that we have images of the Earth, and your response was, well, those are just fake.
Well, my response would be, how can you verify those? Is there anything we can verify?
So the example that I used was we can verify it by getting a ship or getting a plane and going from one country or one city and then going left, keep going, and then getting back to our.
Why didn't you listen to the first answer?
But then you said that, well, it's like driving around a house. But then if that was the case, you would have a map. You would have something to show that's the case with, say, Portugal.
All the charts they use, they're flat charts. So yeah, they would use navigation charts. No curvature in those. And what were you saying before?
But you can't even give me any representation.
The planes and the ships all treat the Earth as flat and motionless. So they can't tell us that the Earth is a ball. Because they treat it as flat and motionless.
No, they don't. So that's actually incorrect. No, because planes, when they fly, they take they don't take a straight path. They take a curved path because it's faster.
Hold on. Are they called airplanes or air planets, bro? They travel over a flat plane.
No. We're not doing that. Listen, do the planes, when they're flying, are you saying they dip their nose down to account for curvature?
No, I'm saying that when they fly, like when you fly, say, from New York City to Paris, they don't fly straight. They fly curved because that is a shorter distance and it's saving fuel.
No, see, this is what you've been told, and you might have been shown some projections of a
How is a curved distance faster than a straight line?
Because on a sphere, a curved distance is shorter.
They would have to be dipping their nose then, but they don't.
You understand that they're traversing curvature, a rate of deviation from horizontal. So what Cyclone's saying is the aircraft would have to negotiate that curvature by putting its nose downwards for the rate of change of the false horizon that is keeping with the original horizon through the gyroscope. The flight of the aircraft would need to negotiate curvature by pitching the nose down, and it doesn't. Aircrafts fly horizontal, maintaining a parallel with the land below. No curvature is negotiated. No curvature is negotiated by any aircraft. If you'd like, I can give you the pitch data from a recent aircraft flight. We can look for it.
They actually have their nose pitched up slightly.
Between 1 and 3 degrees above a horizontal, yeah.
I think you guys are misused. Oh, here it is. Okay.
You're without internet service. You're at a gas station. They're selling you a folded up piece of paper that's a map or a globe. Which one do you got?
So in the side chat, I have a map. I think it's a flight from somewhere in Canada to, looks like somewhere in Poland.
Sorry.
And the curve.
Before you carry on, is that the real size of Greenland?
It's scaled down a little bit.
No, that's super huge. That's from a Mercator projection where the north and south above the equator are distorted. It might also help you to understand that aircraft fly through corridors that are announced every morning. They change their path daily depending on different weather conditions. So they fly through corridors to 6 between the northern United States and Europe. Now back to the aircraft, it's not negotiating curvature. It flies horizontally. It doesn't pitch down.
Yeah, so that's just a cartoon representation wrapped around a ball and then flattened out. So that's not actually telling you what the plane is traversing any curvature.
But if it was flat, the shortest path would just be straight from this place in Canada to this place in Poland, right? Because you would want to do that. These companies would be heavily incentivized to do that because it saves on fuel, and fuel's expensive.
Yeah,
but because it's curved, they
on this square map, it's curved. Yeah, awesome.
Well, this is a representation of that.
Yeah, but the aircraft, you didn't seem to understand the point. The aircraft doesn't negotiate curvature, a rate of slope from a horizontal. Aircraft don't do that. They fly horizontally, don't they?
They fly horizontally. I think we're talking about different dimensions. They fly horizontally.
Yes.
But they're moving the Z, I guess the Z position is the same, but they're moving X and Y, not just X. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand, but there's no negotiation for a curvature deviation from horizontal with distance. So what I'm saying, the aircraft has got to be flying over a ball, which if you were to project a horizontal line out from the aircraft, you notice that the surface of the Earth would increase with distance because it's curving. The aircraft doesn't negotiate that curvature, doesn't fly over or around a ball. If it did so, it'd have to change its pitch. It doesn't.
Yeah, according to the data, these things would be flying off into space if they were on a globe, because they're not pitching down.
My point might sound silly even to flat earthers, but if the internet service goes down, you're at a gas station, they got a folded up piece of paper that's a map.
We'd moved on from that. We're on to planes.
Think in before you give them a point to think about.
Right.
This point to sink in, not something else. That's all right.
I bet.
Yeah,
He asked a question about planes, so we're talking about planes.
Sure. Even if we were to concede that planes fly on an arced path because of a globe, that would be an arced path in accordance with the globe, which would be technically still horizontal. So making the claim that a curved line is faster than a straight line is still a ridiculous statement, because you're not technically flying a curved line in the same sense.
Well, you can't be flying a horizontal and a curved line. That's just a contradiction.
So I just
it's just not fair to say that a curved line would be, say, shorter than a straight line going to the same location from A to B.
Well,
it would have to be longer.
This is why I said that when you start trying to get into it on a conceptual entire level that you can't perceive, or a model or a map, you're not going to be dealing with reality. We're trying to deal with reality, empirical, what we can observe, measure, test. That's where we need to stick.
Sorry, I just got hung up on it. My bad.
No, it's all right. It's all right. But the question was what we can verify to show that we live on this ball. And the gentleman brought up.
Okay, but you can verify that though, right? You can have two planes. One plane goes in a straight line. The other plane goes in a curved path, right?
No, but you can't verify the curvature, which is what we verified.
Can't go a curved path. That's what Jedi was saying. So the pitch of the nose,
but if a person going,
hold on, pitch of the nose of the plane is anywhere from 1 to 3 degrees pitched up from horizontal. Once the nose pitches down from horizontal, you no longer have lift. You're starting to fall. The reason why
you'd have to claim that the aircraft are tidally locked.
No, and either way, what we said in the beginning that we're trying to verify is the curvature of the Earth. And we've already established that pilots are not treating the Earth as curved. So that's not a verification of it.
Also, I did check that. They do. They do. They have to adjust their altitude. I just looked this up. They have to adjust
Who did you check this with? Who did you check this with?
I found one article from USA Today, and they talk to pilots, and the pilots have to adjust.
Okay, let's see it.
I'll tell you what, I'll post the pitch data, and you can circle where it adjusts. Give me a second.
Show us
the article, and they talk to pilots.
Did you say USA Today? This is from the FAA. This is regarding a crashed aeroplane, so the pitch data over a 2-hour flight. It's like 2,000 miles of distance. 1,000 miles of distance. So you see the pitch data there. The aircraft isn't changing its pitch to negotiate curvature, which will be displayed in the constant movement of the false horizon, the 3 that's in the cockpit, which is controlled by the gyroscope. If gravity is affecting the gyroscope, then the horizontal in the cockpit would change, and the pilot would consistently need to angle the plane to meet that new horizontal, but keep the pitch between 1 and 3 degrees. That pitch change is not recorded. So there's no negotiation for the rate of curvature over distance. You'd have to negotiate that faster if you were traveling a faster airplane, say traveling Mach 1, 2, or 3.
They got to have the nose pitched up from horizontal to keep lift.
I just had a quick skim.
But if they continued in reference to their original horizontal, they'd end up like pointing the nose right up in the air, almost fucking perpendicular to their horizontal. It's just fucking.
If you read that article, they're not explaining any way of detecting the Earth's curvature. The guy says this is the mechanism that allows us to follow the Earth's curvature, and he's just talking about adjusting his altitude. He doesn't say that he's dipping his nose to follow the curve. And even if he is claiming that, he's not.
If you put the spirit level on the floorboard of the plane, it's going to be slightly. It won't be perfectly level. It's going to have this pitch upwards where the nose is, whole entire flight. It will never dip below. The bubble will never go the other way.
All right, Jar.
Yeah, you can see yourself out anytime and let the Globers that want to use their brains and open their minds come in and ask questions. Thank you.
Hey, I'd be perfectly willing to do that if you were.
You're not willing to tell me what you claim you saw, let alone open your mind, so no thank you.
And you're not willing to use your brain.
Mitchell,
not in an unarmed man in a battle of wits, I'm not. No, it's a waste of my time.
I'm going to mute him because he's not productive. Mitchell, you just plugged your ears when I talked to you, like a petulant child. And you're over here talking about...
Dude, please, your opinion of me makes me so sad, bro.
Well, it's simple, dude. If you want to have some airtime to speak of how the Earth's a globe...
You're hurting my feelings, bro. Stop.
Do it. Speak of how the Earth's a globe. Let's hear if you got what it takes. Try it.
Can you even make Globers look halfway intelligent, or are you just going to keep saying dumb shit?
I'm giving you the floor. Do it.
Keep begging for my attention.
Begging? I'm asking if you have the ability to do something, and you're saying I'm begging.
Yeah, and I'm ignoring you.
Well, go ignore me in another room. If you're in here, of course I'm going to call upon you, and it seems like you don't have what it takes, so proving my point. That's simple, isn't it? You think everybody wants you and you're the main character. You're not, dude. You're a fly-by-night.
Prove it by stop talking about me.
Well, you're the one speaking up, so I can easily escort you out of here. That'd be easy for me. But as it is, you're just a warm body padding our numbers, so you can go ahead and sit there. Our channel here is number 1, 15,900 hours of pure globe obliteration. We are number 1 in this server of 92,000 people.
Do you know what else?
Let that sink in, Mitchell.
Sorry, Alpha. I just wanted to...
Go ahead, Flycan.
I just wanted to point out something I noticed casually observing things. And I can only speak to one half of this observation because I don't go into Globe channels to sit there and see what flat earthers do when they get unmuted. But I'm quite certain anybody that's going into a Globe forum to present flat earth evidence isn't waiting to get unmuted to blurt out a racial slur or call them names and then get banned instantly. But it's hilarious how many Globers will sit here begging to get unmuted, and this moment they're unmuted, they say the most ridiculous crap to get banned. It's insane. It's just insane.
When all they have to do is produce evidence that the Earth is a globe. How easy would that be? The simplest task keeps them all confused. Yeah, I want you guys to look at the text chat. Check this out. Look at the voice activity. 24/7 flat Earth. 15,900 hours of pure globe obliteration. We're number 1. We'll continue to be. With your help, too. Because you're here padding our numbers, so good on you. You think that I need your attention? No, I don't. We got plenty of people to replace you once you leave. And on top of that, you're here. So, proving my point that you don't have any evidence for the globe, yet you sit here dumbfounded, not being able to have an explanation. Crazy, huh? If you think you can do it, prove it. Let's hear your argument. Bring it forward. He's arguing with you in text channel over the fences because he's a beta. He can't do it over voice. What up, Crit? Even when we get academics to come in here, they don't even know what to do. If that's any indication of anything that we've been saying for the longest time, shows you. Doesn't matter who it is. Present your argument for the globe. What up, what up? Anybody else new in here that want to talk about the globe? I mean, if you can. If you think it's a globe, show me. I'd advise you to do your research on what the Earth as a globe is. Find out the size of the Earth, the measurements, what people have been saying, how they discovered that it's a globe, all that good stuff. Then come in here with all that information and then come against us thinking that you have some, some talking points. If you can. You're 4Po, are you there? Look, you're lighting up. Just asking.
Yup.
What do you think? What do you think about?
I'm not a scientist or anything. I don't really care if it's a globe or not. I just find it funny that there are flat earthers. My only thing is, you don't believe in like the NASA stuff, right? That they've been to the moon and shit like that.
Yeah, give me a second, Payroll. Peer 4Pro. Hey Dante, it hasn't been a year yet. Skedaddle. But go ahead, Peer 4Pro.
Yeah, so this goes a little bit into politics. Are you a Trump fan, or I don't know how you call it? I'm not from America.
Yeah, I think Trump's pretty cool. Yeah.
And therefore you also think Elon Musk is okay, nice, or a proper man?
He's
all right.
He's an
with
intelligent
SpaceX.
Excuse me. He's an intelligent businessman. Yeah.
With SpaceX and all that stuff, which goes into space.
For his companies, for his companies. I don't know. I wouldn't go any farther than that. Like to say he's done anything. I just say that as a businessman, he knows what he's doing. He's making more money. So.
Okay, so he knows that there is a Mars.
If you'll allow me, I'll give him one more thing. He's good at deceiving people.
He's good at deceiving people.
Yeah, I will just.
So that's why he won.
I don't want to give him any more. Flatman. I don't want to give him any more because he's going to use it as fuel.
Sorry, that was my opinion. Sorry.
Yeah. So, see, now he's chuckling. All right, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's funny. I don't think it's.
That's great. That's great. Do you have a point to all this?
Yeah. Well, how is it? how is it possible that so many people, like great businessmen like Elon Musk, talking about going to Mars, huge fight over who's the first on the moon and stuff like that. There would need to be a huge conspiracy, like a global conspiracy, which indicates like a all overseeing government or something like that for flat Earth to be realistic today, like without even going into.
Yeah, I think that's a bit fallacious to think that way, because I could use the same argument for Christmas. That everybody thinks that Santa is real. It's a conspiracy because he's not real. So why do all people do the thing they do with Christmas? Are they all in on it? Do people just like do everything on Christmas and put their tree up and talk about Santa being the North Pole? Why do they do all that? Is everybody all the governments of the world conspiring for Christmas?
Well, I'm from Europe, from Switzerland to be exactly. We don't celebrate like the Santa Claus.
Yeah.
So it's not Christmas isn't about Santa Claus. It's about Jesus and stuff.
Hey, but you still celebrate it, right?
Yeah, but that's religions.
It doesn't
Religions
matter.
are
If people are saying something that they're telling you is true in some way, and then it's not true because you can verify that the idea of Santa doesn't exist, then how is it possible that all the governments of the world can utilize this information to support something that's not real, but yet people still do it every year? You're making that argument right now. That's what you're
there
saying.
would be like a huge trouble to Santa's hut or something.
Yeah, but this is what you're saying right now. This is your argument. If all the governments of the world are conspiring for flat Earth, like they're hiding that from us, then why would they be doing it? It's just, I'm using Santa and Christmas in the same way. Why do we do that? And I'll tell you the analogy. It's a tradition.
It doesn't really match up because
you talked over the answer.
Christmas isn't globally.
You talked over the answer. You talked over the answer. It was.
I'm sorry.
It was a tradition. So when somebody tells you that the Earth is a globe, they're not directly lying to you. They're telling you something they know to be true in their mind. They think it's true, so they're telling you what they think they know is true, which is that the Earth is a globe. So handed down from generation to generation, they're telling you that the Earth is a globe. They don't know it's a globe, but as a tradition, they're doing the thing that they were taught, or excuse me, they were told prior to, when they were growing up, when they were young children. So just like they were, they're telling you the same. It's a globe. Trust me, bro. And so you go ahead and tell your next generation, your children, the same. It's a globe. Trust me, bro. So it just perpetuates. There's no stopping it except for us in this room. We're the buffer against that. We're asking people.
Oh, no, you're the regressive because
no, it's not regressive.
Flat Earth came before. Flat Earth came before globe Earth, didn't it?
No,
it didn't.
The idea of globe doesn't exist. It's a tradition that somebody tells someone else. That's all it is. Does not exist.
And how came that tradition to fruition? I think that's how you say it.
The base origin of its foundation, where it began, is inconsequential due to the fact that you can look for yourself, and just like there is no Santa, there is no globe. The globe is as fake as Santa.
The globe is as fake as Santa.
Yes, yes. Do you think the globe exists, sir?
I don't know if you would say the globe exists. I think there is no flat Earth.
I'm asking you, do you think the globe exists?
It's a planet. I don't know. It's like any other planet out there.
A planet denotes that it has a special, characteristics, right? to be a planet? You have to be,
Yeah,
like
thing flying through space.
right. How do you know it's that thing that you just said right now?
I don't know. Went to with my school class to like the big scopes where you can look into the into the galaxy, watching like Saturn or something or Jupiter or whatever you see.
Right. So use Pyro.
Flying on a plane. I don't know.
What your name is. I don't know what your name is.
Looking Robin.
What I'm asking for is the thing you are standing on, not other things, but the thing you're standing on. How do you know that thing is the thing you think it is?
For me, it's probably like the flying into the on a plane and looking down on it, and
what can you tell? Okay,
being
let's use that
on the beach and looking outside
Pyro.
Just call me Robin.
Robin, what can you tell me from an
like robbing your mom or robbing the bank.
Okay, dude. Yeah, whatever makes you feel good. What can you tell me when you're in an airplane? Any information about the Earth being a globe up there?
Yeah, if it's a clear day, you can watch the curvature.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So
even if you're out on the beach, you can see the curvature, don't you?
That's fine. That's fine. You say you see curvature from an airplane window, yeah?
Yeah. Have you flown anywhere?
I don't need to fly. I'm just going based on you saying that you've seen something. That's fine. Okay?
Yeah, everything is based on somebody seeing something. Just like the two people who didn't see the light when they didn't raise their lights high enough.
Thank you. Now let's
you know what I'm speaking of, don't you?
I really don't care because I need to get to the next step. The next step is how can you verify that it was curvature that you seen up there? What can you do to test that it is curvature on the surface of Earth? Because you said you saw something. Okay.
We could probably take one of the satellites and take a picture of Earth.
Take a picture. Well, why do you need a picture if you've already seen it looking like a curve up on the top, up on the airplane?
Oh, it's better to see the whole picture, isn't it? My view was just a small piece of it.
We're trying to test whether or not the surface has curvature. So how do you suppose we can measure the curving Earth? That's the next step. You said you saw curving Earth. Now I want to see if you can verify that it is curving Earth by measuring the curve. How can you measure the curve, Pier 4?
How can you measure the curve?
How can you measure the curve?
I mean, you can probably like take a circle.
No, stop.
And if you
Pier 4,
add up
Robin.
the circle, it's like 360 degrees.
Robin.
And if you take a small part of it,
I'm gonna have to stop you.
Linda, yeah.
Listen to me. I'm telling you to stop.
Yeah.
So what I'm asking for is not something that you can probably do. I want to know a method to verify that you saw curvature from an airplane window. So when you're back down to the ground, tell me the method of something you can do to verify this. I don't want maybe if we could. I don't want something suggestive. I want an affirmation of a method. Give me the method to verify.
A method?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, well, when I'm in an airplane, I don't think about measuring the Earth.
Good.
I think about going to vacation, and I look outside the window, and I see the planet Earth.
Okay, dude, you said that already. Now let's figure out whether
that's all you need. That's all you need.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
If somebody says they saw Bigfoot, you don't just say, "Oh, you seen Bigfoot? That's great." You want a
right. I would ask him if he got a picture.
Stop talking when I'm speaking. Listen, dude. You're not very good at listening, it sounds like. So, if you see something, it doesn't mean it's true. You have to verify it. That's what makes it empirical. Observation and verification of the thing that you saw. So, in this case, we want to know if the Earth is curving, like you said you saw from an airplane window. So how can you measure the curving surface? What method can be done to do this? Go.
Why are you so belligerent on the?
It's not belligerent. I'm getting you back to the point that you keep obfuscating from. You keep moving away from. So I'm bringing you back to the point that you need to be telling everybody here. Yes, you think you saw curvature. Okay, I'll bite. But I want you to tell us the method of how you can measure the curvature when you get back down to the ground.
I told you in the beginning, I'm not a scientist.
The answer is, I don't know. That's what you need to say right now. If I ask for a method, say, I don't know. That's an honest answer. I don't need you to tell me you're not a scientist. That's not going to help your cause. So you need to tell me, I saw curving Earth from an airplane window. Yes, we got that. Now, how can we measure the surface to be curving now? The method, sir. Do you know?
Okay, what did the last guy say?
The method, sir. Do you know? Yes or no?
Put a different...
No, I'm not talking about the other guy. I'm speaking to you. I want you to tell me is there a method to measure the curving surface of the
When he
Earth?
told it, it's perfectly logical. I understood it when he told.
Sir, pay attention to your microphone. You're not looking at your red mic. When there's a red mic, nobody can hear you. So now then, what I want you to do is produce a method by which we can measure the observation of what you said is a curving surface back on the ground. What is the method to measure the curving surface, sir?
Und wenn du mit Gemütlichkeit. Huh?
The method. What is it?
The method.
Hmm?
It's called the theory of cameras, which was used by the NASA pilots, astronauts, to take a photo of our beautiful planet.
Okay. So another observation of something you think is curving, yeah?
Yeah, well, you would see a globe,
Okay,
a circle,
another observation,
which is 360 degrees.
Yeah, that's your claim. Now, how can we measure that? Because all you're doing is saying somebody else saw it in a picture format. Okay, how did they measure it? Oh.
Well, you don't have to measure it, so.
Oh, you don't have to measure it. Oh, that's too bad for you. Because if you say you saw curvature and you're saying you don't have to measure it, that means you don't know if it is what you think you saw. Because it could be a function of perspective, something happening in the distance that's making it looks like something. So in order for you to verify that it is that, you'd have to be able to measure and confirm that it is what you think you saw. It's a confirmation of what your observation is. Now you're saying that in your case, you don't have to measure the thing you think is curving. So how do we know that the Earth is substantiated with the metrics that, how big is the Earth, sir? Radius, diameter, circumference. Do you know?
Oof, I don't know. I don't care.
Okay. Well, then that's the problem I think that you need to go investigate. Do some research on the size of the Earth, and then perhaps come back and then say, hey, I saw curvature from an airplane window and it matches the measurement, because let me tell you how they measured it. But you're not doing that, so I think we're
Before Alpha lets you go and you start researching your model, I have a teeny tiny little bit of homework if you're willing.
Hold on. Let me just hear him kind of answer what I had, and then I'll... Robin, did you hear what I said?
Yeah. You said I should research the circumference of the Earth.
And the radius. Yeah.
And the radius, yeah, which would be like half of the circumference, right?
Sure. But
of the diameter, right? Yeah. I'm sorry,
so
it's not the same.
There's numeric values. There are numeric values that the Earth has for the size that they claim that it is. Now, in order for you to say you saw curvature, the observation would have to match the size that they say it is. So geometrically, you'd have to be able to produce a method to measure the Earth exactly what they say it is, to verify that it is what they say it is. So your observation would match the math following the Earth being a globe. That's what I'm asking for.
Okay. And why are you? asking other people to do this and not do it yourself if that's the only thing you need?
Yeah,
You know what? It would be great if Globers did this on their own before they come in here. Sorry, Alpha. I want to add just a little bit of homework for you if you're willing to find that information out. When you come back with that info, can you also get the Earth's axis so you know that when you come in? Thanks.
The Earth's axis, like the axis of rotation.
The degree to which they claim it's tilted. Look into that, please. Come back with that info as well.
Yeah, you can look into all the ideas that people have to make the Earth be what it is as a globe. Then come back and tell us how it's been verified. That would be great. But at this current time, Robin, I don't think you have the answers for any of these questions. All you think you saw is the curvature from an airplane window, but which cannot be substantiated by a measurement.
Well, that's the only thing you need, right?
No, it's not. Robin, it's not. It really isn't. Because if there's metrics to the size of the Earth, then the question is, how did they measure it? There's a problem when you say you don't know that. Do you understand?
Yeah. Well,
the other problem.
I get my answer.
Hold on, Flatman, hold on. Robin, do you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
It's better if you research your stuff on your own. That's probably right, but there's nothing bad in believing, or what do you call it? Believing someone.
No, you can.
They do their job right.
You can believe whatever you want, but at the end of the day, this forum is not about beliefs. It's empirical evidence. What can we test and verify the claims that are being made about the Earth as a globe? Otherwise, I could tell you whatever you saw was a function of perspective. That's all. And then you don't have any way to combat that. Although you can try, but it's going to be just what your word is against mine. What you can do to verify something where it would stop everybody from saying that you saw something that you didn't see is to measure it. That would make it physical and measurable. So when you're not doing,
there's people out there verifying for me. They're called NASA.
Who?
And SpaceX.
Okay, how did they measure the surface? How did they
probably taking a picture.
No, that's an observation, Robin. Once again.
If you compare this picture to other pictures,
you can't compare. Let me ask.
Well, you can photograph a landmass, measure the landmass.
You can't compare that image of the Earth from like any NASA photos to something you see in the physical and natural world. You can't take an image of the Earth looking like a globe and walk outside and say, hey, the Earth looks just like this image. You can't compare that image to anything you see outside. It does not work that way. Simple.
Well, I can see the mountains of my country on those pictures.
It's not the mountains that we're concerned with, Robin. It's the curving Earth we're concerned with. Does the Earth look that way to you?
Why does Earth...
Does the Earth look that way to you? Answer my question.
Why it does.
Okay. So when you... Dude, we don't need your little bullshit. Just leave. Just leave, dude, or I'll ban you. Pick one. It's fine. We'll use your numbers. We'll use the numbers of you guys padding our numbers. All right, so Robin, back to you. It's simple. So all you got to do is produce the information to verify the observation. You can't say that those images look like the Earth when you walk outside because they have mountains or clouds, or that's not what's in contention. What's in contention is the curving surface that you see in that image. You don't see the Earth looking like that. So
what's in contention is the...
No, it's the curving surface. I'm telling you what's in contention. Because you say you can see it from an airplane window or any other photo that NASA gives you, okay? But if that's true, how are you comparing that to anything that's in the physical and natural world? Because your observation that you said you saw from an airplane cannot be measured. It's not measured. So you don't know how. There's no method to measure. So how can you verify that it is what you think you saw to compare it to what you think you saw? And even so, the NASA images, if they're showing you that, then it definitely would be a surface that's curving. So you would not be afraid to measure the surface. You would happily go and try to measure the surface.
Comes out if I do. You'll probably know.
What? You were muted this whole time. What? Say again?
And what comes out if I do? What is your
that the Earth is not curving? That's what comes
if you
out.
Okay, because of the parallel light rays.
No, because there is no curvature. The Earth is not
no, the non-parallel light rays. Yeah.
Okay, are you losing focus of what's being said here? You can't.
I'm working.
Okay, well, go back to work. You're not paying attention. Go back to work. That'll be better for you. I can't continue to talk to somebody who's distracted and not focusing on what's being said. There's plenty of people in here that might want to have a conversation, not with somebody who's distracted, though. I'm going to unmute you. Please mute yourself.
Okay, bye-bye. Have a nice day.
Yeah, have a nice day.
Good day, Flat Earthers.
What's up, man?
Good evening, sir.
What's going on?
Okay, I'm gonna do something I've done before. Didn't get the result I wanted. Could I get one of you to go into complex detail as to how you think forces cause the Earth to be flat?
All right, we're not talking about forces. The empirical evidence that should substantiate the Earth as a globe is lackluster. There isn't any. It's a made-up fable that you believe, sir. So the onus is on you, not us. The onus is on you to provide this substantial evidence that it is a curving surface. The onus is on you to produce that the Earth as a globe is substantiated in any way and justified. You cannot do this, so you use a burden of proof reversal, and it's a fallacy. That's why I will not comply until you produce the thing that you think you have. You're not holding aces on your hand, sir. You're holding a 7-deuce offsuit. You're completely out of scope. You don't understand how bad until I point this out to you. Go ahead and produce the evidence that the Earth is empirically a globe right now. Let's see. We're going to test your knowledge on the globe. Go ahead, sir. How is it a globe? That's all I need to do is ask you for evidence, and you become silent. This is what all you globers do. You think you have evidence, so you use a burden of proof reversal and ask us to produce evidence. No, sir. The onus is on you. It always will be. Until you actually produce this evidence.
So nobody even tries to answer. Yeah, that's wild.
No,
anyway,
that's because you cannot. Try it. I will give you the floor. Please tell me how the Earth's a globe. Justify it and also produce the evidence that it is empirically a globe. Go. I'm giving you the floor. Go. You have all opportunity to speak. Why is the mic not opening up to all kinds of truth about the Earth being a globe? Perhaps maybe it's because you do not have any. That's my suggestion, but because you're silent, I'm just going to have to assume that's the case. Yeah, you came in with the wrong motive thinking that we have the onus. It's not on us, it's on you, sir. Nice try, though. Thankfully, nobody took the bait because that's what you've tried to do. You try to throw a little line out there with a lure, seeing if anybody would bite. No one's going to bite. The onus has always been on Globe. No evidence is produced. No need to talk about anything else. Is that it? You came in here with a gimmick, and if the gimmick couldn't be utilized, then there's no more discussion. It's almost like without your script, you can't you can't talk because I've taken you off script. That's interesting. And I'm telling you, I don't care where you go. Tell me whatever you think you can about justifying the Earth as a globe. But I'm telling you, it's not possible. You can try. Many others have, and attempts have been like failing, especially this morning. If you've been paying attention. Good morning, AJ.
Hey.
Or afternoon.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Do you see that Trump coin going off the hook, bro?
Yeah. I think a lot of people lost money, yeah.
Yeah, there's a.
It's have you seen it now?
Yeah, it's highly volatile, but yeah.
Yeah, it's down at 39.
Yep. It's at 39, yep.
Yeah. I stayed away.
Like, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, I didn't see it in time, yeah. It had already pumped by the time I seen it, so I wasn't coming late to the party, that's for sure.
Yep. Funny because he made an announcement on X, so that's weird.
Oh man, I'm not really into social media that much, yeah. I only downloaded X so I could do your X show. But I have realised I need to be watching it a lot more closely because yeah, everything's released there. But I started a Bitcoin bot to try out, and it's killing it, man.
Yeah, you should start going to the brothel too, bro. Get your dick wet.
Oh God. Hannah,
Another one.
Do you have any information to support the claim that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, another one. Yeah, good one.
See, folks, that was an example. Am I coming in, guys?
Yeah.
No.
Hannah, do you have any information that the Earth is a globe?
I don't know, bro. Not my prerogative.
Okay, so I mean that's what we talk about in here, but if you don't have any, that's fine. It's all good.
I don't verbalize with Americans.
Okay. Well, some of your other Fed incomers in this party right now, so you can talk to them too. They're flat earthers in here from your country, so.
Hey, AJ, you a flat earther?
Yes, I am.
You bring disrespect to the Australian fucking name.
I just wanted to say that, AJ. Sorry.
You must have some
You're from fucking
evidence
Melbourne
for
or
this
something,
globe,
do you?
yeah?
Yeah, you're from Melbourne or something then, huh?
Don't think
fucking
so.
You got rocks in your fucking head, bro.
Not from Melbourne, man.
It's just too funny, man. It's funny because he thinks he's superior to you, like in some way.
It's amazing how people point out their own flaws in others all the time. It's
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, my apologies, bro. You convinced me the Earth's flat. Wow. My eyes are opened. I just don't know why you guys give a shit. Whether it's flat or it's a fucking globe, who gives a fuck?
Calm down, Linda. We're not here to convince you of anything.
Hey, American, how about you shut your pie hole?
American.
See, that's how little
Scum
you know
of the
about
Earth,
me.
bro.
Can you read my
Scum of the
screen?
flat Earth and the globe Earth, bro. That's what you are.
Hey, Jay, is it true that some of the Australians are racist?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Damn, dude.
Depends.
I mean,
Depends. Yeah, depends.
it does depend, huh?
Depends where you live.
Depends if you're a fucking Indian or an Aboriginal. It's either one, you can get fucked.
They think they hold some type of moral superiority, I guess. It's a complex, man, he has right now. That's fine.
Moral.
And some people, they're just wrong about life and they continue to be wrong.
Yeah, right. No, you should go live with the Aboriginals, bro. So there you go.
I don't need to.
Because there's AJ City Slicker, bro. He's never been near them.
So how little you know.
A proper man of
What a
Never
joke.
lived in the fucking bush, bro. Probably
man
voted
of the
yes
bush.
to the fucking flop.
It's a proper man of the bush, right?
This guy's a real tool. Fucking hell, man.
He's what you call a classic bogan, right? He's got the whole get up,
Oh,
cut off
so
shorts,
hey,
long hair.
hey, Batman,
Oh shit!
are you the
Hey,
Christian
Tim, he's not
preacher?
here right now.
Is he like a Christian preacher, or is this someone else?
No,
That's someone
we
else,
want
mate.
to ask.
Oh,
We don't care about that guy. We want to know if the Earth is a globe, Tim.
I would say like I'm on position of agnosticism there. Like the point itself is irrelevant, even if it's flat or. So what do you have to do? I mean, what is your answer to the question? Is irrelevant.
What do you do?
So you have no problem with wherever you live wasting money on fake space travel and ignoring homeless issues, housing issues, or you have no issue with that.
How about you let the hobos stay in your house, bro? How about that?
Well, I don't deny that they put up satellites. So I mean that there's no waste of money there.
Okay.
And it's not so much money that actually we have bigger issues. Like my main point when I've discussed with you, sorry, that there are bigger problems than the shape of the Earth. Basically, we have a huge immigration problem. We are basically being replaced, etc., etc. And the face of, like, if the Earth is a triangle or Earth, I'm thinking the question itself is seriously ridiculous. I know what. No. I know what the point is that if it is flat, then they lied about it, and then means they can lie about other stuff. But I actually believe that if they can lie about something, they can choose what they lie about.
Tim, I have a question.
Yes.
So you said that there's things that are more important than this topic, right?
Yes.
Okay, what are you doing to participate in those other things? Tell me what you've done for, let's say, anything of like what's important to you. What has been your contribution, sir?
Great question. Trying to get a woman, trying to and plan for me is get a woman, make children, as many as I can. I am spreading happiness into my local who I am with, like on work, friends, spreading those ideas exactly as you are probably. So yeah, I am contributing a lot.
If you want to get a girlfriend, maybe don't sound like such a gay cunt.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's nothing.
You sound like a fucking poof.
Thank you.
There's nothing there.
Your contribution has been something of what you think is significant, right? You think you're doing something.
Of course. I see that when I was like around 12, 13 years old, I was thinking about those deep things. And through my life, my life philosophy has actually made, what can you say? I've colored the culture around me, and I see that Sweden, for example, where I live, has formed into what I've been thinking, and I think that I'm kind of an important person, but I don't see myself as above others. I think that everyone should do like me. Like, if you have a specific opinion and you want to spread happiness into this depressing society, do that. Start conversations with your fellow countrymen on the trains, buses, etc. That's contributing. If everyone did that, damn, bro, we would have a new society.
How does that have to do with the issue of people migrating?
Sound like a kumbaya moment there.
What does that have to do with people migrating to other countries? Which is what you were saying. We got to focus on this, man. Why don't we focus? We got to talk about that. And the thing that you're contributing to has nothing to do with that prior.
We have a lot to do with that. 2015 migrant crisis. Sweden got lots of immigrants. Thing is that we are getting replaced. Like Europe is getting replaced. The white people are getting replaced by mass immigration. I think that's a whole another level of.
Dude, that's not the topic. We don't need to hear you rattling on about.
Yeah. But you were asking me why I don't think why that is important, and there's more important stuff.
No, listen. The topic is the Earth. If you don't know anything about reality, then get off your.
That's a bullshit question. That's a very loaded question.
Excuse me, Linda. You're losing the plot here. He asked you, "What are you doing in regards to what you think is more important than flat Earth?" And all you yapped about was immigrants coming into your country, not what you're doing to change that.
I just told you what I did. If you listened, I actually told you.
He said that we should talk to our countrymen, but you guys all just heard one of my countrymen. I'd be completely wasting my time. I'd get called a cunt and told to fuck off.
I don't understand. I can point up it very clear for you if you have a second to listen. One, in the future, I will get a woman, create children. Second, I will spread happiness and think those problems, bring them up to strangers.
Wrong VC for this talk. Come on.
Yeah, dude.
I know, probably, but you were asking me why.
No, you're repeating yourself. Enough. Stay on topic of this VC. This is what you hear.
You were asked what you were doing, and you said, "One day I hope to get a girlfriend, and I hang out with my friends." So you're doing nothing, but we don't care anyway. Tell us why you think the Earth is a spinning ball. That's all we care about.
Okay.
Yeah. If you didn't care, you wouldn't have joined this VC in the beginning.
I don't see why they would lie about it.
That's false.
All right, that's not evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball because you don't understand why governments lie. What's your actual evidence?
No, because the reason to lie about it, I don't see how anyone would win.
One way or the other. So what's your evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball?
I don't have any evidence.
Okay, there you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Sure. The thing is, like that's what I told you. Like, I can accept that it would be flat because, okay.
Thank you.
Well, that's all you ever experience, isn't it? A flat horizon, a motionless surface. That's all you've got. So if you don't have anything to the contrary, welcome to Flat Earth.
Snacks in the back. Thanks, man.
Yeah. Thank you. Then I guess I'm a part of you because I haven't.
I don't know.
My scene.
That far, but yeah.
No.
Well, no, it just means you know that the Earth isn't a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum. That's it.
Right, say it right. Viva la Flat Earth.
No, but it's interesting to listen.
There you go.
Can we, like...
What?
What do you usually, like... do you question someone joining the room, or do you have like?
Just take a seat.
Yeah, we asked.
Take a seat.
Yeah, we asked them things like, "Who in all history has ever measured curvature of the Earth?" And then we listened to them fail to provide anyone.
Yeah, let me show you some statistics. Oh man, my voice will be gone in just a moment, but I want to show you some statistics real quick. Look at the text channel for a second.
I'm looking.
Look at Flat Earth, the voice activity.
Ooh, yeah. I could probably guess why that is.
Because we're destroying the globe, and people are curious to know how.
I think that because it's such a big question that I think you guys doing a great job. Actually, you know why? It is because things you accept as a truth because it's been repeated to you. I 100% agree. You couldn't even imagine how much I agree with that, because you can apply that on so many other things. So, and I mean, yeah, that's basically it. Because if you start thinking like this, like just question everything, it's great. So I don't see the problem with this. Yes, that me personally, don't focus on this question because me personally think it's irrelevant, but how you question it is the most important thing. Like the government said that, and in schools they said exactly, and I think that's totally correct to question. It's just I question other things than that, but I'm more open. I'm really open for you guys to like. I mean, I'm already like. I mean, I don't see why it would be like a globe. I don't see like. Yeah, so sure, but
this goes against everything you said about
no.
This is not important, and how many people think it's important. There's people in this channel for 15,900 hours think it's that important.
And I say this from a globe perspective.
It lies against what you said when you first.
The globe perspective is this: that they think it's so ridiculous. They think it's so ridiculous.
That's not what I was saying, Tim. What I was telling you is that it goes against everything you said. You said it's not important, and it is, because look at the evidence that I'm showing you. Everybody's in here. The voice activity is off the charts. So it is important. It goes against what you said it was not important. So people think it is, and those are the statistics to show that it is important. There you
go. I think you're putting, sorry, but I think you're putting words in my mouth.
No, I'm actually showing you that people are demonstrating that being in here talking about the topic demonstrates that it is important. Otherwise, nobody would be here, and we wouldn't have those numbers. That's it. That's all I'm showing you. Evidence.
I'm not questioning your evidence. I am questioning because I said I personally don't think. Okay, that's not saying objectively that people on this, or that it's an important subject. I was actually saying that you're doing a great job because you're questioning how you're questioning it. I'm not saying the specific subject, like questioning the Earth's shape. I'm saying how you're doing it, like the epistemology. That.
Yes, but thank you for that. We want to move on, though. We can do that now. We don't have to keep telling us that over and over. We do want to move on.
Great. You don't have to mute me.
I do, because you kept going away like a runaway train. I had to.
No, but just tell me to stop then.
I did, but you didn't heed, so.
No, but... Okay. I'll accept it. All right.
You guys can talk to Mitchell. He's reluctant, though. He crosses his arms like a child. I'm not talking to you. Why are you guys begging for my attention? Mitchell. MTCHL _
Can I ask you guys, like someone here?
We're talking to somebody else, Tim. We're trying to get his attention. But apparently he's going to feel like, oh, what, me again? You don't have the globe evidence, that's fine. It's okay. Maybe Adeline has it. Adeline, do you think the Earth's a globe?
No, I was just listening.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about Moonshine? Moonshine, do you think the Earth's a globe? Good old Moonshine?
What?
Do you think the Earth's a globe?
I'm just listening to conversation. I haven't been paying attention, sorry.
Fair enough.
How are you listening to the conversation if you're not paying attention?
I'm having my headphones on and doing something else and using you guys as background noise.
That's
fair enough. Can I ask a question or not?
Oh, hell no. Now go ahead, man. What's your question?
My question is, why do you think this is, like, you personally? Why do you think this... Okay, because it's the truth.
Yeah.
Do you think the truth is more important than anything else?
Yes.
Yes, truth matters.
Truth above all else.
Thank you. And the truth shall set you free?
Exactly.
Set us free.
Now you're speaking.
Set all of us.
Now you're speaking my language. Yeah, that's true.
I see, because I understand you. It's like I understand you completely. It's just that.
Okay.
Yeah. I do actually. I do. I'm very good at understanding other people, like their reason and how they feel about stuff. Yeah, I am.
Tim, do you want to get your 10,000 words in? I think you do.
10,000 words. What?
You're trying to get your 10,000 words in. Seems like you're looking for a reason to fit as many words as you can. Like
No.
Okay.
I'm trying to get to an understanding, because I just loved understanding other people. Because I don't like attacking people for their beliefs. I only love understanding their perspective before I would somehow make a judgment, or not even that. Like I'm a very perceiving guy, and I judge after I've known them completely. And in most cases, you can't judge them, because it's like bullying a handicapped person because they're handicapped. It's like, and I'm not, but I feel that for everyone, including myself. If someone understands me, they probably would do the same as me, like walk in my shoes, and there we go.
Yo, I don't think we ordered a Yappuccino, bro. I hate when you get a call and it's a robot. That sucks. We need to check on your car's warranty. I'm like, dude, shut up. Oh, sorry, Tim.
Oh, thank you.
Well,
I hate
Mr.
it when I
Bacon-
stay up all night to trade and there's no volume and nothing's moving.
Yeah, it's a bit like there's no wind blowing right now, so
No.
calm waters, man. It makes you uneasy, doesn't it? Makes me uneasy. Like, dude, what's gonna happen, bro?
Do you think that silence makes you uneasy?
Huh?
Yeah, silence. Does that make you uncomfortable?
I think silence is the best thing to ever exist.
Mm-hmm. The sound of death is silence.
Sound of silence and sound of music.
That's why you use this channel as like background noise. It's the same reason you put on your TV when you're doing something else, to feel like there's another. We have an epidemic of.
God, dude.
Yeah,
Like, you
I'd
feel
say
like
that
you're less lonely.
I'd say that I'm going to answer your question, Tim. It depends on the situation, because if I was on a first date and there was silence, I'd be very concerned.
Yeah. That would be a great date, though. Like if you.
It means it's not going well, dude.
At least you're not hearing the complaining of the woman.
Well,
this is why he hasn't found a woman. He goes on a date and it's silent. And he's like,
yeah, I love it.
When they don't.
No, that would actually be. I'm gonna write that up. Like going, like, of course, you're telling a woman that.
Yeah, but he's just gonna give him a Yappuccino, dude, and they're gonna be upset because he doesn't let them talk. He's just gonna keep talking.
That's
Like
why we
that-
stay silent.
Yeah, but Tim is he doesn't understand. He's gonna get 1,000,000 words in before. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Where are you going? I'm still talking. Like she's not gonna want to talk to him. Sorry, Tim.
That's fun as a. But no, I have a very deep understanding.
Of course.
I am also extremely smart.
Go ahead, Fry. Tell him how smart you are, man.
Oh, he has no idea.
There you go. That's how smart he is. You have no idea how smart he is. That's how smart he is.
You know, I know I'm intelligent because I have no idea. You know, Socrates, right? Right.
You guys are some deep thinkers around here.
Oh, so deep. Oh, I've read Greek. I'm so deep.
I would prefer if I went on a date and we were both completely silent, because then I don't have to ask weird questions.
Exactly.
And he doesn't have to ask weird questions. We could just
It couldn't be Tim though, because he would.
It could be me.
You would talk your ear off. Your ear would fall off because you
Yeah,
could.
Yappuccino.
Yeah.
I'm a deep thinker, I would say. So no.
You write it on your dinner napkin. Stop giving me a Yappuccino, and so.
I love that. I'm gonna write that up.
Telling the waiter to get the appuccino off my table.
Yeah, please. I didn't order one. Didn't order the appuccino.
I love you guys. That's fun.
And don't give me a taco latte either. I don't need that.
No.
I love how you make. Oh yeah, this is happiness. This is happiness.
All right.
But just a silent
Love you
day
guys,
cuddling
love you
in
guys.
bed. That's the best thing.
Oh yeah, that too.
Nothing more.
With Tim.
Mhm.
It's coming from someone who says that that's the way it should look like, and then you're over here going yep. Like, dude, I mean, come on, man. Take a hint, bro.
I love that. Yeah,
You taking notes? Cause take notes.
I am taking notes.
All right. But still, I think we got somebody else new in here. Ride My Honda is new. We're talking to some new people in here. If you think the Earth's a globe and you have some evidence, or there's some method that you can tell to us how you know it's a globe, then please present your evidence. We want to hear how you can at least justify that it's a globe. Justification that it is one. That's interesting. Now we got on the panel right now myself, AJ, Amish who's in here, Crit, Cyclone definitely. We should name. I gotta give you like an extra name, dude, like Cyclone the Destroyer or something, because every time you're in here, dude, people are just spiraling out of control, man. And they're upset because you have like this monotone way of doing things, so they're just like, it makes them even more mad because you're not like coming at them, so it's weird.
Well, the worst cyclone I think that's hit us so far is Cyclone Yassi. So you call him Cyclone Yassi.
Okay, so what globers do we have here?
I don't know, so I'm asking.
Yeah, it's so quiet when it comes from those globers, so you know.
Well, we got Billy Bob and Blasphemous. Go ahead.
I want to live on a planet that's just totally quiet.
Quiet planet.
Can go on Mars.
A quiet place. That's a great
Like a
movie.
robot there, though.
The robot's making too much noise. We can't do Mars.
Imagine the world like a quiet place. As soon as you make a sound, there's like monsters and stuff going ahead of you.
In other words, that reality.
I would die quickly. Yeah,
You would be a dead man. Yeah.
I would be the first one to die.
He'd be talking through the whole thing. So is there monsters? Yeah, there's monsters, right? So the monsters are coming at first. Where are they at? Are they over here? Are the monsters like, dude? Then by the time you know, he killed the whole party. They're all dead because of him. You'd wipe out your whole entire clan. There hasn't been a good argument for globe in here, so.
I want to see what space actually looks like.
What do you think it looks like?
I don't know, black. It's
Really?
obviously not quiet.
What space?
Yeah.
That's what they say it is. It's just extreme silence.
Well, according to the high and mighty scientists.
According to nerds. You know, all scientists are nerds, right?
Yeah.
What?
Most of them, yeah. Not all of them.
Yeah, allegedly.
Yeah.
Nerds are nerds.
Nerds is just a meaner way of calling someone smart, okay?
Yeah, kind of. And smart and intelligent are two different things. Smart is when you're being fed information, for example, and you can repeat that and like do everything with the information provided. But intelligence is getting the information without someone telling you, or basing it off someone telling you. Right. Your epistemology is your intelligence, I would say.
My intelligence is my bed. That is the only thing that makes me intelligent.
Repeating people. I mean, it's about if someone tells you something and you can understand what they mean, and then based off that use the same kind of reasoning. That's smart. But
No.
Isn't
That's
it?
That's not critically thinking for yourself. That's me telling you it rains diamonds on Neptune, and you go around telling everybody that that's true.
No.
That's not smart. That's not smart at all, brother. No. Repeating people is not a sign of intelligence. Thank you.
No. I said it's different things. I just told you that smartness and intelligence are different things. It's very smart to bring gym clothes to your gym class. Doesn't mean that you're less intelligent if you don't do it, right?
Oh yeah.
So nah.
I still want to see what space looks like.
Yeah, what does space look like? Black.
Black.
The idea
It's a black hole.
The idea that the vacuum of space exists like they tell you, and the story that they tell you that it is, with ball planets flying around, that story is just something that they got you to believe. They use pictures, they use video, but there's no way to substantiate something like that. It's like telling you a story like, I don't know, any good story. You can take Narnia or Middle Earth from The Lord of the Rings. Something like this, a fantasy place that exists only in your mind, but not in reality. So they can show you like images and stuff. Like, you know, when you go see a movie, you see a video and it's got moving pictures, and to you, that looks real, but it's not. It's movie magic. So you can't tell, your mind can't tell the difference if you're viewing something that's real or not based on what someone's presenting to you. However, when you are able to test the thing that they're showing you to be real or not, then you can find out whether or not that could be even something conceptually real. So you have to have some way of testing something empirically, right? That's important. Primary experience of the thing they're saying exists. Primary experience would be a great way for empiricism to begin. Otherwise, you're just left with somebody telling you a story and you believe the story. So that's the problem we're having in, you know, today's world. You guys are young and you're being fed a story and you've not challenged it, so.
I hate that my mic picks up every noise. Sorry if you can hear it.
No, it just like turns on or whatever. Like
No, you can hear me breathing and I don't like it.
Oh, we got see. There's nobody new in here. Tim just deafened. So I don't know. I've never heard Billy Bob
did.
actually speak, so
He deafened as soon as you started talking.
yeah.
Yeah.
Did do that. What are you up to, Cyclone? The Destroyer? The Globe Destroyer. He's AFK.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, anybody here got flyer to merch? Like coffee cups or like t-shirts?
Yeah, I got one. I'll
What
post
is
for
it?
you. I'll post it for you. Just give me a
Send
second.
it.
I'll get it.
I think I'm gonna order a t-shirt.
There it is.
So you have that.
Yep, sitting on my desk right now.
That's not really a flat Earth mug, though. It's
Yeah,
just
it is actually. Because we have to keep doing that so that people can understand it. They don't need to be
suppose.
excessively talking. Doesn't need to happen.
How's the T-shirt, the white one that I posted? It's either that or this one. I think I'm gonna get the black one. Cooler design.
Yeah, that's reification fallacy on a shirt. No one can prove that
Wait.
to be the case.
Which one? The black one or the the white one?
The black one and the white one. They're both.
Wait, so you disagree with it?
Yep.
The fuck? What?
Because when someone says flat Earth, is that what you think flat Earth is?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's on the back. Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, that's like just a artistic rendition more than like something literal.
That's fine. It could be whatever it is, but it's reified by you actually presenting it the way you are. Hey, man, look at me. I'm a flat earther. This is what I think flat Earth looks like. And somebody's
Right.
looking at that, and they don't
It's an
have to.
artistic model. It doesn't have to be
Yeah,
literal.
well, it's going to give somebody the impression that's what you think. Isn't it?
It's a conversation starter.
It's also a reification fallacy. That's what
Maybe.
it is.
I guess.
It is. Not maybe. It
I
is.
mean, you can't look at a piece of art and be like, no, that's not what it looks like.
I know, but then you're going to sit there explaining to somebody how that's not what you're saying. Why do that? Why get in a conversation? Like, no. But yeah, this is not what I think the Earth is. Then why are you wearing a shirt that
Honestly,
shows?
that's on the back. So, and like most people will just read the
Okay,
front.
you are not understanding what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. It's still on you and it's presentable. Somebody's going to ask the question, why do you have it then on your shirt?
You can black it out.
Why don't you just not have that in the first place? That would be blacking it out, wouldn't it?
I like the design.
Well, then keep the design. But I'm just telling you that that's all you're going to hear. People telling you, well, that's what you think the Earth is. That's what you think the Earth is. And shit. Then you're going to be
Yeah, the
defending
white
that.
one is
No, that's not
pretty.
what I mean.
The white one is like, it sort of looks like it's trying to model the flat Earth. So I was not a huge fan of that one. That's just.
I'm just
It
saying,
looks
do what you do, man. But it's a reification fallacy.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah,
I just want to show them
look
the
what
back.
Overfences put in the image. That's what's going to happen. People are going to think you're talking about that thing. The flying pizza, the flying
Fair.
space bubble, or whatever. Yeah, that's what
That
I'm
is
telling you.
fair. That is fair. That is fair.
The flying stalactite, whatever.
So in India, Amazon just has these two T-shirts. There's no other. I can't find flat Earth merch.
I don't believe that. Not even a little.
Oh yeah, it is.
India is the place where clothes are made. You mean to tell me there's no way they can make some? You are just. I couldn't even believe that if you tried. India is the place where, like, people make designs and clothes and like. Come on, dude.
No, we don't design here. India's like more like a sweatshop for. So these T-shirts, they're probably made in India, but like the design that's printed on it, that happens like somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
There's a lot of stuff that comes from India, though. Made from India. Made from India. Seen that over here in the States.
I think China is more of an exporter than India.
You guys are going to be taxed to all get out, though, with these tariffs.
Maybe.
Yep. That's funny. I only said that in chat because that's what he said earlier. He's doing the thing to start a conversation. What I was doing with him earlier. He's like, why are you begging for me to talk to you? I'm like, dude, it's what people are just having conversations. So he's doing that in chat, and that's why I said that. Cyclone, you know he has the ability to speak, right? That Mitchell guy? He just doesn't speak, so.
Sorry, I got a phone call there. Yeah, he's doing some fine religious chanting in the chat there, Mitch. Earth is globe. I know it. Yeah, Mitchell's seen all of the cartoons, so he knows it's real. Don't you, Mitch?
I was talking to him like that earlier, and he's like, "Why are you begging me to speak?" Like he's so I don't know, man. What's the word here? I was calling him out, and he's like, "You're just begging me to speak." Like I'm like, dude, how else are we gonna know if you don't say verbally? Like, so he just sticks in the chat. Chat's skanking.
Mitch, if the Earth is not a globe, stay silent. Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
Snacks in the back.
There you go. Another win.
Yeah.
How's it going, Miggy? You're sounding a bit choked up.
Yeah, dude. I don't know if it's like strep or what. Shit's knocking me out.
Oh, shit. You're still in here flat smacking the globies. Good stuff.
On my worst day, I'm still flat smacking, bro.
Too funny. Like in the hospital bed. Show me the curve.
Dude, I'm gonna be doing it in the old folks' home, dude.
I demand a curve.
My last day on Earth, that's what it's gonna be. I'll be arguing with people about this. I'm gonna be kicking down, fucking knocking shit over, burning shit down before I leave.
Oh Lord.
I hope you get better soon.
Yeah, I'm taking a lot of vitamin C and doing other regular stuff. But just takes its course or whatever. What are you guys up to?
Oh, I'm just finishing up at work soon. And funny conversations. As usual with these guys. Just mad coping.
Robert came in earlier, and have you ever seen the meme of the baby that runs into the room and he gets scared and he runs out?
Oh yeah.
That's what he did because he saw me and he was like, "Uh-oh." And I captured his user ID and I banned him because he knew that I was going to keep doing that. So he thought he was slick and just popping in and popping out because he said, "Uh-oh." And he left. I was like, dude, I'm way ahead of you. He gets unbanned. I don't know how. Somebody unbans him. And he's back in.
Yeah, he's going to have a full series here. We're going to have to make a side playlist for all of Robert's Golden Globies.
Yeah, I got one on my Twitter page.
I like that he's graduated to there being no up or down. That was a good clip.
He's confused, dude. He's really confused.
No, he's a scientist.
Yeah. Allegedly, yeah.
Doesn't know what up or down is, but he's a scientist.
Oh, shit, Mitchell got banned. Bye,
Rip.
Mitchell.
Ritual.
Quits. Is there a way to show how the garbage takes itself out? Oh, no. That was somebody else booted him. We're actually taking the garbage out. It is what it is, man. I was kind of impressive though. I saw how many hours we're in this channel. 15,900 hours. That's quite impressive, man. I think that's more than I've ever seen. I think we've done more hours than that. It's a lot of number of hours, man.
Yeah, that could be the all-time high, actually.
Isn't it?
I think. Yeah, I think so.
And I don't know, when does the month end for that? That's another question.
Hmm.
So I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Happens. I'll be back later.
Problems.
Have you got anything from like a flight
That's how they
manual
lift.
that says they do this?
Sorry, what was the? It says Honolulu. Cows pregnant age. Okay, so they were going to Hawaii. Where was their starting? Oh, from San Francisco.
Once you're at 500 mile an hour, it really don't matter. There's some massive amount of pitch that you're going to have to deal with if it was curved.
If you don't change your pitch and you're negotiating the ball every minute, you're gaining, was it 2,700 foot in altitude every minute? If you don't change your pitch, and that's at 500 miles an hour. Like I said, traveling at the Mach 1, 2, 3, 4, you're traveling faster, so you're going to have to negotiate that curvature by changing your pitch a lot more. No one changes.
Your pitch will increase too.
Yeah. You have to remember how aircrafts fly as well. So like we're talking about, the pitch of the aircraft is up by 1, 2, 3 degrees. Now, what are we saying? Are we going to say that gravity is going to sort that out? Well, gravity will have to push the nose down and lift the back of it up. That's not happening. Aircrafts fly horizontally, maintaining a parallel with the sea level below at altitude.
Flight simulators and pilots are all trained to treat the Earth as if it's flat and motionless.
So I'm looking at this flight log, and they do adjust their pitch. What's the purpose of the blue area? Is that just to show that the pitch is constant? Because after that blue area, it goes down. There's a jump down, and then it's
probably
kind of flat, and then they have to go up for some reason.
It's a crashed
and then it's back down.
Yeah, it's a crashed aeroplane. So this was a report into an aircraft that crashed.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. All right.
So where's the curve? The age-old question.
It'll shut us all up. We'll all go home. Show us the curve, give us the measurements, we'll all go home.
So why is it that if you have two planes, because you guys didn't answer my question. If you guys have two planes, one is going in a straight line, and one is going in a
it is
semicircular path, why does the plane with the semicircular going in a semicircular
straight line? How do you know it's going in a straight line, dude?
Because
if your Z and Y position is the same, and your X position is changing, then you're going in a straight line.
It's reference for an elevation, which is sea level.
How would you know that?
Because you have sensors in the plane that tell you where you are on 3D axis. On 3D axis.
Yeah, that 3D axis is horizontal and vertical.
What are these sensors called?
I don't know what they're called. They probably use ultrasound.
Well, if we knew what they were called,
how do you know they have these sensors then?
Position sensor, I guess, is what they would be called.
You don't know what they're called. You just don't have them.
Can you share this information with us, please?
Just got to be clear as well. Aircrafts don't find curved paths. They fly in straight paths and then change their bearing when they get to a location. Change their angle again and then change their... They don't fly in curved paths. If they did so, the aircraft would be constantly banking.
And wasting fuel.
So then the so the implication would be then that the position sensors are lying.
No.
What sensors are you talking about?
These airplanes have sensors. I mean, do you want me to link you an example from Honeywell or?
Yes, no, please. No. Please do.
As long as they show curvature, yeah. I think he was just given flight paths.
That's an example of a commercial position sensor that an airplane might use. There are other companies that make them, but the Honeywell example is in the side jet.
So if it doesn't dip its nose, it flies to outer space. Would you agree with that? Because the curve
doesn't dip its nose.
Yeah, it would soon go to outer space because there's curving under it. Would you agree with that?
With sufficient exit velocity, yes.
Yeah.
And
the surface is curving and you maintain horizontal. Ipso facto, you're gaining out. Sorry.
The planes do pitch a little bit as they fly.
Upwards, yeah.
Horizontal.
From horizontal.
Between 1 and 3 degrees to maintain lift at speed. Yeah.
Those degrees are based on horizontal.
It's weird, though. We don't have a pile of pilots.
Well, you might get a biased pilot, even if so, that comes in and says, yeah, we negotiate the curve, even though they don't. Can't get over that video in the side chat with the shotgun. Sorry. My bad. That shit's hilarious. Plane can get in serious trouble if it starts dipping its nose below horizontal.
Drew a little diagram side. See the little black sphere or circle.
You're very quiet, mate. I don't know if you want to get closer to your microphone.
Is this better?
Ever so very slightly, yeah.
Okay, are you guys able to hear me?
100% better, thank you.
Okay, so I posted a little picture on the side in the little chat. It's just a little diagram I drew. So that would explain why you'd pitch up if it was spherical.
If it was spherical and you pitch up, you're going to fly into outer space.
But remember, what are you pitching up relative to? You're not pitching up relative to a level. You're pitching up relative to the horizon.
Yeah, which is horizontal. What gives you your
remember?
What gives you
look
your
at the diagram?
What gives you the false horizon?
Even on the radar, they have this flat horizontal line that's got to match the horizon. Even on the little screen there. Yeah.
So the horizon, if you draw a line from your plane to the horizon, that will point a little bit down from a level if you had a level on the plane.
You do. That's what the gyroscope's for. It gives you false horizon.
So you're saying that even at 35,000 feet, the horizon is still horizontal. That's what you're admitting that, right? It's not curved. There's no curve left or right, nor in front of you.
No. It's not left to right.
It's horizontal. Or in front of you. They're treating it as it's horizontal.
The three gyroscopes in the system, the three gyroscopes in the IRS system are spun up and started when the aircraft is on the floor. So it's maintaining that's how it gets its horizontal reference. It then uses that horizontal reference to fly horizontally. Mm-hmm. If we're going to say that the false horizon changes because of the gyroscope affected by gravity, then the aircraft pilot would have to change the pitch of the aircraft to meet that new horizontal constantly. If the aircraft's flying on a tangent.
And we're just talking about commercial planes. We're not even talking about like Mach 4.
Problems get worse when you're traveling faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah, you going that fast, Mach 3, Mach 4, you dip your nose below the fucking horizontal on the screen. Better be a good fucking pilot.
But did you look at the diagram though?
Yeah.
They do it. Blue Angels and shit, they do it.
But according to the diagram, in order to not fly, like basically, you will point the aircraft below level if you had one of those little air bubble levels on the plane.
Yeah.
But you'll point it above the horizon.
It'll constantly be on one side of the level bubble. It'll never go to the other side.
Yeah.
The nose side. It'll never go to the nose side.
But that's the question, right? Their instrumentation doesn't have a little bubble level.
That's a gyroscope. The gyroscope maintains rigidity in space. It's what gives you your IRS horizontal reference, the false horizon in the cockpit. The gyroscope.
Yeah.
I
would admit they fly better with the gyroscope, but they also flew before the gyroscope.
But I mean, this doesn't even need a gyroscope, right? If you just fly a plane and you point your nose above the horizon, that's what you have to do on a globe,
which is horizontal. So you're saying that if the Earth was flat, you would treat it the same as if it was a sphere?
No, if it was flat, I guess you'd point it at the horizon.
No, because you're on a different horizontal to the horizontal plane below. This is why the false horizon is just above the visible horizon because of your altitude.
So it varies based on your altitude.
Yeah.
Why would the horizon position, like if you have a plane and it's really big compared to you, because that's the Earth, right? Why would the horizon change if you go high up versus being low down?
If you changed your angle, you can see further across the surface, so your horizon extends. It's just the angle that you're at.
Horizontal don't change. Just the amount that you can see changes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you are on the ground, and in order to be level with being flat, you have to point at the horizon, right?
Just answer me this and I'll mute. If the Earth was flat, would you fly across it the same as if it was a sphere?
Do you mean like pointing my aircraft, or do you mean like planning my route?
Do you think it would consist of two different ways of flying across it?
Well, certainly I plan the route differently.
Fly this way. If the Earth was a sphere, you'd fly this way. Or are you saying that it wouldn't matter? You'd fly the same way?
No, you'd have to fly differently.
Okay, thank you.
But you wouldn't point below the horizon on a globe. You'd have to point above the horizon.
Oh, no, you would always point the horizon. Because if we're going to take your scenario that the Earth is a ball The false horizon in the cockpit is controlled by the gyroscope, and gravity affects the gyroscope. That means that the horizon indicator is always going to constantly be changing. You wouldn't have to dip below the horizon. You'd have to correct continually to be 1, 2, 3 degrees above that horizontal, because that horizontal with distance keeps changing. No one's saying you have to point down below the horizon, because your pitch of the aircraft is important, 1 to 2 to 3 degrees above that horizontal. If that horizontal keeps changing, but you don't change your pitch is going to increase. You would have to correct to maintain the pitch of 1, 2, 3 degrees above the horizontal, something a pilot never does.
But in that diagram that I drew, the point of that diagram is to show that in order to stay at the same altitude, you would have to point a little bit above the horizon and not change it. So you wouldn't change your pitch as you're flying. You just point it a couple degrees above. I don't know exactly how much.
I think you're failing to realize that the anywhere from 1 to 3 degrees above horizontal is for lift. That's to keep lift under the plane, so it stays lifted.
That's not entirely true.
Yeah, it is.
Well, so you just design your wings so that you get lift when you point the nose straight, right? You're not looking at the angle of the wings, right? The wings are angled a little bit
The
up.
angle of your wings is what creates the lift.
Of course.
So you're pushing against the air, right? You get lift.
But the wings are not.
Once you dip below horizontal, now you're going down. You're no longer. It's not pressing against the wings for lift.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but the instrumentation that tells you what pitch your plane is at is not necessarily the same as your wings. Like the wings might have to be angled up more than the nose of the plane all the time anyway. That just might be how they build the planes.
It's a ratio between the pitch of the aircraft and the speed of the aircraft to maintain lift.
Yes, but you could make an aircraft where you point the nose level and the wings are slightly tilted upwards, right? As far as I am aware, that's how most aircraft are built.
When you say point the nose level, what are you referring to?
I mean, the body or any part of the air. There's some part where you decide this is what the pitch direction.
What is it level? What is it level to though? When you say level?
Any like you say it's level to the ground. Even if the plane's landed on the ground, you can just look at the nose. Okay, the nose is pointing straight, and the wings are attached to the fuselage a little bit angled. I imagine
level with the horizon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're on the ground, you could just say level with the ground.
Horizon, right?
I mean, I mean,
level
you put
with the position
bubble
directly under you, and it's level also with the position way out there in the distance that you can see that's forming the horizon.
I mean, yeah, if you're like a few meters above the ground, the horizon will be you won't be able to really tell the difference between the level if you have one of those bubble levels.
Yeah, it'd be parallel with the horizon, right?
Yeah, sure. But you see what I mean, where the wings can be angled up even when you're landed on the ground and the plane is flat.
Still, same principle as what Jedi's been talking about still applies.
But I'm not following.
You'd still have to. So if they design an aircraft where the wings accounted for the pitch needed in order to maintain lift, right? Your nose was just pointed horizontally, right? The fuselage, the whole plane's basically just pointed horizontally while it's flying. Is it it's moving into the distance, right? It's now going to have pitch, new horizontal that it's going to have to adjust for.
Yeah. While you're trying to defend that the plane's going over a curve, even you are using terms of level and flat.
So when I say level, I mean one of those bubble levelers where you are basically pointing a line straight down to the center of the earth or just straight down to the ground, where if you went to the ground and you put one of those like right angle meters, you'll just point directly from the ground up to the plane. Right? That's what the level shows you.
Right.
But
So
the horizon,
when you're traversing over a spherical Earth, you're going to use terms that are consistent of level and flat.
What was the last few words you said?
That's what you said. You said the plane, even on a curve, would be level. The plane would be flat. So, depending on the curve, you're using terms level and flat. It might sound silly, but I don't get why you would use such terms.
Well,
if it's going over a curve.
If you're on a sphere, so if you're on a sphere and you take a point that goes from your location to the center of the sphere, that would be, you could call down, right? That's straight down, right? And then
what's the reference of straight down?
To the center of the sphere, between you and the center of the sphere.
The center of the sphere? You're looking for a nosedive down to the ground?
No, I'm saying that's what straight down is, right?
Yep.
And then level would be the tangent to that, right? So right angle, right? Okay, so
right angle consists of what?
90 degrees.
What gives you the reference of down in the aircraft?
So I'm just defining the terms. I'm saying if you pointed from the center of the aircraft to the center of a sphere, if the Earth was a sphere, that would be down. And then level would be 90 degrees up from that. That's not what I'm saying.
Where do you get the 90 if it's sphere?
I'm saying, no, I mean, you know what like being tangent to a sphere is, right?
Not 90 degrees.
This is why I brought up the gyroscope. So if the gyroscope is being affected by gravity and pointing to the centre of the Earth, with distance, this would change the artificial horizon in the cockpit with reference to the curvature of the Earth. This means that the pilot would have to correct for that new horizontal all the time, continue.
If you always keep the plane at the same angle with respect to your gyroscope, then you're not changing the pitch of your plane.
You would have to, because the gyroscope is changing the false horizon. If we're imagining that we're on a tangent, right? So that false horizon would continuously be changing. So the aircraft pilot would have to keep the aircraft in alignment with that false horizon by constantly changing the pitch downwards to meet that 1, 2 to 3 degrees above the horizontal, because that horizontal keeps changing. If the aircraft is to maintain horizontal, but the gyroscope controlling the false horizon is changing, then with time and speed, you will gain altitude.
So you're imagining that the plane is pointing tangent to the surface of the Earth, right? And if that's the case, then yes, then you have to adjust the pitch constantly, right? Yeah. But what I'm saying is that you don't point the plane tangent to the Earth's surface. You point it a little bit above the horizon.
Wouldn't matter.
That's why I asked you earlier if it would be a difference between flying over a flat plane and a sphere. And for some reason, your answer was that the flat one would be more downwards than the sphere.
Yeah.
You're imagining that the plane is tidally locked to the sphere Earth.
No.
It's in orbit.
No. I think there's a visualization problem going on here. I might try, if I have time, to make a little program that just renders this as like an animation so you can kind of see the visualization of the geometry.
Going to show it like it's in orbit.
Yeah.
It's tidally locked.
No, not in orbit. Not in orbit. It's moving with respect to the surface of the sphere,
which is continually changing a rate of slope with distance. So I've given you all this, and you still have to change the pitch of the aircraft to maintain 3 degrees above the horizontal. If your horizontal, which is controlled by the gyroscope and gravity, we'll give you the argument for, is constantly changing, which it would need to do.
But that's just not. That's not the case. So like.
Excuse me.
So think about what happens when you're in orbit, right?
I've never been in orbit.
No, but if an object is, this is true with like a table where you spin an object around and you tie it to the center of the table, right? So as it's spinning, the string is pulling it in to the center of the table, and that's why it doesn't just fly off, right?
Mm-hmm. So this means that gravity is pulling the nose down but pushing the back of the... Sorry.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about saying in orbit, right? So there's no pitch change here. It doesn't matter what direction you're facing. You're just flying. You're just moving around this sphere, right? There's a point moving around the sphere, and the center of the sphere is pulling on the point, right?
Okay, so what if the table was a sphere?
Well, so the whole idea of visualizing this is that in the case of orbiting, you can treat it just as a disk because there's a symmetry.
That's why I asked you earlier. You said there would be a difference. Now you're saying there won't be a difference.
No,
treat it the same.
I don't think you're seeing what I'm talking about.
Likewise.
Okay, I'm going to come back maybe in a few weeks if you're still here, and I'll try to have made.
We'll be here.
A visualization of. Okay, cool.
Unless all you globers give up, we'll be here.
Yeah, bring a proof of your curvature, please.
Well, it's not going to be a proof of curvature. It's going to be a visualization of this geometry that I'm talking about.
Well, no, it needs to be proof of curvature or motion, one of the two.
Visualization as an imaginary, or?
I mean, like, I think you're misunderstanding like the geometry here.
Well, we can visualize things imaginary. I'm just making sure it wouldn't be imaginary.
Yeah, no, it'll be a visual thing, but it's not like measurements of the Earth. There's nothing like that. It's just showing how an object would move around a sphere.
Yeah, we've seen it, man. But go ahead. Like, we love a good cartoon.
It's not going to be a cartoon. It'll be accurate if you plugged in the right numbers, right? Like
just tell me, right? Just tell me. When an aircraft is flying level, right? It's pitched up a little bit, right? But it's flying.
Sure.
It's not changing altitude. It's just flying along. Its orientation to horizontal changing.
So the key is when you say orientation towards horizontal, are you talking about to the tangent of the surface? Or are you talking about
what horizontal is? I'm just talking about what horizontal is. In relation to horizontal, how about this? In relation to horizontal and vertical, is the plane's orientation changing?
No.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
But it's not. Because, like, if you look at a sphere, the horizon point is not, it's not at the same angle.
Okay, so horizontal changes constantly on your sphere?
No.
Is changing or it isn't changing?
It's exactly the same, but what I'm saying is that
you've got the same horizontal as when you first started before you took off. It's still the same horizontal, or it's a different horizontal now?
If you go higher, the higher you go up, the
further. I'm talking about the further you go. The further you go. The distance.
No, the further you go, you could just keep going around and around and around. It would be exactly the same.
Right. It's the same horizontal that you used as reference to begin with before you took off. Now the same horizontal will parallel with that horizontal 1,000 miles into the distance. Is it?
So on a globe, do you think that the tangent to the surface is the same at the same angle?
So it changes then. So it changes.
If you go higher, of course. Like if you look at that diagram.
So the orientation, you're saying the orientation has changed.
Well, if you change altitude, of course.
To your original horizontal, right? You're saying your position relative to your original horizontal is now different. So relative to a new horizontal and a new vertical.
So if you're on a sphere and you go really far away from the sphere, like really, really ridiculously far away. Eventually, to the point where it's just a little dot, and you can barely see it.
I'm just talking about this, right?
To see it, right?
You've got 2 points on your sphere. Both have a tangent plane.
You're going to have to draw this out. What
so you've got a circle, and you've got 2 dots at different points at different locations on the edge of the circle, and they're both, you're going to draw a tangent plane on to both of them. So you can have 2 tangent planes. Are they parallel to one another?
So if you look at that diagram,
if they're not perfectly at the top and the bottom, if they're not perfectly opposite each other, they're going to be parallel.
I'm not entirely sure what the arrangement is. So like if you look at the diagram that I drew, that's I guess kind of far back now. But if you look at that, are you talking?
I can't look at whiteboards. I can't access it. With the I'm using, I can't.
So do you mean if you're just a point on the surface of the sphere and then a point above that?
Oh, somewhere else on the surface of the sphere.
Oh,
the
I
circle,
see. Okay,
right?
I see.
And they're not opposite each other. Each has a tangent plane drawn to them.
Mm-hmm.
Those tangent planes parallel, or will they intersect?
Well, of course they intersect. Yeah.
Right. You're saying that horizontal has changed. You move above or along the surface. Don't feel it, right? It feels like it's still the same, right? It feels like you're still just the same horizontal as you were from your original,
I see
from
what
your
you're
departure
saying.
point.
I see what you're saying. So I guess the point of this is that you're talking about, in the case of, okay, does the plane change its pitch? What you're asking is 2 different questions. You're asking, one, does it change its pitch relative to the horizon at any given point? And then the other question is, does it have some torque applied to it, right? That rotates it around.
Be asking, what's changing it? What's changing it for? What is correcting the plane's orientation relative to horizontal and vertical? Given that as it moves over the surface, it's constantly developing new horizontal and vertical reference planes.
So I guess you could do a test with this. If you know somebody who has a hobby plane, you can tell them, I'm going to bring a level with us on the plane, and you can say fly exactly level with this level, and just fly for a while and see if your altitude changes. And if your altitude changes with respect to sea level, then you'll know, oh, we have to be on a sphere. And if it remains exactly the same, then you say, well, it must be flat.
What is your level going to do for you?
It tells you what the tangent is, right? The level will tell you that you're flying at the tangent.
You're saying it's going to naturally just maintain its orientation continuously.
So,
but he's going to have to adjust for it, right?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that in order to keep that level flat, you'll find that the pilot, this would be my expectation. You'd have to find that the pilot has to pitch down a little bit to keep the level flat. But if he wants to just point
he would just maintain the same altitude.
So, but that's an experiment, right? You'd say don't touch the throttle or somehow fix it so that the you're not changing any direction of any of the aerofoils on the thing. And then if you just fly for like an hour, the level should be exactly the same. But if it's changed and you've gone up in altitude, that would let you distinguish between a sphere and a flat Earth.
What would the pilot be doing? Would he just be flying? How would he be flying? Like, just he wouldn't be touching the joystick. He'd just lock it in, put it on autopilot.
Well, so I don't know how the plane. I don't actually know how the controls work if you just let go. I imagine you'd have to correct it slightly because, if there's turbulence or whatever, you don't want to just like fly out of control. But you'd want it to be in a way where you are not changing the rotation of your plane in the up and down. I don't know if there's an easy way to lock that in.
Right. Okay. So you're talking about, so the pilot, he's got his job to keep the aircraft, right. He's got to control the aircraft relative to your spirit level.
Is the spirit level the little bubble level?
Try and keep that. So you got to try and keep that spirit level the whole way, right?
My spirit doesn't have a level. It's just all combined.
Oh, it's so loud.
And cringe. What you're talking about? Having the pilot make sure that the aircraft is what are we doing here? Are we is the person they're trying to keep the level right?
Well, so I'm suggesting make sure that they don't tilt the plane up and down at all, and then see what happens to the level and your altitude. But I don't know if you can do that. I actually don't know. Like in terms of flying, I haven't flown a plane. I have a cousin that flies planes, but
I have cousins too.
Congratulations. But this, so that could be an experiment. Doesn't seem like
experiments too.
Too hard to do. But anyway, this is the idea anyway. I guess you could verify. This would be the idea of why you'd have to pitch up on a sphere, right? Relative to the horizon, not relative to your spirit level, but relative to the horizon.
Isn't the spirit level kind of based on the horizon?
No.
Oh, what's it based on?
It's based on.
It most definitely
in the sphere model, you'd say it's based on gravity, right?
It's based on
gravity. Most definitely in relation to the horizon. It's parallel with the plane of the horizon. To be level with the world means to be level, like to be parallel with the horizon.
Well, no. For the spirit level, it means that the gas. It means that the gas goes up. That's what it means. It means the gas is going to go up, and so you adjust the angle of this thing until the gas is directly in the middle of the two. That's what you're measuring.
Which will be then parallel with the horizon. Yeah.
If you assume that gravity is always in the direction of the upward force on that. Yeah, but you're
gravity out of your mind, dude. There's no such thing as gravity. Get that out of your mind. It's ridiculous.
So
there's no such thing as
you can't have that on a sphere. You can't have something be level at one point and horizontal with the horizon at the same time.
So
gravity's like your magic word. Like gravity takes. Hey, we got a problem here. Well, there must be gravity.
But it's just not. I mean, the whole idea of the spirit level is the gas bubble goes up, right? Why does the gas bubble go up? It's because the water or the liquid goes down, right? And it's in this contained thing. Yeah, but why is there relative density? Why is that a thing?
Spirit level, right? Hold on. So the spirit level, right?
Yeah.
Put it on the floorboard of the plane. It's parallel with the horizon when it's level.
I mean, I don't think the spirit level is going to be accurate enough to measure 1 degree. Just based on my experience with spirit levels, which is not very much, but
I'm just saying to get it exactly in the center, it's going to be parallel with the horizon, with
the horizon. Right. And you tell me, right? You tell me how somebody, right, can be like have the spirit level and it's leveled, right, at their location. And wait a sec, and 1 sec, and it's parallel with the plane of the horizon. Yet somebody way out there in the distance, like that's on the horizon, is holding their spirit level and they've established horizontal, right? But those two people's horizontals are not parallel.
So the spirit level is actually never parallel with the horizon.
Yeah.
But that's the whole idea of the sphere, is that the spirit level is never parallel with the horizon.
Yes, it is.
Right? So
it is.
Why would it be? Why would it be on a sphere?
Hold on. Are you picturing the spirit level vertical down the walkway of the plane? Turn it the other way, where it's perpendicular with the horizon, and it'll be parallel with it when it's level.
I mean, when you obviously it'll be very close because we're talking it'll be a couple degrees off. But
no, it'd be parallel. Like if you could actually hold it and match it with the horizon, it would be perfectly parallel with it. Perfectly. And the horizon?
How would you match it with the horizon?
What are you talking about? Just hold it level. Where the bubble's in the center? Where the bubble's in the center, it'll be perfectly parallel with the horizon.
But you're assuming
at 35,000 feet. No, I'm not. That's exactly
why would it be?
That's what it's based off of. What else is it based off of?
So,
could it be tilted and the horizontal still be level? The horizon still be level, but yet the level's not. That don't make sense. Oh.
Okay, so as like an abstract horizon, in an abstract horizon, the horizon is just a tangent. So you're correct.
Like if one of the wings tilted one way to turn, right?
Yeah.
Now, and the spirit level strapped to the floor horizontally across the floor, right? It's going to have a different pitch than the horizon, but when the bubble's level and in the center, it's going to be parallel with the horizon. That's about at 35,000 feet. That's about what? 100 miles out there, or the horizon? About.
I'm not sure the exact amount, but I see what you mean. So there's, I see. Okay, so you mean, so I'm thinking of it vertically, not vertically, but straight forward back from the nose to the tail of the plane.
Down the walkway. That's
down the walkway.
Turn it the other way.
Yeah, then it'll be perfectly level.
Yeah, with the horizon.
Yeah.
But at any rate, you don't need to do that little experiment that you proposed because the pitch data was, all that data was presented to you. You can see that there was no change in altitude in regards to the constant maintaining of the pitch.
But the point is that you would have to pitch up a little bit from the horizon to keep a
point is that the data shows that an aircraft did not have to change pitch and maintained altitude.
It only
but that's what I just said.
A little bit. Yeah, pitches up, not down.
Yes, that's what I said. I'm saying you have to pitch up a little bit.
Yeah, but a sphere you would have to pitch down.
No, on a sphere you have to pitch up a little bit. That's what the diagram I drew was for.
You would have to constantly correct your pitch.
Just to keep
it would be no.
It'd keep increasing, and you'd have to decrease it manually.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You would keep it exactly the same. If you just like the diagram I drew, if you point it towards the horizon, you will fly into the ground on a sphere.
What?
Because if you point it to the horizon,
pointing at the horizon, we're talking about it being level with, parallel with the horizon. That would be your horizontal plane of reference, which you're angling the nose of the plane reference to, right, is going to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. You can visually look at the horizon to give you a gauge, a visual gauge of orientation. And
so,
like you said, you can have instruments which give you a horizontal and vertical reference plane in order to be able to adjust whatever pitch you need to be at in order to make
they travel because private property, because my earth and not yours. Isn't that weird? Just think about that, brother. It just all comes into perspective when you think about it all as a whole. Flat Earth has to do with intelligence. The globe is ignorant. The globe is the epitome of stupid and no intelligence. It's an evolutionary Big Bang ball turd that grew to be smart. A smart, moldy turd from stupidity. without the ability to remember or gain knowledge or be smart, this Big Bang evolution of ignorance is what a ball is. So, I mean, is that what you guys, I mean, is that what you would, I mean, does that make sense to you, or does it make sense that things are intelligent like we're discussing shit right now and processing information? I don't know, man. A lot to take in, brother. It's a lot. I know.
Yeah, I'm not dogmatic about it. I'm thinking flat Earth is valid. You guys did a lot of research and got some proofs. Did the whatever experiments, scientific method. Yeah, that's
Yeah, look, we would never expect you to buy into it or whatever just after having a conversation, right? But just trying to, like, a lot of people have a misconception about flat Earth. They think it's a bunch of crazy people that think that the Earth is like a disc floating in space. We don't think Australia exists. We think the Earth is rising up and that's how gravity works. All this is just propaganda nonsense, right? So half the reason, right, these conversations, like we want to have these conversations is so people can at least understand where we're coming from, so they can understand it, and then they can look at the evidence from both sides and then come to their own conclusion. Like with the correct information being given to them rather than a bunch of nonsense that we don't even claim.
Yeah, that's cool. A lot of ancient people believed in flat Earth, and it was a huge controversy in the past. I think with the Catholic Church, was it Galileo proposed? So I guess the Catholic Church was right from the start, and they were right to doubt Galileo.
Well, what we experience and measure and test, that's, I mean, it's a flat Earth. And I think the confusion comes in with this, like, fight, eyeballs, windows in the way, fucking, we do have hills and stuff. So I think it's just hard for a person to imagine certain things at a big scale and to understand how they actually would work. And no one's ever really had a reference for a sphere. The only thing we ever have a reference for is a stationary, not spinning, not moving, not rotating, flat, horizontal realm of existence. And it's not to say it doesn't have dips, hills, mountains, and valleys. It's just like a mean line thing, right? The realm of reality resides along this mean line, like a heartbeat monitor. Within the two lines, got up and down, and everything resides between that for this reality. And that's the way it seems. Gradients, when we stack them, oils and waters and stuff, you stack them in a thing. Gases, you put them in a container, and they make gradients. They stack in layers, not curved layers, horizontal layers. Just oddly enough, right? Think about it.
Yeah. Horizontal. Nice.
Yeah, so another thing that we have that's very strong evidence against the globe, right? We've had countless amounts of people, including teams of field engineers, PhDs that specialize in telescopes and optics and things like that, right? They've gone out with really high-powered lasers, like $20,000, $30,000 lasers, right? And they're doing laser tests over huge bodies of water, frozen lakes, salt lakes, all sorts of different places. And they're shooting these lasers over 10, 20, 30, 40 miles. And they'll just set the laser up just off the surface of the water. And they'll shoot it across the surface of the water. And it will basically, like, try to hit a target on the other side of the body of water. And they're hitting the target in all of these laser tests. So in between point A and point B, there should be literally hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature obstructing the laser from hitting the target. But they're hitting the target. So yeah, there's lots of stuff we can share with you. Like, all of these are documented, right? There's a 180-page PDF of the field engineer core laser test that I was just talking about. I think they did 17 different laser tests at different locations, and they document everything, like, very well. And yeah, there's heaps of different laser tests done by different people. Dr. John D, right? He's a PhD and a specialist in this particular sort of field. And yeah, he does his own laser tests and long distance observations. He's got a YouTube channel, and he does some huge distance laser tests as well.
This dude, John Dee, he gave his life to Flat Earth.
It's not that he gives his life to it, right? Is, sometimes people, I mean, you can look into his career. I mean, you can look into him. I mean, he's obviously a professional in his field, and then he's older now, and he puts some time into this, right? Because once you learn about this, right, it's like the true nature of reality, I think, is something that's important to know. If you find out you've been lied to your whole life, right, and then other people are being lied to, I think the truth is very important, and it's very important to know exactly where we live, right? And if, like, I don't think most people are lying, by the way. Scientists, teachers, people at NASA, people in the government, the military, most people aren't lying. Sure, some people would have to be lying, but I think most people basically never tested the Earth, right? It doesn't affect their life in a huge way. And to get into many of these positions, right, they just have to become very good at regurgitating the mainstream textbooks on the tests, and if they can memorize and regurgitate the information, then they can get the good results and get the degrees and get these positions.
Okay, I hear you. That's valid. Wait, what's the name of the dude? John Dee? Because John Dee
Dr. John Dee. Yeah, I'll post his.
How do you spell his name?
It's just John, like D. Yeah, hold on. I'll just post you his YouTube channel, and I'll post you the Field Engineers Core Laser test. Right, there's a documentary, and then there's a huge PDF that goes over all the technical details. It's like a big presentation.
Well, because John Dee is the name of an occult practitioner in the 1500s.
Yeah, but not him.
Yeah, John Dee. I mean, how common? There's probably freaking hundreds of thousands of John Dees.
Yeah, like John D. Rockefeller, John David James Jones. Like there's there's all kinds of them, brother. It don't.
It's like the most common name that there could possibly be, I guess. Pretty generic.
Yeah, Johns and Smiths, man, you got to watch them.
Yeah, the Smiths and the Johnson and the Johns and the D's and
the the Johns and the D's.
The D Jones.
Yeah.
Watch out! Here it is. But yeah, this is just one of many different people that go out and do these tests. So it's just in the side chat there, and I'll just drop the field.
Oh, John D is in like just a letter D, not D-E-E. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so like it's hard for people to give out their full information in many cases, right? We had an engineer, right? An engineer came out called Brian Mullins, and he made a series of presentations, very technical presentations on the physics, right? The physics behind the globe and issues with Coriolis and jet propulsion, all sorts of really technical arguments. He made a whole series called Balls Out Physics. And literally, Globe Earthers contacted where he works and complained and got him in trouble. And they basically told him that he has to stop making Flat Earth content or he's going to lose his career. So, yeah, people get attacked, right? We have people just get obsessed with attacking Flat Earthers for some reason. It triggers something in people.
Well, for him, he would lose his job because everybody disagrees with him and it would affect the workplace. And everything.
Yeah. I
don't think they're trying to just attack them for no reason. I mean,
oh no, it's people like we have like whole servers dedicated to trolling our Flat Earth channels, right? It's a bunch of people. Yeah, there's probably some in here right now, right? They got servers like called Globe Gangsters or GF6, right? There's people, right? There's grown men, like 30, 40, 50-year-old men, many of them quite educated, right? And they get together and they're like, oh, okay, how are we going to go and attack these Flat Earth servers? We're going to all try to make them say something that breaks terms of service, and then all of us, what we're going to do, we're all going to orchestrate together and everyone report the channel at the same time. They try to get servers shut down. or they'll just try and gaslight. All sorts of crazy stuff that we've been witnessing and having to go through for many years. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, they're on the other side thinking that it's like not a benefit to humanity. They're thinking they're fighting a good fight. They're doing a good thing, doing a good deed, trying to get rid of flat Earth. But why spend their energy on that? We have a finite amount of time and energy in the world till we die.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we don't really lose. Like, once you learn about flat Earth, it takes a long time. Once you put in the time and effort, you learn about it, you learn about the globe. It's very, very, very rare for a flat earther to go back to the globe again, right? So we just keep kind of gaining in numbers. We've noticed, like, now that's why we're on this server, right? We got big servers like Politics and Religion, or the main politics server that reached out to us. We've got a home server that has about 30,000 members, 24/7 flat Earth. And yeah, these servers reached out to us because they know it's a hot topic, right? And then they'll ask us to host our own channel in their platform, right? And in the main politics server, the Flat Earth channel has double the amount of activity time, right, than any other channel, even politics or anything. Yeah, we have like double the amount of attention.
Yeah. Amen. Praise God for the growth. Probably definitely some prayer put into it. There are Christians in the Flat Earth? There must be.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have a huge amount of Christians. Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
Not really. It's hard to find atheists. You'll find some, but lots of agnostic people, lots of religions, Muslims, Christians. But yeah, it's just a mixed bunch. But you generally won't find many atheists. We'll have the atheists are the ones that come in here, like kind of trying to troll us and stuff like that. Generally,
I'm a little different than I'm like something made us, right? Because I think there has to be like the memory, the intelligence, like the thing to build upon itself and like to like do stuff and have the action or attribute of a cycle to keep working and going in a cycle, right? And I don't think that has shit to do, that has intelligence, right? So that would be a creator or creation. Now, when you say, hey, Democ, what is creation? I'd say, I don't know. If you said, what is the creator? I'd say the most unknown known thing. So everybody knows something made all this shit, right? Or it's from something, but nobody knows what it is. So in my mind, I call creator the most known unknown. And some people would say, oh, that guy's a this or that or this or that. I'm just speaking truthfully that I don't think anyone knows that answer. I think they all would like to know. And here we are. You know,
well, Democ, you live in America, I can tell. So it's right under your nose. It's right on the tip of your tongue, and it's Jesus. Creation, though, is just everything in the world, the universe. But the Creator, it's on the Bible, bro.
Well, that's what you would say, and I'd say, nah, you don't need a Bible. See, because if God's the receiver and the Satan's the receiver, right, in that Bible, so it's like a radio station, you're going to one of them, heaven or hell, with your soul. It's Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. Then why aren't you just Bluetooth and Wi-Fi the info? Why would you need a book? Today we have remote and magnetism and all that. I know God's badass, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, to ask God to Bluetooth Wi-Fi to us directly to our brain, like to enter the cell phone, I don't think God's ever worked that way in the world where someone gets a call on their cell phone from God. The gospel call is through people telling you to trust Jesus.
I don't know, brother. We have cell phones, so I'm wondering why the most badass thing didn't Wi-Fi or Bluetooth us the info.
Well, it's only really recent. People didn't have that. And before the written scriptures, it was all oral tradition.
No, that's not true. What is the soul? No. Hold on, brother. If you go back to the beginning, what is the soul? It's an electrical continuity of you. So that's a frequency or a channel. Or a base station, right? You are the station of you. You were like Bob, right? So the station of Bob is you. And in this book, it tells you Bob's station, when Bob's shell passes away, his energy, his frequency, his radio station is going to go back to source. either the source good because he fucked up and can't get back to source because he messed his cycle up, so he'd be going to the bad station, Satan, or he's going to the good station, heaven, right? So this idea of Wi-Fi and Bluetooth is not a technological thing. It's always been religion. It's always been religion to think that your energy can be sent there, do this, and do all that. Wi-Fi, magnetic. It's never been technology. It's always been religion. They have never separated. The only thing is, they told you there's a separation because the church has always been heading the science to find the shit that they've been making up anyway. So they're looking for the soul they put you with, in the idea of that's what they think how it works. Right, and then the attribute of trial and error. Right, you have the chemistry. You have.
Yes, we do. Yeah, you sound like a new ager. No offense, like with the soul, because like your soul.
But the earth, brother, the earth has always been what it is. If you pick material up out of the earth and that material becomes your antenna and your frequency sender and your quartz and your timekeeper and all this other shit, it's always had the ability to do that. Your trees, your bones, everything is a fucking Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, connector, receiver, transmitter, processor. You are a processor of information. You take it all in, you process.
The soul far transcends electricity. The soul is, yes, it goes back to God. And the only way for it to be saved is to trust in Jesus dying for your sins.
How can you have a soul without energy?
Without energy? Well, yeah energy is the breath of life that was breathed into.
And that's the electricity, right?
Well, yes, humans, electricity is carnal, actually. It's all just...
That's what you're breathing in. You're an electrical, biological entity. We just described that. That's what the Bible describes you as. A guy that holds a big soul inside his shell.
Yeah, we do have a soul. I do agree with you. And we do have electricity inside our bodies. That's really cool. But the soul far transcends the electricity.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Your body is the network. Your whole body sends the signals through itself. You got sight, taste, touch, sound, smell, thought, right? And they all work on the same attribute.
Electricity is a component of it. I guess you're right. We're alive, yeah.
This is a really cool conversation, but it's not on the topic of flat Earth anymore.
No, it is on the topic because it's letting all the people that listen know that the idea of science and church have never been separated, and that they're all taken over. So that now for confusion, now they get the big answer and you won't because you're confused about everything. You always separate everything from itself. Just welcome to flat Earth, and there's science to be done. There is shit to figure out, guys.
It is about flat Earth because the community. Because I asked about
there will be stuff to do.
People in the community, like are there Christians? And then what kind of people?
Just be careful.
Why be careful?
I've seen conversations get off the specific topic and into smaller topics like this before in this channel, and then I've seen the conversation get shut down, or you get checked by a mod. Not shut down, but you get checked by a mod, and you have to refocus on the broader topic.
No, I hear what you're saying. I'm not trying to veer away from the flat Earth idea. I'm trying to bring everyone to the situation that the globe stupidity, the way science is today, the ability to go learn about what Earth really is right now, freely travel, all of it is in the same pocket, right? So once we're able to actually learn the info, trade it, go travel freely, actually discover what this thing is, put together what we want to put together or whatever, then that would be the best way to go about it for the flat Earth new revival or fucking reality or whatever, like the new way, right?
And I'm saying flat Earth is an essential doctrine within Christian theology, just in the Christian life, in my opinion. What really matters is today is the day of salvation if you ain't saved, and to accept the gift of eternal life through Jesus Christ dying for you. I mean, you live in America, so you probably heard that a million times. Am I right, Demont?
Yeah, that's why I wasn't trying to go so much religious with it. I was trying to stay on the frequency and the idea of like the energy and all this shit. It's always been, it's not super technology. The government's not discovering any fucking great, new, awesome shit that you couldn't in your basement. It's just not happening.
Okay, I mean, I guess it's a motivational chat.
Yeah, right. No, I know. And we just don't have the ability. So like say 50 tons of copper, 20 pounds of this, and 87. There's countries that can't even get a gram of some materials.
Well,
so you can't get a gram of dirt from the earth because they deem it illegal and too magical to own.
Well, I think Flat Earth is about squashing your limiting beliefs and being like, well, we can do anything we put our mind to. Is that what it is?
Well, we can do anything we can do through trial and error that actually we can do. Anything we can't do no matter what we put our mind to. If it's not possible, it's not possible. If it is possible, then we can do it. That's just the bottom line.
Well,
yeah, Flat Earth said it's more about testing the globe, right? It's about trying to find the truth about where we live, and in my opinion, sticking with like empirical evidence, right? What we can actually validate. We should be able to back up everything we claim, and exposing pseudoscience, right? We love science, we hate pseudoscience, but much of the globe, space science and whatnot is textbook definition pseudoscience, right? So we're trying to stick with
yeah, I see it scientific. Yeah,
like I mean, the definition of pseudoscience is, you know, a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly being regarded as being based on the scientific method or something like that as the definition of pseudoscience. Right, something that basically can't be tested through the scientific method. But a lot of the things that we present, right, the shape of the Earth, right, that's not really a science claim. It's geometry, right? We're talking about the geometry of the Earth. It's not really trying to prove a cause and effect.
Yeah, well, yeah, true. Yeah, I gotta go. Y'all, it's a good convo. God bless y'all.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the chat, man. Come back anytime, and
thank you.
Have a good one and Happy New Year's.
Yeah, Happy New Year's, y'all. God bless y'all. Accept Christ. God loves you.
Thank you, bro.
That was refreshing.
Yeah, good when someone like that comes in, I think.
Forward Buster, yeah, not spoke to you before. What's up, bro?
They say that it's that revolution.
Right? And you require containment for that. So you have both cases require containment to have the water in those states for both the liquid and the vapor one. Because if not, it will. If you have that vacuum of space, it will hook up to the vacuum of space, like on the globe.
I still don't see
it. It wouldn't be on the cycle that is in.
I don't see how that answers the question. Can someone else elaborate more on that? Because I get gas, like that would go It could go in another. It doesn't have to always go up when it's gas. It can be blown by the wind or something. But I mean,
yeah, but if the pressure was next to a low pressure gradient to the other one, right? If it was an open system.
Sure, but like I said, if there's air above and below that drop of water, which way would it go? Air is the same pressure above and below that blob of water.
You mean rain? It goes down?
I suppose, yeah, rain, yeah.
Yeah, first it went up. Remember? It evaporated. It went away from what you're trying to claim.
As a gas.
Down to. So there you go. It goes up and it goes down. It doesn't just go. It goes both ways.
Yes, but why does it go down?
I know that goes down, but why? It's denser than the medium that is in, isn't it?
What is that medium?
Air.
Okay, there's air above and below that drop of water. Why does it choose one side consistently?
And so I'll speak to him on Monday.
Denser.
Denser air?
Yeah, he got pissed last night, so I couldn't talk to him again today.
I wouldn't think it's that much denser, so I would think it would fall much slower if it's just slightly denser air. It falls pretty fast, I would say.
Yeah.
Like if you have like two gases that are.
It has weight, so it falls through the air. The raindrop has weight.
Why does weight go one direction? Why doesn't it go the other way?
No one knows why down is down. Why do heavy things fall down instead of up or sideways? We don't know. It's just natural law. It's the way things are.
Do we have like any source that kind of describes it? I guess.
It's just weight. If something is heavy, it's going to fall through the air. If something's lighter than the air, it's going to go up.
The scientific mind needs to explore that a bit more, though.
There's no magical force pulling things down. There's no magical force. We're not magnetized to the earth.
If you're saying there is no force, then it shouldn't go down. Why does it go down?
Because it's heavy.
And why does that choose to go down?
Why does it go down? I don't know. It just does. It just does. You drop something, it'll always fall down. It won't go sideways or upways or anything.
Because I mean,
it's natural law. It's just how things are.
I need a better explanation than that. That doesn't sound very scientific.
I know. I've heard people argue this for days. Believe me. And
I want to hear the side.
Well, yeah. The end is just. It just does it. It just does. It's just natural law.
It's a redundant question.
Yeah. How is it redundant?
It's redundant because you're asking about the nature of nature, which is just something that nobody can answer. Yeah. It's like if I say, why does salt taste like salt and not like sugar? You can say, there's some chemical processes. Yeah, but why those chemical processes? Why does it make that exact taste? I don't know.
I think they do try to figure that out. There have been people who figured that specific detail out.
Yeah, but why does it taste exactly the way it tastes? Like, why is not? You can answer that.
I mean, should I pull up some articles on that? I mean, I could try to look more into that.
No, that's going to waste time. My point is, it's redundant because you're asking about the nature of nature itself, right? The natural laws.
We learned about natural laws, haven't we? Mathematically and scientifically?
We have, yeah.
And wouldn't like that force be part of that scientific and mathematical study? That force going down?
It's never been proven, sir.
We have, the one side, they talk about gravity, but I want more.
There are theories, there are ideas, thoughts about it, but there's no concrete proof.
All right. So when you don't have when you don't have proof on either side, how do you choose what to believe in?
What do you mean by either side? What do you mean by that?
Like you're saying all these articles about gravity or whatever, that's not proof. And then your side, right here, I don't hear any proof. How do you choose which one to go with?
Proof of what? That heavier things go down?
That gravity exists or it doesn't exist.
You just say, I don't know. That's completely fine for me.
Gas goes up in all directions, so it's not subject to gravity.
Saying the... Yeah, go on.
You say everything is affected by gravity. No, gas goes in all directions. So no, not everything
I think
is
gas
pulled
would go
down to the
faster.
earth.
I think I think gases would go up even faster in the absence of gravity.
See, that's just an assumption. You've got no evidence that mass attracts mass. No scientific evidence whatsoever.
And we got no evidence disproving it either.
Well, for me, mass is in the same basket as burning witches, mate. It's absolutely nuts.
He's just no evidence to disprove it. We've just spoken about gas behavior. Gas expands, mass doesn't.
Yeah, now I'm trying to talk about liquids.
You have to prove it, don't you?
Yeah, but okay. What kind of proof? Like, what is proof to you?
Scientific experiment based on a hypothesis.
Yes, and we've seen that online, but that's not accepted as proof to you.
Okay, so give me the hypothesis that we don't accept.
In relation to gravity?
Yeah.
Gravity is a natural force. I guess you can treat it like a black box. Like we don't know every single thing about it, but we run with it.
Just give me the hypothesis. I don't want an explanation. I don't want a story. Just give me the hypothesis.
Gravity is a force that pulls things towards the center of an object.
Okay, you don't know what a hypothesis is, do you? The hypothesis is an if this then that statement, a prediction into a cause and effect relationship based on a phenomena you observe in the natural world and your prediction of cause. Dependent variable will be the phenomena, the independent variable will be the cause. You would then actuate this hypothesis in an experiment. So just give me a hypothesis.
Yeah, hypothesis always needs to have an if and then.
Yes, it's a prediction of a cause and effect relationship. You observe something happening in the natural world and you predict what causes that. You can then test that prediction in an experiment to see if it does or doesn't.
I'll rephrase my statement with the if and then.
Thank you.
If gravity exists,
no,
all objects will be put. What? I said if and then. That's what you said.
No, dude. If this caused, then that phenomena. So you have to give me the phenomena first, the dependent variable, to then predict what causes that phenomena. A phenomena, just to be clear, is something happening. So what is happening?
Can you write it down so I could keep it as a reference? Like if, what was it? If phenomena and what?
If predicted cause, then that phenomena will happen. If this cause, then that phenomena. Phenomena is going to be your dependent variable. Predicted cause is going to be your independent variable. You start the scientific method with the observation of the phenomena. So what's the phenomena you want to produce a cause for?
Let me help you out. What did Newton observe?
I guess lots of things, including that apple, I guess.
Bingo.
Is that a phenomenon?
The apple fell from the tree. There you go. There's a phenomenon,
right?
Yeah, that's something happening.
Mm-hmm.
So what caused that?
Gravity.
Okay, what's gravity? At the moment, it's just a word. Right, what is it?
It is a force that pulls objects towards the center of another object.
Awesome stuff. So there you've got a force that pulls things downwards. You now need to actualize that, where you need to make an apple fall from a tree by manipulating gravity, turning it on and off again.
We turn gravity off?
Yeah, you've got to turn it on and off again. It's like if I've got a scientific experiment and I observe the phenomena that water evaporates, and my prediction for the cause of water evaporation is heat, I then add heat to water to see if it evaporates or not, right? Very simple stuff, dude.
I'm trying to understand what you're getting to. You're saying, so we need to be able to control gravity to prove gravity then?
Yes, you have to vary and manipulate gravity in your experiment to cause the phenomena to happen. Like I varied and manipulated heat to cause the phenomena of a water evaporation.
Oh,
Science,
I see.
right?
So so it is enough to go somewhere else where there is no gravity, or do we have to actually turn off the Earth?
Dude, you just need to observe something on the Earth and then make a prediction and then experiment based on that prediction. It has
to be on the Earth?
Yes, naturally observed phenomena.
I don't know about that. I think that's where we disagree.
So we're going to go somewhere else and do this experiment?
Yeah, we can go far from the Earth in rockets.
God,
do you not believe in rockets that get launched into space?
No, because I don't believe in space, because you haven't proven that gravity exists to negate the second law of thermodynamics. We're talking about gas.
Where do rockets go? Like, what if they go up? Where do they go?
We're just going away from the subject of you providing an experiment to prove your assertion of gravity.
I'm trying to illustrate that there is a place with no gravity. So I'm trying to ask you to acknowledge that.
Excuse me. We're here on the Earth where all the gravity is, right?
Say that again?
We're here on the Earth where all the gravity is, right?
Yep.
And that's what, and we have the phenomena in the natural world that we're going to observe, like Newton did with the fucking apple.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's a phenomena that happens in the natural world because we're doing natural science or trying to.
And we want to figure out why that happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that, Jedi.
Oh, he's getting there.
Why does it happen?
Well, you tell me, mate. This is your assertion that gravity.
We did tell you, but you don't believe us. So I need your counter argument.
But you haven't given me an experiment yet.
What do you mean? Do you, like something you physically see with your eyes? I don't know what kind of proof, level of proof you need.
Experiment is an experiment.
Should I go to your house and show you?
Something.
Is that what I need to do?
Excuse me. Why are you being belligerent? I'm actually trying to help you. But if you don't want me to help you, I'll shut up. If you're going to be a cunt about it.
Oh, yeah. I'll need to calm down. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you do. So natural science based on hypothesis. Hypotheses have got two variables in them. The phenomena that you observe and your prediction of cause. So what's the phenomena that you observe?
I guess the apple fell.
Okay. And your prediction of cause of apple fell is?
Gravity.
Cool. So how are you going to vary and manipulate gravity in your experiment to make the apple fall?
Go somewhere where gravity doesn't exist, or it's weaker at least, I guess.
Okay, so you're going to go to the vacuum of space, which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You've got a problem there already if you're going to be speaking about...
What is that problem?
Sorry, say that again?
What is that problem?
Why is that a problem? Because gas expands.
Gas expands?
Yes.
Are we a gas?
No, we're breathing gas.
So we can go out there?
But we're breathing gas.
We can't supply ourselves with oxygen?
And the very vacuum of space can't exist because we're breathing gas, and you hope to get there through a non-closed system. That means the gas will be in the available space because gas expands. Entropy,
you can't hold oxygen inside a container?
Yes, you definitely can hold oxygen inside a container. I'm talking about the atmosphere of the Earth that is uncontained from the vacuum of space. So according to that open system, entropy will increase. The gas will fill the space.
Unless there's gravity.
Okay, so you need to prove this then, don't you?
Like me showing you, like with your eyes? Or what do you mean? What kind of proof do you need?
It's like, I've been doing this for 10 minutes already. A scientific experiment based on a hypothesis.
Okay. Can you give me... I want to give you an article, but I think you're just going to say, yeah, that's not reliable. So I want you to give me an example of what a reliable article looks like.
A reliable article?
Yeah.
I just want a fucking hypothesis, dude. And you're failing to give me one at the moment. Maybe you should go and try and find...
But you just said you wanted proof.
Yes, an experiment. Science.
An experiment. And what does that mean? Seeing with your eyes or...
No.
I'm confused.
An experiment is where you vary, based on your hypothesis, where you, the researcher, varies and manipulate what you think the cause is to make the phenomena happen, like I did with heat and water evaporation.
Okay, so you want me to like conduct a lab experiment with this?
No, I want you to go and get the lab experiment that you believe prove gravity. If you think there is not one that exists,
Where on the internet?
any fucking where, sunshine. You believe in this stuff, so you must have a belief based on an experiment.
I can, but you will disregard it. Why?
Don't tell me what I'm going to do. Don't try to understand what might happen in the future. I just want you to, because you believe this, right? Then there should be an experiment that proved it to you. I would have hoped.
Yes, but I've seen it happen here again and again. People have given articles, and every time.
I don't want an article. I want an experiment based on a hypothesis.
Don't some articles contain descriptions of experiments?
Just go and get that then. If you're going to get me a hypothesis and an experiment, I'd love to see it.
Okay, let me go look for it.
Okay, good luck. Sorry, just to be clear, what do you think gravity is before you go?
Gravity is the force that pulls an object towards the center of another object.
So mass attracting mass?
Yes.
Okay, that was superseded in 1915. You know that, right? Einstein? General relativity?
1950.
Yeah, Albert Einstein.
Gravity. Yeah, let me go look that up.
Okay. He's called Einstein. You might have heard of him.
I think I have.
Cool. Well, he superseded mass attracting mass for his bending and warping space-time fabric.
Yeah, doesn't that result in the mass attracting mass?
No, mass does not attract mass in Einstein's idea. Mass displaces space-time.
Do you believe in that whole space-time thing?
Well, no, it's a concept, dude. It's mathematical. It's not scientific.
Then why are you bringing it up if it's not scientific?
Because neither's the one that you're talking about. That's why they supersede it for a mathematical construct.
Oh,
the end
okay.
of this, the end of this road is you won't find anything to back your claim about gravity. Not a scientific experiment, anyway.
Okay, no, yeah, I'll have to research more about like articles that I think would make sense for you. I guess I'll need to look into that. But yeah, thanks for the conversation.
No problem.
Oh, but in the meantime, would you be able to find any experiment that, you know, shows why objects go down?
Do all objects go down?
Yeah.
No, gas expands.
Okay. Okay, like liquid. Let's stick with liquid water then. Why does it go down?
I don't know, because it's denser than the medium of the atmosphere, I guess.
Shouldn't you research that then? Why?
All I can do is change the relationship between the medium and the object. That's all I can do. That's all any scientist can do. You can't manipulate gravity to make things go up and down. You can just change the object to medium relationship.
Yeah, you can't. Okay.
So,
No,
for example,
I was going to ask another question, but it's going to go in a circle like this. Yeah.
I guess. It's up to you, though.
All right. Thanks.
Okay.
He'll be on his computer the next 2 hours desperately looking for the experiment, Jedi.
I might come back next week, actually. I'm going to go do something else soon.
Well, good luck finding that experiment. We'll be looking forward to it. Doesn't exist. Spoiler alert. Anyway, anybody else? Who's next?
Jay Reezy is next.
Jay Reezy, why do you think you live on a ball? Go ahead.
Oh, because I've done the test and I've proven it.
Congratulations. Share that test with us. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've done the reciprocal zenith angle test with my total station. proving it.
Who wants this, guys? I can't do it.
I mean, you asked me. I mean, that's the. I mean, have you? Which experiment have you done?
I don't have time. I'm babysitting.
What experiment did you do to prove the Earth is flat? What experiment did you?
Somebody else is going to talk to you. Is all I'm.
To refute my experiment. What did you do to refute my experiment?
I'll tell you real quick. Back in 2015, me and a buddy went to a lake here in Kentucky, and over 8.5 mile stretch, I saw mirror flash at 3 feet above water. There's no curb in it. Water.
That's not an experiment. Sorry, doesn't count.
I'll concede that it was an observation, but the water doesn't curb.
Okay, I did an actual experiment, so you didn't do an so your observation doesn't trump my experiment. So what else you got?
Good luck to you, man. Keep on believing. Someone else will address you now. Thank you.
You did an experiment, Jay Reese?
Yeah, I've talked about this countless times. Like you know which experiment I'm talking about.
What was the hypothesis for it?
Went over all this with you countless times.
What was the hypothesis? I just don't recall.
The hypothesis is that as you increase the distance between 2 points, the reciprocal zenith angle will increase from 180 degrees and continue to increase. That's the hypothesis.
Yeah, okay. Observed phenomenon, increase of angle, suppose cause, distance from angle.
No, I mean, the cause is the shape of the Earth, not the distance.
Wait, so you manipulated the shape of the Earth then?
No. You manipulate the distance, and because the Earth is spherical, as you increase the distance.
Now you're adding too many things there. So you varied and manipulated what? Was it the Earth or the distance?
Between the points, I keep saying this over again, is that...
Yeah, I just need to know if you varied and manipulated the Earth or the distance.
The distance between the points. You only want one. You only want one variable when you do an experiment.
So then you've got an angle, suppose cause, distance. Okay.
No. The cause
sorry, that's not a valid experiment for a shape. I'm just going to bin this one. What do you have other than that?
So again, the cause is the shape of the Earth.
Told me it's the distance, so I'm just going to bin this one. That's not a valid experiment for a shape. Not that there would be such a thing anyway.
Okay, so you tell me what's a valid experiment to determine the shape of the Earth.
Well, it's a category error, you dummy. That was the point of those leading questions, was to demonstrate that.
So you don't have any experiments? You can't think of any?
It's a category error, so the answer would be
what's the category error in a question? What's the category error in a question?
For testing cause and effect relationships to what shape is this? That's what. I'll be right back. I got to do something.
Yeah, I bet you do. So, what experiments can we do to determine the shape that we live on? I mean, it should be possible. Does any flat earthers got anything?
You can't science a shape. You can't science a shape.
Come up with something. What do you guys got?
I've got something that's not an actual experiment, but you and a buddy could go and find an island like 10 miles off the coast and do a mirror flash sequence. And
do a what?
Use whatever equipment you
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you. You said do a what?
Well, you can't really use a mirror. You need to clearly show the 66-foot drop in elevation between point A and point B, between you and the buddy on the island. There should be 66-foot drop over distance. So that should be easy to show. Go ahead and do that.
Experiment to show the flat Earth is to show a 66-foot drop in between 2 points?
I'm just, at this point, anybody that has any way of showing that minimal amount of the curvature that should be there. And it should be easy to show. None of us would exist 10 years later if that was actually there.
So do you accept
finding that? Okay.
So, would you accept then the fact that you would have to use the one level in the one area and not use a different level in a different area? Because if if you're trying to find this drop, then you're accepting the fact that the Earth is a globe just for the sake of the experiment, which means that level would not be the same in two different places. So, like, do you accept that? Because if you're going to do an internal critique of the shape of the Earth, you can't just pick and choose which things that you want to keep. Meaning that, like, if you're saying, like, okay, if the Earth is curved, then level in one area is not level in the other area, right? They're not parallel with each other.
You're saying anything.
Well,
You're
that's
adding a lot of stuff to what I said. Please.
Yeah, you want to do an internal critique of the Earth shape of the Earth. So if you're doing an internal critique, you have to take you have to accept some certain facts of reality. So, like, because of the shape of the Earth, if you're doing an internal critique, you have to accept the fact that level is not parallel with level in two different locations. You have to accept that.
No, sir. All you just said makes no sense. Does anybody else want to engage this guy?
I understand it. Again, like, instead of trying to just like experiment to prove that the Earth is flat.
Only thing I was talking about was doing an observation to prove that the curvature that has to be there actually, in reality, is not there.
Well, what if we're wrong? Okay, what if we're wrong about the size of the Earth? What if we're wrong about the size of the Earth, and in fact is much bigger than we say?
Then everything else is wrong.
And then everything else is wrong. Great. So, like, let's throw out the whole globe Earth thing or whatever. And what is your experiment?
Orbital mechanics, everything. It's all gone, man. Kaput in the bin.
So
look
what
inside
is your
chat for an experiment. There's an experiment inside chat.
There's an experiment inside chat?
Yes, posted in the image.
Posted an image. I'm not seeing an experiment.
It has to do with the geometric horizon and being able to see farther than what would be included by the horizon.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing an experiment. I'm seeing an observation, not an experiment.
You want, by experiment, you mean you want all the steps laid out for you?
I mean, I want the, like, basically I want the scientific method that you're doing, the independent variable, the dependent variable, everything that you guys, like, complain about, like, my experiment or any of the, like, Glober's experiments. Yeah. I want you to use that same level of critique against your experiment.
All right, so the hypothesis was that if the Earth was curved, then you wouldn't be able to see past the geometric horizon?
No. The hypothesis doesn't have to do with the curve of the Earth. We're trying to prove the flat Earth. So
there's a category error here, boys.
So we're trying to prove the flat Earth. So what's your experiment to prove the flat Earth? So I don't want to hear anything about it.
If the Earth is flat, then you should be able to see objects far in the distance without limitation, as opposed to what would be seen on a curved Earth.
There is limitation. I agree. There is limitations. I agree. See, I agree with you. There should be no limitation except for except for actual atmosphere and there shouldn't be any limitation to how far we can see if the Earth was flat, except for the actual haze of the atmosphere. I agree with you. So why can't we do that? Is the question then?
We can.
Because the Earth is curved. No, we can't. In order to see further, we have to increase our elevation, and that makes sense on a sphere, not on a flat Earth.
That's just perspective. Like when you go up, the perspective, shrinking of distant objects becomes less relevant.
You just said on a flat Earth there would be no limitations to how far we can see. If something is just at a higher elevation than you, then you would be able to see it because it's higher than you. So there would be no limitations.
Yeah, I agree.
You said it yourself. Okay, so
I didn't say limitation. I just meant
why can't we do that?
Visually looks smaller.
So why can't we do that?
I'm saying we can.
Sure. I'm saying but you can't.
Right at the start, you said other than the haze of the Earth. So how can we do the experiment without the haze of the Earth?
We have to get a haze limiting telescopes.
No, I mean, so like we can look at the fact that like, okay, so the conditions of the haze or whatever is the same, like when you look, and then you increase your elevation and all of a sudden you can see further. So therefore we're not changing the haze of the earth, and yet we're changing the elevation of we are, and we can see further. So there the independent variable is the elevation you are, and the dependent variable is the haze of the earth, because you're not changing that. And yet you can still see further, and yet you can still see further when you increase your elevation. So again, the other guy was saying like that doesn't make sense on a flat earth, because on a flat earth you
Yes,
should be
it
able to see
does.
that far no matter what.
You can still see more on a flat surface if you raise your elevation. We all know that.
I want to talk to Cupcake.
We all know that, yeah.
I want to talk to Cupcake.
Yeah. If you want me to.
Cupcake was onto something. He's saying there should be no limitation to how far.
Okay. Let me define no limitation. As in, if you were to zoom in enough, you would still be able to see it. But the problem is, if you don't have zooming in technology, then things far away will appear smaller.
Okay, so like, are you saying that we don't have telescopes or like advanced telescopes? That can see
I'm
really
saying.
far?
No, I just wanted to make sure I was categorizing my point correctly.
Right. So, like, if I were to take a telescope that could, like, look like that can zoom in on the moon, whatever the moon may be, where, like, really, 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 like, big under my telescope, I should be able to use that same telescope to see as far as possible on the Earth. Also, like, I should be able to zoom
assuming no fog or haze. Yeah, assuming no occluding particles.
Yeah. Except that doesn't happen.
Why?
I think it does.
No, it doesn't. Literally, the furthest photograph ever taken had to be taken at an extremely high elevation, and also another object at an extremely high elevation. It had
it's bumpy, not flat. It's bumpy.
So what was the picture taken on? And how far was the distance?
I think it was done in France or something. It was like some mountain. 60,000 miles, or I don't know, it was something crazy. It was a crazy far distance, but the only thing that he could see was another mountain at an extremely high elevation. Not like, and that just doesn't make sense. As Cupcake said, there should be no limitation to how far we can see. So on Mount Everest, if we had the strongest telescope if we had the strongest telescope on Mount Everest, we should be able to see the entirety of the Earth, as long as we had a strong enough telescope.
And based on the globe, you should be able to see the back of your own head.
No.
Yes, that's because of refraction, sir.
That's not how the globe.
I'm sorry, but you're just wrong, because the globe does not say that level of refraction actually exists due to the atmosphere. So you're just
bullshit. Every second one of you muppets comes out with Pontchartrain pictures and says that they can see it. If based off that, you would look at the back of your head.
No, the heliocentric model does not accept that view.
Hold on, you're kind of contradicting yourself here, Jerry, because you said that refraction doesn't exist. Yes, but does that telescope that you're talking about exist?
Yeah, there's a Hubble telescope that can.
Yeah, you don't have a telescope that can see across the entire Earth, sir.
There are what magnification of a telescope are you requiring?
You said if we had a strong enough telescope.
What magnification of a telescope?
That's what I'm contending here. You said an if statement there.
Yeah. So do you want me to look up like different telescopes that you can buy? What's your price range? What can you work with? What can you afford?
You prefaced with if.
I'll find you a telescope and I'll tell you the zoom on it. Just give me your price range, because I don't want to make it impossible.
It's redundant.
No, I'm not trying to make fun of how much money you have. I'm honestly just saying around what price range.
$1,000. I gave you the price. $1,000.
$1,000? Okay, so let me look up some $1,000 telescopes and give you the magnification on them, and then we can figure this out, because we can use that magnification to say how far you could see, and we can do this. It's not a hard experiment. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, but G Reese, do you know that the flat is not a shape? So whatever the shape the globe is, it could be a flat globe, if that makes sense.
Oh my God, you seriously don't want to do that, because I'm just going to ask you, okay, flat's not a shape, so what shape do you think the Earth is?
Yeah, they don't know.
Dumbass. What do you mean? Yes, we do. Like, I mean, are you just trying to change topics? I feel like you're just trying to change topics to get away from this thing. So I don't know if I'm going to even like.
I'm just trying to there's some miscommunication going on here.
I feel like you're just trying to change topics to get away from this whole conundrum that Cupcake put himself in. Because now I'm going to find him a telescope. I'm going to tell him to zoom, and then if the zoom is like this or whatever, then we can see like, okay, so if you can see like a couple miles,
so you're just going to remove all of the air?
You can see like 10,000 times. You should be able to see 30,000 miles away from you.
Yeah, assuming there's no
I'm not going to fall for your bait right now. I'm just going to look at this telescope within a
What
price
about
range
the
of
haze that you mentioned? What about the haze you
can
mentioned?
breathe for a second. That'd be awesome. Now, one thing I was listening to earlier when I think it was Cupcake said something about he'd be able to see a long way. I think there was something on the end of that, something to do with particulates and shit in the air. Probably missed that bit, Jay Roosie. You might want to listen a bit more.
Yeah, it's pretty important.
Yeah, you can see forever, as long as you can see through moisture and dust and other shit floating around. It's all great.
Yeah, if it's a foggy day, we better pack her up and try the next day.
Yeah, world's greatest telescope. Fog. Oh dear. Anyways, how we all been?
I'm good.
Why don't you just have breakfast in bed?
Good, Matrix.
Wait, does fog appear in the ocean?
Not in the ocean.
Like on the ocean, you know what I mean?
Of course.
Yeah.
Is there a reason?
That's news to me.
Yeah.
You've never been outside?
I've never been in the middle of the ocean.
You don't have to be in the middle of the fucking ocean to see that.
Yes, you do. Otherwise, how are you going to see it?
The coastline?
Nah, that's too scary, bro. I ain't going to the coastline.
Well,
you never been to the beach?
Nah, no way. I'm not going to drown to death.
Oh, so you've never been outside then?
You can't swim?
I have touched grass.
I mean, saltwater, you're like buoyant, right?
Did you just say you can survive salt water, hurricanes, storms?
Is that what I said? Hurricanes?
Pretty much. If you're buoyant, you can survive anything, right?
Is that what I said?
Yeah.
Did those words come out of my mouth, or are you having like a...
So what G. Reese was saying was that if you have a good enough telescope, you can see 30,000 miles. I think that's what he said.
And why is 30,000 miles? Where do you get
I
this
think
from?
based off the budget that we gave him, $1,000. So he found a telescope that's worth $1,000.
Uh-huh.
That's proving, that's making the claim that you can see 30,000 feet.
You think you're going to get a telescope that can zoom in 30,000 miles for $1,000? You think you're going to get for that price?
I don't know, maybe.
Crazy.
He could buy from the black market.
Why's it got to be?
And how is it going to remove all the dust particles and all the pollution in there, the haze, everything else? Is that all
Let's
that you're going to
see.
manage with that telescope?
Let's see. Maybe.
Well, if
You
it's
think that
30,
telescope can do that?
if it's 30,000, you can definitely see the back of your own head with that one. Then
Yeah, around the globe, if it is one.
all the way, it'll make it the whole way.
Add some refraction. Yeah.
That's the one thing I'm confused about. How can you see the back of your head in a globe?
It's easy. All you need is a very long, curved telescope to see a wrap around the globe.
No, but light travels in straight distance.
Well, then what's refraction?
Look at this. I'll show you. I'll give you a demonstration.
Shit came automatically. Well, then what's refraction?
You see that? Do you see that? Do you see that picture that I posted?
You didn't post anything.
Yeah, I did. So, as you can see, that's a person with a telescope. And when he looks, that's a person with the telescope. And the arrow I'm pointing at is the direction he's looking through the telescope. How can it curve? How can it curve all the way around the globe?
Refraction. On your model, your type of refraction.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, that's what they say.
That's how we can see beyond the physical horizon.
No, but a refraction wouldn't allow for the visibility to go all the way around in a circular.
Well, what do you mean? What's the endpoint number for refraction? What's the limit on it? Do you know?
I don't know.
Well, then how can you say that? You have to tell us what the maximum limit of refraction is.
Well, I can tell you for sure that it doesn't go in a circle. That's all I can tell you. The fact that you think refraction is circular, and that there are each particle refracting the light to go all the way around to see the back of your head. That's admirable.
Globers have said that before in an argument with us, so we think that it's.
Who is this Glober? Because he's not a physicist like me.
Like you. Who the hell are you, man?
So then how? So then how can we see beyond further than the physical horizon?
Yeah, Rumpus is definitely.
Why is there such thing as an observable horizon?
Because you can just observe it. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
So what about the Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan, 50 miles?
That's 50 miles. That's like nothing. I'm pretty sure in the heliocentric model, 50 miles doesn't even show curvature.
Oh my word.
Oh really? It's only like 400 feet or something. It's not that much.
Nah, we know when curves start, when curvature starts? It starts at like probably like 200,000 miles.
It's 200,000 miles.
So this is day one for you.
This guy is making shit up.
I'm making shit up.
Yeah.
You don't know your globe.
Yeah. What's the range?
I'm making shit up. You guys don't even know the shape of. You guys don't even know the shape of the Earth.
What's the size of the Earth?
You guys don't even know the shape of the Earth.
How are you going to get 200,000 off of the size of the Earth? What's the size of the Earth?
Flat is a concept, not a shape, by the way. So you guys don't even know the shape.
Stop running away from your claim about refraction.
No. You guys said I don't know anything. You guys said I don't know anything.
You're running away from what you said.
I'm not running away.
Excuse me. If you believe what you said, stand on it. Answer this question.
I am standing on it.
So, what was the distance then?
No,
200,000 miles.
I said yeah, 200,000 miles. Yeah.
Good. What's the radius of the Earth?
No. Answer my question. You guys said I don't know anything.
No.
I'll answer your question. No, I answered your question.
Be a man and stand on your fucking claim.
Answer my fucking claim. You said I don't know anything, but you guys don't even know the shape of the Earth. So how can you tell me that I don't know anything when you guys don't know anything?
Excuse me. You made a claim.
Okay, Jedi. Okay, I'll answer your question. I'll answer all your questions, Jedi. Answer this first.
Now.
Do you know the shape of the Earth?
No. You'll start by answering my questions now. You said curvature doesn't affect after 200,000 miles, which is a problem if you have a circumference of 24,000 miles. That's a rate of curvature. You did. That's a rate of curvature at 8 inches per mile squared.
Dude, why do you know this?
Because it's your claim, your ball, the math.
I never made that claim.
It's the heliocentric claim of the radius of the Earth. You fall.
I didn't say that.
Oh, so you think the Earth's bigger?
Possibly. Yeah. The Earth could be bigger, yeah.
That's going to fuck up every single piece of mathematics that you've got to do with the ball and the solar system and gravity and everything else. If you say the ball that we're on is bigger.
Yeah, it could be bigger. Do you know that it's bigger?
No, I know that it lays horizontally, not curving.
Yeah, you know it lays horizontally, but you don't know the shape.
Do you understand that if it's bigger than what you are saying, or if that's what we're thinking, if it's bigger, then every other number and calculation and test is wrong.
Yeah.
Everything else is wrong.
Yeah. And you got a problem with that?
Oh, what
NASA is lying to you. NASA comes up with this calculation, so you actually believe what they say. The Earth could be as big as you.
No, we test what they say.
Exactly, you test it.
Yes.
What? Where'd you come to the conclusion? You test it, and you say they're wrong, right?
Yes, because the water on the Earth lays
Exactly.
Excuse me. Can you not interrupt what I'm talking, please? Thank you.
Now you interrupted me.
Shut up. So we test what they say, and when we measure the surface of the Earth, it lays horizontally, no curvature.
The Earth could be bigger. That's what I'm trying to say. You can't believe the mathematics that the NASA has.
Excuse me, with no curvature.
Yeah, there is curvature, but it's like hundreds of thousands of miles until you see the curvature.
Okay, so this is your own cosmology. You're just making this shit up. Have you got a measurement?
No, but I'm not believing what NASA says.
Okay, so have you got a measurement of this curvature over hundreds of thousands of miles?
No, I don't.
No, because you're just making shit up.
No, I'm not. How am I making shit up?
Oh, sorry, you're not making shit up. Okay, give me the measurements that you've taken then, if you're not making it up.
No, I'm not making up. It's 100,000 miles. That's why the concept. That's what the concept of
measurements that you've taken. Sorry, weak man. Can you give me the measurements that you've taken, please?
I'm basing this measurement of you, Jedi, of your flat model.
Okay, you said there was curvature. Where? And what measurements have you taken?
Have you done measurements? Have you done measurements to prove that the Earth is flat?
A question. You seem to be the type of weak man that doesn't want to stand in his claim for the third time in 10 minutes.
I am standing on my claim. To prove my claim, I have to answer I have to ask you questions.
I ain't your fucking friend. You've died on your own.
I never said I was your friend. I never said friend. This is what I mean. You need to listen, Jedi. You need to listen.
Excuse me. You've died on your own claim 3 times.
This guy is intoxicated.
I did not. Listen. You guys think that the Earth is flat.
Xanthan, are you drunk?
I'm not drunk, Jedi. Are you drunk?
Okay, fair enough. No problem.
Jedi, are you drunk?
No, dude, I'm just about to come.
Prove it.
The 200,000 claim was based on how far refraction could go. But
I never said that. That's your claim. I never mentioned refraction at all.
That's what it originated from. Where is the end point of refraction? How far can refraction go? You said about 200,000.
I never said that. I just said about the curvature.
That you haven't got a measurement for.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So you're just making shit up and pulling it out your ass.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Or if you're not, give me the measurements then.
I don't have the measurement.
So you're making it up then, based on no measurement.
But you guys make a lot of things up too.
Just answer the question. You're just making this up because you've got no measurements?
No, just because I don't have measurement does not mean I'm wrong.
Not wrong. Have you got anything to back your claim?
Listen, just because my measurement...
Just answer the question.
Why are you interrupting? This guy is interrupting me. Just not letting me finish.
Yeah, I know, because you're not answering the question. You're trying to deflect and run away from your own claim. It's like, seriously, dude.
I just said I don't have the measurement. Dude, how many times do I have to answer your question?
So, Xanthan, if you don't have the measurement, how can you make a claim of any number?
It doesn't mean my claim is wrong just because I don't have measurements.
A measurement, how can you make a claim of any number? See, we
don't need to have measurement to make a claim.
No number.
I don't need a measurement to have a claim.
So you're pulling shit out of your ass, like Jedi said.
No. You guys are putting shit out of your ass for saying the Earth is flat. You guys.
Yep.
Oh, but we've got measurement. Oh, no, that's
Oh, wow.
What's your measurement? You just made a claim you have measurements.
Yeah, it's flat.
No, Jedi made a claim. Jedi made a claim he has measurement. Jedi, prove it right now.
I still haven't got the number out of you yet. You're not in a position to.
Deflecting, running away.
Yeah, I'm not running away. I'm going to stand here and slap that shit on you. Now, you were asked a question. Where did you get your bullshit numbers from? You were the one running away. Now, be a man. Just say, I'm sorry, I was pulling shit out of my ass, or I was just having a laugh, or I was taking the piss. I don't care. Just tell us where you got your stupid numbers from.
When I make a claim, I don't need a measurement. That's
you did
fact.
make a claim.
Yeah, I did make a claim, but I don't need a measurement to prove my claim.
Hold on. If you make a claim, how are you going to demonstrate this claim of a rate of change of slope without measurements of the rate of change of slope?
Can you do the measurement for me?
No, this is your fucking claim, you idiot. Now,
but that doesn't mean my claim is wrong. That doesn't mean my claim is wrong.
Sorry, could you prove your claim?
I can prove it, but I just haven't measured it.
Okay, so how are you going to prove it?
By measuring it.
Oh, good. But you haven't measured it.
Yeah, but I haven't measured it.
Okay, so your claim is baseless then?
No, my claim is still not
your
wrong.
Your claim is baseless. Your claim is
No,
baseless.
it's not. It's not baseless.
It is. Maybe you
it
don't
can't be
understand
proven.
logic. No.
I can't prove my claim.
No, but we know you can't.
Yes, I can. I just need to measure it.
Okay, so at the moment it's baseless until you prove it with measurements.
No, it's not baseless. I can't prove it.
You've got no measurements to back it up, so baseless until you prove it. And then it will be based on something. That would be the thing that you've measured. So at the moment, it's baseless.
I stand on my claim. I made a claim. I stand on business. That doesn't mean my claim is wrong.
Okay, but you haven't proven it, have you? Just to be clear, you haven't proven it, have you?
Oh, he's still muted, Jedi.
Yeah, no worries. Don't know why we're entertaining the metal.
Oh, man. Crazy.
Which dumbass is next?
I'd like to go next. Unearthed Round. I've seen it on TV. I heard it on the radio.
I seen it out of the airplane. What you talking about?
Well, flat isn't a shape. Well, is round.
It has to be.
Why so quiet?
Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a volunteer. Hey, Roland, you got any proof of curvature?
No, I was just asking why it's so quiet. There's many folks here. Why is it quiet?
You heard it here, folks. Roland, no proof of curvature.
Conversation was just ended, so.
Oh, all right, fine. I am sad I missed out. I will wait.
Well, it wasn't that great. The conversation before that was, it's true because we have an accredited college. The other guy said it was true because he said so. So you didn't miss much.
Yeah, and Jay Reezy believes you should be able to see across the entire Earth if it's flat.
No, that's what Cupcake believes. Nice try, though.
That's what you believe.
No, that's not what I said. In fact, like the other person was trying to say like, oh, freaking, don't you know about like the haze of the atmosphere, like blah blah blah. I was the one that brought that up to fucking help him to begin with. So like, it's like
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it was me. It was literally
I have a question.
me. I was the one that brought it up.
As your head, mate?
Hey, let's talk to the new guy. Yeah,
is the Earth as flat as your head, you stupid nog?
Wow.
I'll drip and flip. I'll kill you, bro. You're dead. You're done. Slaughtered.
Oh wow, that proves it, right?
Bye bye, boy. For once, me and Larry agree.
Gang.
That dude came in here like gang.
Cupcake.
But he violated 2S in 2 seconds.
Cupcake, will you admit, like, to everyone that I was the one that said, like, as long as, like, you have clear, like, less haze, like, I was the one that brought that up in the conversation? Can you be actually, like,
I was the one who brought that up. You were the one pretending like.
All right, so you're going to be into. That's what I thought. I had hope for you, Cupcake, because I never talked to you before, but clearly...
No, you're the one who thought you could just see forever if you got a, like, good enough...
No, I said as long as, like, you know, like, despite, like, the atmosphere and the haze and everything, I was the one that initially brought that up.
You created a straw man.
You don't even have the honesty. You don't even have the honesty to fucking say that. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
No,
it's so sad.
The whole time you pretended like it wasn't even a thing to make your whole side of the argument even worse.
That is not.
You're thinking putting balls down when there's a
literally. There's no point in having a conversation that that can't even be intellectually honest. Like it's just
okay.
It's
So
sad.
Larry,
the whole time you're pretending like it wasn't
Larry. Give the newcomers a summary of this shit show. You're the only one I trust. What the fuck?
I mean, no, because Larry's also intellectually dishonest. Because I had a conversation with him like months and months ago.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he said Larry, not Jay Reese.
I said Larry's the only one I trust. Give me a summary of this shit show. That's all I asked.
Yeah, I don't know what these guys are talking about. I just know that someone just questioned my integrity, so I'm curious how I was dishonest, and I'm pretty sure that it's not going to be the case that I was dishonest, but that doesn't really matter.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can bring it up because, like, you're the only one that I've ever seen with an icon of the Cooper shell saying "I am Larry," and I remember this conversation distinctly with you. We were talking about like the geography of the Earth and how like whether or not United States is west or east of Japan, and whether or not Japan is east or west of Europe or Russia, and whether or not Europe is east or west of United States. And then we were figuring out how to connect all these things. And then you were saying like, oh, like I imagine it as like cylindrical or whatever. So because I was trying to ask you about the shape of the Earth, and then I asked you about that later on. Then I asked you about that later on, and you were like, no, I never said that. I never said those things. Blah blah blah. So that's what I was saying, where you're not intellectually honest.
If you think the Earth is flat, you're just special needs.
Okay, what evidence do you have that it's a globe?
Yes.
Okay, so for example, like...
What evidence did you bring? Skippity boppity.
Yo.
Yeah, what evidence did you bring for the globe?
I'm playing Minecraft right now.
That sounds like pretty solid evidence.
It's weak.
You can't walk and chew gum at the same time?
I can run and chew gum at the same time.
Alright, you don't have any evidence for a globe Earth. Okay, got it. Just a deranged belief that you have, like a zealot. Okay, fine.
Okay. Yep, I'm a sheep. Bah!
The fuck?
I think I'm a well-known glober, and I just want to say, no honest glober would say I'm playing Minecraft. No way.
Roll Tide.
That wouldn't happen.
Roll Tide.
That's so sad. I'm playing Minecraft, but I accidentally ended up here.
Did Roland said he's an honest glober?
I said
I have my doubts about that.
I tried
you are the worst.
Glober, yes.
Yes, you are the worst. You are one of the worst. Yes. I agree.
But not as bad as the guy that accidentally ended up here while he was playing Minecraft. I'm not that bad.
Let's test this claim. Skippity boppity. Prior to coming into this panel, have you ever heard of rolling my boulder before?
No. What are your thoughts on the Emu War?
Oh, I don't really care.
Are you sure?
I have a question for what's his name? Skibbity Poppy?
Can you read? I don't know.
No, it's too many consonants. It's awkward. But I do have a question.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to answer quick so that nobody thinks you Googled it.
I'm literally playing Minecraft. Why would I Google anything, bro?
Okay. Were the creepers a mistake?
Yes.
How can the creepers be a mistake if they were coded into the game? The makers of the game made a code, and that code played. It was for an intent, a purpose. How can it be a mistake?
Because it was.
So the coder of the game made a mistake, and creepers came about.
Yep.
Jimsy, half these people in here were a freaking mistake.
Yeah, I like that Australian guy.
I get it.
And he called us special needs. Okay.
You are special needs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You wrecked them, Jimsy. You fucking owned. Jimsy nailed it. I mean, why would the mistake have been coded in if for any other reason than on purpose?
Because it's a conspiracy. Just like the Earth being flat.
You said it was a mistake, but it was not a mistake.
Yes, it was.
Must be pretty easy.
No, it wasn't.
Everything you didn't learn in school, you can just dismiss as a conspiracy. Like, you don't have to do any critical thinking about it. You can just play Minecraft and avoid reality.
Yeah.
But he plays Minecraft without even knowing what he plays.
Okay.
No, it's not okay.
For the second time, and I hope last, I'm with Jimsy.
Who is Jimsy?
Minecraft is a globe landscape, right? It curves. I've never played it. Or is it flat?
Huh? I didn't hear you. Wasn't paying
I think it started out flat, but I think they added curvature later on with one of the updates.
Yeah, well, how big is the Minecraft map? 200,000 squares or so?
What about
I'm not playing regular Minecraft, so
can you see to the other side?
Oh, dude, he's playing not regular Minecraft. It's modded.
No, I'm playing Hypixel.
It's modded to be flat. Oh my god.
I mean, if it's flat, you could probably see all the way to the end, right? To the other side.
I think it'd be great if someone had a modded No Man's Sky and every planet was flat.
Like protoplanets,
what?
just disks in space.
You didn't say planet. Surely not.
Hey, why don't you look up protoplanets and show me the disks in space that you guys actually believe in?
Why do you say you guys, Larry? I don't say anything about what you believe. So how about you do me the same favor? Don't say you guys.
The mainstream. You're.
Stop. Stop. I'm not going to put mainstream flat Earth on you. Don't put mainstream.
Okay, fair enough. Do you believe in protoplanets?
I've never heard that term until just now.
Okay, well look it up. When you see the discs in space,
I'm not going to look it up.
Tells you about. And I'm not saying that's what's going on here, so don't quote me on that.
Well, hold on. Man. Okay, I will look it up if you are telling me that you believe in protoplanets.
No, I don't believe in that.
If you don't, then I'm not going to look it up.
No, I do not believe in protoplanets.
That's like if I said, "Hey, Larry, why don't you look up unicorns?" It's like it's a diversion. Like I don't believe in unicorns.
Okay, look.
I want you to look it up.
Look up flat Earth, but I don't believe it. Don't look it up.
Hold on, Larry is telling me to look up stuff Larry doesn't believe in. Why, Larry?
You don't have to look it up. Fine. Moving on.
Okay. Oof.
Some people do believe in protoplanets.
I'm not mad that you're not going to look it up or anything. I'm definitely not mad.
Larry, do you believe in protoplanets?
No.
Then stop saying protoplanets, at least for 12 hours.
No. Okay, sure, as long as you give me $1 million in gold.
All right, done. It's transferred to you personally.
As soon as it arrives at my doorstep and I have to sign for it, I'll stop using it for 12 hours.
Oh, how about in the meantime, we have a truce?
No. Payable and
You're going to keep saying protoplannet, even though you don't believe in protoplanets, can't define it, can't acknowledge it.
Here and they say that we believe in like discs in space.
Globers.
Yeah,
what's the baddest thing to flat earthers?
What?
Well, why do you group all people that think it's a globe into this superset of protoplanet believing people? Why can't they just think it's a globe without protoplanets?
Well, because people that tell them what to think.
Yeah, careful because everything you're about to say is going to apply to people that think the Earth is flat.
Well, it's technically the discussion that we're having. If you were in a pro-abortion versus anti-abortion, that's how you would divide people up. But we're in a flat Earth channel, so it's Globers, flat Earthers.
Protoplanets and abortions rather than just Glober flat. Protoplanet and abortion. All right. Larry, you have wandered too far. Too far, my friend.
I haven't wandered anywhere.
He's probably
you're talking about protoplanets and abortions. You have wandered.
I haven't talked about abortions.
They said you did.
Nobody in here.
No, I
talked about abortions.
I used it as a comparison. You're saying why do you have to make everybody either like a glober or a flat earther? Because it's a flat Earth debate server. If you were in an an abortion server, it would be abortion versus anti-abortion.
No, not necessarily. I don't think. But
here's a fuck, man.
Moreover, protoplanets? What do protoplanets have to do with whether it's flat or globe? That's bullshit. That's it. That's bullshit.
I've already told you because people come in here and because they...
When people come in here,
can you let me
come in here saying so many things. No, people come in here.
Silence. People come in here and they think that we believe in discs that float in space. We don't actually believe in that shit. That's what they believe. They just don't know it yet. And as soon as they Google discs in space or protoplanets, they're going to find out like, oh, I'm the dumbass that believes in discs in space. But they won't say it like that. So they'll preserve, their own intellectual prowess, And they'll say, oh, actually, I'm the genius that believes whatever I'm told without looking into it and doing any kind of critical thinking.
Okay, I humored you. I shut up. I listened. You said we. And I just want to know, who is the we you speak for? Which subset of the flat Earth folks do you say? Which do you mean by we? You said we.
None of us believe in discs in space.
I didn't ask that. I asked, which do you speak for? You said we.
I'm speaking for all flat earthers. If there's any
all flat earthers, so anyone that
you
thinks,
believe in discs in space.
So you speak for anyone that thinks the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Because none of them are going to be dumb enough to just Google something.
No, fair enough. You speak for them
that's
all.
what I believe. On that subject,
I'm going to. Wait. On that subject, so you don't speak for them. You speak for them on a.
Anybody else, man?
Subject. Oh, hold on. What was that on
He's
that
talking about
subject?
anything but the subject, isn't he?
Well, what did you mean? I speak for them on that subject.
Somebody else start arguing. These dudes are boring.
Right?
That was so cute. What a nice out. It's okay, Larry.
It's not an out.
It was a total out.
Nobody believes in
embarrassing
this
for you.
Globers.
We all heard it. It was embarrassing for you. Carry on with somebody else.
Why do you sound like the Joker, bro? You sound like the Jonkler.
Wait.
Say why so serious. Say why so serious.
Why so serious?
But say it like slow.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Wait. Why so serious?
Whoa, are you Heath Ledger?
Thanks.
Well, let me do it again. Why so serious?
Dude, you suck.
Okay, now you're dragging it.
Oh, all right. Hold on. Why so serious?
You're dragging it.
Can we get back on topic? You've been in this conversation for a while, Boulder. You got any evidence of curvature other than what your grandpappy heard on the radio back in 1969?
I do, but we were talking about why so serious.
Can you provide that evidence?
Why so serious?
Anything other than what you saw on TV?
Larry, why so serious?
Dude, I've had a great day. I'm not in a serious mood at all. So you keep projecting all these things on me like I'm embarrassed, or I'm serious. Like
embarrassed, he says. You have had a good day.
I have.
I think this is the first time I've heard Larry embarrassed. Anyway.
So you got any evidence of the globe, or are you just going to keep dancing around the elephant in the room?
Much. I have much evidence for the globe.
Go ahead. Right.
But that's not really the question. This is
It's the question of the room.
Hold on. Is this the 24/7 globe server? I don't think it is. Tell me your evidence of the flat, and let's really comb through it. You present a piece of evidence, and let me debunk it.
Sure. When I
go ahead, Larry. This is the 24/7 flat Earth server, so give us.
So burner proof reversal, sure, I'll bite. So I go outside.
Revertant. It's the name of the server.
Danced
24/7
I said I would bite, and you're still talking. So you go outside, and you cannot witness or experience any curvature, axial rotation. The only thing that you experience, your senses are telling you that you live on a flat stationary plane. It's topographical plane, but it's a plane nonetheless.
Incorrect.
That's difficult for some people.
You're speaking for my senses, so I have to interrupt. I dispute that.
Okay,
if you speak for your own senses. Speak for your own senses.
Okay,
Don't speak for mine.
Go ahead and tell us, why did you interrupt?
Sure. I go outside and I do not see flat Earth. I see trees, hills, roads, buildings, houses.
Hills. Are you talking about topography?
All I'm telling you spoke for me. You said I go outside and experience flat Earth, and I don't. I see hills, trees, buildings, but nothing flat.
Do you experience
nothing looks flat?
Then?
I don't experience flat. This is the 24/7 flat Earth server. We're not really talking about.
You're going to avoid what you really believe, like for the rest of the night. Like you're not going to talk about it at all.
I'm just saying it doesn't look flat. Not flat. The flat claim is.
I'm sure we spoke about this before, Roland. It's easier to say flat than topographically stationary, planar fucking realm.
Does it feel stationary, Roland?
I don't see what is, hold on, Matrix. I didn't catch all those words, but I don't
exactly.
see those.
We know there's hills and stuff, Roland. There's hills, there's trees, there's valleys, and rivers and shit across them. But guess what? We call it flat because it's planar in nature. So you're going to the extreme. Roland, you are just like the typical Bevites. Oh my God, there's a hill over there. That's not flat.
Hold on.
We know.
Hold on. I was just refuting the claim.
Yeah, you're being a dick. That's what you're being. Stop it.
Yeah. I don't experience it as flat.
Do you experience it as stationary?
Stationary, yeah. A stationary globe.
Okay, so you experience it as a globe. Can you tell us how?
Looks like one.
Does it? In your backyard? What kind of backyard do you got? Because my backyard, pictures.
I've been given pictures of the globe, but no pictures of flat.
So what if I give you a picture of me and Paris Hilton sitting down having dinner together? Would you just believe it if I said that it came from the government?
I would actually rather you stayed on topic and gave a picture of the flat Earth.
Well, I'm just saying, how do you know a picture is like actually?
I just want you to stay on topic and give the picture.
Did you say pictures, or did I just make that shit up in my head?
Yeah.
Did you say the word?
Do you have a picture of the flat Earth?
Did you say the word?
Do you have a picture?
Bro, I'm not a cop.
Do you have a picture of the flat Earth?
The Earth is flat.
I'm not gonna.
So say it. Say, I have no picture of the flat Earth. Just say it. It's easy. I have no picture of the flat Earth. Easy to say.
Bro, we've taken lots of pictures with no coverage.
Okay, lay the pictures on me. Because the globe has.
So you just have to have control of the
can't be flat.
Don't you? Did you make a claim that
you take it away?
Pictures of curvature? Did you say that?
No, you're controlling the conversation, so lay the pictures on us, bro.
Dude, you're such
you have no pictures. No pictures.
This dude is a clown dancing all over the place, like obviously not addressing the elephant in the room.
Which is that there are no flat Earth pictures.
Every picture's of a flat Earth.
There are no pictures of the globe. You can't reproduce them. Not even Jeff Bezos or Richard Branson or any of those rich fuckers like Elon Musk can reproduce them.
I'm an astronaut. The Earth is round.
Prove it.
I just did.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
You just said it, and that's proof, huh?
Yep.
That's what you Globers think proof is? Like, that's why you're in the place that you're in.
What?
A place of just believing everything that you're told. You don't know how to question authority. You don't know how to think.
Okay, but I'm D1.
I don't care if you're D2. Like, I don't give a fuck, bro.
Yeah, I'm better. That means the Earth is not flat. Done.
Didn't you say you were playing Minecraft?
Yep.
Isn't Minecraft, like, flat?
No.
Yes.
No.
If you go up high, there's curvature. I think they changed it.
But what does Minecraft have to do with anything? It's a game.
Yeah, we know that. It's like a model of reality, right?
No.
So they don't model Minecraft after reality.
He just told you it's not a game. It's a model of his reality.
His reality. He might be schizophrenic.
He just told you it's a model of his reality.
Do you see things, Larry? Like,
yeah.
You hear voices?
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Oh, they saw it on TV. They think it's a globe. And they think I'm crazy because I believe my eyes and not what I see on TV, whereas they believe what they see on TV and not their eyes. So that makes me a crazy person.
Yeah, you're crazy.
Right, because I believe my eyes. You know how crazy that sounds?
Yeah, you're crazy.
Right, because I believe what I see and what my senses tell me.
Yep.
Whereas you deny your senses and reality and accept what another man has given you on a tell-lie vision.
Yep.
And then you proudly say yup, like, I don't...
Oh, wait, I just figured it out. Are you married, Larry?
Yes.
I figured out you're muted.
What does that do with anything?
It's some low-tier trolling right there.
Extremely low. They're not breaking my Zen, though.
Yeah, I want to ask Roland, my boulder, how does he know there's pictures of a globe?
And this is where he does the okey doke and avoids your question. Is he scared or muted?
He's going for another beer, probably.
He could have fell asleep.
Oh, almost spilled it.
Me? I didn't fall asleep.
Hey, Roland.
Yeah, dude. So, I got.
Oh, go in, yeah.
Well,
I did.
I got a question for you. Okay. So, how do you know there's pictures of a globe?
I have been offered them.
Yeah. So.
I haven't been.
How do you know they're pictures? So, how do you know that those are pictures of a globe?
I haven't been offered any pictures of flat. So
what? That doesn't mean anything.
Offer pictures of one thing. Well, it kind of does.
So what? It doesn't mean anything. I can't draw any conclusions from your descriptive statements.
You asked me some questions. I have been offered.
I said, so much.
I've been offered pictures of a globe. I have not been offered any pictures of flat.
Okay, so what if I offered you pictures of Bigfoot, but I don't offer you pictures of a snow leopard? What does that mean?
Nothing, because we're talking.
Does that mean snow leopards don't exist, but Bigfoot does?
Can you offer me a picture?
Well, no, listen. Yeah, every picture's of a flat Earth.
So
yeah, every picture. Yeah, so no. We're not just talking about flat Earth. So I'm running through your shit logic, right? So if I offer you pictures of Bigfoot,
shit logic,
don't offer you pictures of snow. Stop over talking me. So if I offer you pictures of Bigfoot, but I don't offer you pictures of snow leopards don't exist, but Bigfoot does. This is your logic, dude.
I'm not talking about.
This is your logic. This is fucking bad.
I'm not talking about that with you. I'm talking about Earth.
Yeah, but no, we're talking about your logic.
We're not.
We're talking about your logic,
Stop over-talking me. I didn't overtalk you. Stop over-talking me. I'm not.
Yeah, you're trying to make a red herring argument.
Talk about Earth. Don't make weak analogies that are red herring.
No, it's an exact analogy. It isn't a weak analogy. It's exact. Okay, what's the difference? So how is my analogy?
Don't use
my analogy different, Roland? How is my analogy different than yours? How is it not analogous? So how is it not analogous? How is it not analogous?
Speak to the topic. Don't use an analogy.
I am.
Don't use an analogy.
I'm speaking to your sophistry.
You don't use one.
I don't care. No. You don't get to make the rules, bro.
So we're not talking about Bigfoot anymore.
No, we're talking about your logic. Bigfoot was an example. I could use any example, right? So I showed you a picture of a woman. I didn't show you a picture of your mother, therefore your mother doesn't exist.
Yeah, you can use anything except flat Earth because no flat Earth.
No, we have pictures of a flat Earth. You can go take one yourself. Go outside with a camera. Take a picture.
No, share your picture. You said we have them. Share it.
I did.
Yeah, you have them. Have you ever taken a picture of the outdoors?
Reification. Any picture taken is a picture.
No, you're using that word. Reification is making an abstract idea real. Okay, so you're using that wrong.
You just said any picture taken is a picture of the flat Earth, right? That's what you said.
Yeah, any picture of the Earth. Yeah.
And that is reification, my bro.
No.
Sorry, you don't like it.
Define what reification is.
You are making sort of a circular thing. The Earth is flat, therefore any picture of the Earth is a picture of the flat Earth.
It's not a reification.
That does sound circular, not gonna lie.
Well, you could say that it wasn't my argument. First of all, that wasn't
around the argument is crazy.
Yes, that's a circular argument, but he said it's a reification fallacy, which is something completely different.
It's also known as the fallacy of misplaced concretism, taking abstract things and giving them physicality. Reification. The map isn't the land, for example.
See, this is sophistry, and that's what I'm exposing. Rolling my boulders, epic sophistry, which is frickin' sad. And you never answered my questions.
I'm not a
The pictures that you have been offered of a globe.
By any definition.
You know they're real, dude.
By any definition, I'm not a sophist. Antagonistic to your point of view, yes. Sophist.
Do you know what a sophist means?
Yeah, basically in modern terms, you could use the word lawyer.
No. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Why are you in here? You're too fucking dumb to be in here.
You don't think a sophist is a lawyer?
A person who reasons with clever but fallacious arguments. And when fallacious means logical fallacies.
So, sophists were folks that...
I just read you the definition.
You shouted over...
I read you the definition. I read you the definition. A person who reasons with clever but fallacious arguments.
He's going to give you the historical definition of a sophist, which was a paid educator in ancient Greece.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck about that, though.
That's where the term comes from.
He read something, but I'm not sure he knows what a sophist actually is or was.
I just read you the definition.
Yeah, okay. I guess that's a modern interpretation.
Hey, Roland,
But,
if you don't like that definition, here's another one. Cambridge Online. A person who uses sophistry, clever but untrue arguments in order to deceive people.
You said a sophist is someone that uses sophistry. Come on.
The modern definition is different from the ancient definition. The modern definition is gained.
The sophist. So this
is a word concept fallacy. So all words, so it could be one word, but in different contexts, it means different things. We're not having a historical lecture. We're not talking about freaking what people in the past, different groups of people. We're talking about sophistry as in the action of debating that he's doing right here. He's using a particular tactic, using fallacious arguments because he thinks he's clever. Okay. So stop firing up you guys' logical fallacies. It's called a word concept fallacy. So just because it's the same word, don't mean it means the same thing in all contexts.
Yeah, of course not. I'm just saying that's what he was probably going to say.
The sophists and the lawyers are very, very similar. The sophists would argue a point they didn't necessarily believe was true for money, much like modern day lawyers will argue a point they don't necessarily believe is true for money. Sophists and lawyers, very, very much the same thing. And I'm neither a sophist nor a lawyer.
No, they're not the same thing. A lawyer's called a lawyer.
Very similar. Very, very similar.
Okay, you said the same. Now you changed the goalpost, which is what? What is that called? What's it called when you change the goalpost?
Sophistry.
Yeah.
You got it. It's called a moving, it's called a moving the goalpost fallacy. So you're piling up the logical fallacies. So we pointed out all these logical fallacies that you used. So when I called you a sophist, because you're using fallacious arguments, you are proving me correct the more you talk.
Wait, sophists didn't use fallacious arguments. They just used arguments that didn't necessarily
you're doing a word concept fallacy. Sophist has more than one definition, and the definition I am using, the one that's relevant to what we're doing, debating, a person who reasons with clever but fallacious arguments. I'm not talking about a sophist in the historical sense, as in a group of people from ancient Greece. Obviously not, because we're not having a historical conversation about a historical topic, are we? No, we're not.
Give me a citation. Give me a citation. Give me a citation about this quote.
Okay, I'll give you some dictionary.
You've nothing. You have no word concept fallacy. Oh, the words upset you. That's the fallacy?
What? Are you a
word concept fallacy? He said word concept fallacy.
A word concept fallacy is when you take a word, right, out of the concept and apply that word to mean one definition in all contexts. Okay?
Oh, like level.
Has multiple definitions depending on the context that it's used in. And the context I'm using is in the style of debate, not in historical reference. You're using it as a historical reference. So that is a word concept fallacy.
So most flat earthers are doing a word.
Now you're going to talk about us.
They say level. Yeah, when you say level is a word concept fallacy.
No.
By your definition that you just stated.
What are you talking about?
Level. I'm talking about you. Level is a word concept fallacy.
I don't remember me talking about level.
Do you remember you talking about word concept fallacy?
Yeah, but I don't remember me talking about level.
Right, because that's where I used a thing that you said to talk about another thing.
I didn't say
and they don't make any sense when you put them both together.
I didn't say anything about level. No. See, I didn't say anything about level, so you've imagined that maybe I might make some argument about level meaning flat, and I would use that as a word concept fallacy. But we're not there yet, because I didn't do that. I didn't mention the word level. We didn't talk about the word level. We're basically samurai sorting through your fucking fallacious bullshit. This shit work. I can only imagine. I know you're single, but if you had a girl, Jesus fucking Christ, she'd leave you almost immediately.
Good job, I killed her then.
This is like arguing with a woman. For real.
You guys hear the joke about the guy who was eating lunch and there was two people behind him arguing, and it was a couple of gay men, and he said that everything was like logically consistent and they were like problem solving and conflict resolution and making logical sense, and it was like the best argument he had ever heard, like they were actually working things out.
Sorry, I had to step away. I had to pee. Indio, I am back. Tell me more about your fallacious, flaccid.
Yeah, nah. Sorry, guys. I've had enough of that one. I'd rather have silence for 5 minutes.
It's the best the Glover's got. Sophistry. All they've ever had. Since day one. Are there any Glovers in here that would like to make a logically consistent argument? If you dare.
I mean, it's hard to just to get a Glover that can actually make a logically sound statement in the first place about anything. It's like almost a requirement that they're irrational. At least when it comes to talking about this topic. I mean, how many of these dudes been in this topic for like half a decade, and they still can't steel man any flat Earth position? Not even one. That's just that tells me either they don't understand what we're talking about, or they haven't been paying attention the whole time. So like they're talking and they're just waiting for their turn to talk.
Well, give them credit. Like, if all your shit was based on logical fallacies, you know, they only got so much brain processing power. So when people like this know that they're being dishonest in their arguments, they have to focus on saying the right thing and posturing and peacocking and all that other stuff. They couldn't possibly focus on, like, being logically consistent. It's impossible. How could you be logically consistent when lying about something that isn't true?
Well, logic doesn't necessarily entail truth.
Agreed, but if you
can have a statement that's like logically valid, I forget which one it is, and not true.
How do they have images of star trails going different directions?
Are they going west to east in some areas?
Yeah, no. I'm not saying that. Like, I know stars go east to west all the time.
Okay, then what are you talking about?
So are they saying like they're just say facing south when they're taking the video as opposed to facing north?
So they turned around, and the stars are actually going in the same direction, but you came in here and said that they go in opposite directions.
No, I'm saying how do they have the images showing it?
Because the guy turned around. That's what you just said, facing north and facing south.
It's that simple? There's nothing else to it?
That's it. You're on the equator.
Yeah.
It's north.
You changed directions. That's the only thing that changed direction.
They have to. There's got to be more to it. It's not just that retarded, right?
It's that retarded. Globers have these arguments out there for other Globers to bring to us. Like it's going to be like, oh, okay, everybody, shut it down. The stars go in opposite directions. They're so right. No more 24/7 flat Earth. We're going back to the globe. Back to I Love NASA. Everybody order your I Love NASA t-shirts.
Like, that's all there is to it.
Yeah, the stars are all going east to west. And I've even heard Globers say, well, what about below the 33 degrees? Because I live in Texas on 33rd parallel, so Polaris is not directly overhead. Obviously, it's not at the equator either. It's about halfway in between. They say that the stars below it are actually going west to east. And I'm like, okay, well, if I'm standing in Siberia, like right now, looking up at those stars, are they going east or west? So I've had Globers say the stupidest shit about those stars going in opposite directions. And every time they say it, I'm like, this is so simple. How do y'all not understand this?
I like when they say the stars rotate. That's a good one. I've never seen a star rotate.
The correct word would be revolve around a center axis, right?
Well, I mean, technically, you'd have to do a 24-hour time lapse to see a star do it like a circle. Allegedly, if somebody actually did that, assuming that's what would happen. But like when you like the time lapses, what ends up happening is the star trail of a star overlaps the star trail of another star, and it looks like a circle. Right? So you don't actually see circles in reality. They should actually, I don't think they would ever make circles. Because they say, right, so the constellations precess, so there's no way they would ever line up exactly into their own trail. They'd miss by a little bit every day. Every if you could do like say you could do a 365-day time lapse, right? After one day, it would like make almost a circle and then just miss, right, its own where it started. And then the next day would just miss and just miss and just miss, and make a spiral graph across the sky. Should. If. It's a pretty big if, as they say. Even if they say the stars rotate, well, I thought the Earth was rotating. They forget that part.
It's the Freudian slip. You know, they've been told that all motion is relative, and that explains away the nature of this Earth being geocentric. Because they can say, well, actually, we don't know because all motion is relative. But sometimes, every once in a while, you get some people coming here and you know, they think that there's absolute space in like the mainstream model, and they're in here quoting Newton because that's what the government told them.
Hey, Larry, have you ever heard of, I think it's pronounced Gulf? Johannes Gulf or Jonathan Gulf or something like that?
I don't think so.
It's like a, I don't know what you would call him, autodidact, whatever. Self-trained, did everything, wrote novels, poems, science, languages, whatever, right? Did everything. But he did he came up with a theory of color that refuted Newton. I knew about this guy, and I've never really understood, I guess he's he's almost like Tesla, except for Tesla has actually gotten more publicity. He's known and widely recognized like a super genius. But not really in academia, because what he put out was basically what they would consider anti-science. He looked at science in a completely different way. He didn't look at the mathematical in the mathematical form of Newton, right? So it turns out that he did experiments with prisms like Newton did, but he didn't just do what Newton did, he went beyond it. So apparently, a shadow will create a rainbow of what they call complementary colors. A shadow. If you cast a light and a shadow on a prism, the shadow will cast a rainbow, but it's not like the regular rainbow that you see outside. It's a different color rainbow. It's like magenta, purple, and another color.
That fire can have a shadow. A flame can have a shadow.
Can it?
All it needs is a light source near it that's brighter than the flame itself.
Here, I'll post a diagram.
We'll come check it out.
So one of the reasons I bring it up, so I was watching this podcast and they brought this up, and what blew my mind is, so as soon as I hear the shadow thing, I'm thinking, well, why don't we see this during eclipses? They say the moon turns red because the sunlight scattering through the atmospheres, but why aren't we seeing if the atmosphere is acting like a refracting medium, why aren't we seeing shadow cast like this, like at the edges of the so-called shadow, right? Why aren't we seeing this little rainbow thing of weird colors? And on top of that, what they said is that so in infrared, right? So if you take a prism and you shine white light on it, at the end of the spectrum, this is how infrared wavelength was discovered. Guy left the prism on the table and he left his thermometer accidentally in a part of the rainbow which you couldn't see, and the temperature went up. That's how they figured out infrared radiation generated heat. But apparently, if you use the opposite spectrum and you use this technique, it'll actually cool it off, which made me think of the people that say moonlight is colder. Moonlight cools stuff off and sunlight warms things up. So That's very strange. Because this is accepted in science. They just don't accept it because there's no mathematics behind it. So you're not going to see it in the textbook, right? You're not going to see it. So they say that the purple doesn't actually exist as a color, that your brain creates a color purple, that it doesn't actually exist in nature, even though. So this is like the inverse colors of a rainbow, right? This orange, yellow, purple. It's the inverse colors of a rainbow, what they call complementary colors. And this is how they actually use this. These are the colors they use to actually. So you got your primary colors that, red, yellow, and blue, right? When you mix paint, you can make all the primary colors. It used to blow my mind because I don't know if any of you guys seen the old TVs, right? The RCAs, they have a little decal on it, and it would show red, blue, and green. Those are the primary colors for projected light, right? So with those three colors, you can make all the colors that we see with projected light. But if you mix paint, it isn't red, blue, green, it's red, blue, yellow. So this inverted rainbow, what they call the complementary or secondary colors, they were saying that it cools stuff off. This is just I'm just babbling. So, it's just something weird that I came across.
I've heard of cold lasers. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah. Yeah, there's laser cooling, but that's like you basically, according to them, right? You take the particle or the molecule, right, and you trap it, right? So I have a thermal motion, right? So say that thermal motion is say at 1,000 degrees, the thermal motion is a millimeter, right? So what you do is you shine a laser through at a millimeter and decrease its wavelength so that the thermal motion gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and you take that momentum out of the molecules, and that cools it off. Basically, you trap it within the phases, the peaks of the. If you think of it as water waves, right? So it's like trapping it in between the wave, trapping the molecules in the troughs of the waves, so that it takes the energy away from it. Whatever molecules, they do it with gases. They don't really do it with solids or liquid.
I seen this thing not too long ago, and these two guys were talking. And they were saying in science, when everything gets all mathematic is because they have no other way to describe it. And they can't do it scientifically. So they just use math to describe sketchy things that I was hearing this and I was like, man, this is good. I'm going to see if I can find that video and post it for you guys.
Yeah, this is a YouTube channel. It's called the Demystified Podcast. And they're both PhD physicists, husband and wife. But the people that they interview are what you would call non-heterodox, right? They're people that are mainstream science doesn't accept what they're saying. But these guys are both teaching university. They're both they can sift through the bullshit. But they had this person on, and apparently they had some conference or something in California, and they had all these. But he brought up this. There's also apparently a book someone wrote, and they tested planting. I think they used corn or beans or something that grows fast. And they planted it, and they recorded when they planted it according to the lunar cycle. If I planted on the first day of the new moon, how fast does the plant grow? If I planted on the second day, how fast? Doing it, keeping everything else controlled, right? So apparently, certain plants, if you plant them at a certain time in the lunar or solar cycle, they'll grow faster or slower. They'll have taller or shorter, broader leaves, and apparently this lady, she wrote an entire freaking book of like 9 years of doing this research. It's pretty like, there's a lot of like good science out there that's just like, because it isn't like commercially viable or heavily mathematical, or the government isn't granting or giving out, wheelbarrows full of money to research it, that it just goes like under the radar.
That's really interesting. I did not know that. I would like to learn more about this.
Apparently the book is called, hold on. What did they say the name of the book was? Hold on, I'll get the name.
It's okay, take your time.
Alright, I found that video that I was looking for. There's the clip. If anybody wanted to watch the whole thing, let me know and I'll post the original video. Alright, I'm gonna look at what he was talking about.
Apparently it's a book called Gardening by the Moon. Published by Karen Cottrell about 30 years ago.
Who else wants some of Debo?
Isn't that from Friday? What was that movie? Fuck, I forgot.
Yeah.
No, what's that movie with Chris Tucker and Ice Cube?
That's Friday, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I've seen it 10,000 times, dude, so literally 10,000 times. I stayed at my friend's house for like 3 weeks, and he had one of those boxes that was unlocked, right? So you get pay-per-view for nothing, and like that shit was on loop. We just fucking kept that on in the background forever. Getting stoned all day.
That's the one of the iconic lines in the movie when he was inviting that guy to like get his bike. Oh, you want your bike, homie? Come over here. It's right over here. And the guy's kind of like, he takes his, like, all right, he's gonna give me my bike back, and he turns around and just like uppercuts him, makes him fly across him. He's like, "That's my bike, punk." That's funny, dude. It's just like the reaction of that. It's so funny. Because it's stupid. Like he was gonna get
launching, man. He fucking goes launching through the air, and they're like, "Damn!"
Yeah, you got knocked the fuck out. That's where we get that line from that QE always likes to say when people are in here and they don't have evidence for the globe. Shit, man, were you busy or what? I haven't seen you in like a week. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I was wondering what's up with you, man. I thought you were tired.
Nah, I got my nose to the grindstone. Dude, I'm throwing some money at some cryptos and shit. Cause want to make some bread.
Did you get that Hawk Chua crypto, man?
Is that good?
No, it's not good. It's a joke, man.
Well,
have you heard of that Hawk Chua girl? You heard of her?
No.
Are you out of the loop? Some dumb bitch. She was like on some like I don't know if we should tell you the story. So there was someone going around the clubs just like interviewing people outside, and they asked her some shit, and she was like, Hawk Chua spit on that thing, and then somehow she got famous and flown out to a bunch of places, started a podcast. But she started like a coin, a scam coin, apparently, like 2 weeks ago, and it like, yeah, it's a shit coin, pump and dump scheme.
Just kind of like the innuendo that she uses, right? Same thing?
Yeah, exactly. Freaking. It's just funny. I can't believe people are still falling for pump and dump crypto scams. Like, how is that even possible at this point?
It's a quick way to get a shit ton of money. Sometimes.
Yeah, but like, how are you not hip on like the pre-mining and all that bullshit? Like, how like at this point, like what, 5 years later? Like, how are you still falling for this shit?
Hey, speaking of which, I was going to ask you a question because you're kind of knowledgeable about like technology and whatnot. Do you know what an ASIC miner is?
Yeah.
And I was thinking, why do they cost so damn much, dude? Why can't anybody just make it? Do they have like proprietary tech inside? Is that why?
No, it's because, well, I mean, this is the problem. So they have to design a chip. So, okay, so I'll give you an example. Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
So Bitcoin, it's hash, right? So it does proof of work, right? So it hashes the key to unlock a block, right? But that hashing is an operation. So it has to actually do the mathematics to spit out the hash. Because just like doing a random number just ain't gonna work. So it has to do the entire mathematical operation, right? So they used to do it in the GPU, but like, so it's coded in software and the GPU can run the mathematical operation. So what they figured out is we'll just make a custom chip that basically is, the software is the chip, right? So the chip only does that one thing. They basically designed the chip to do that one mathematical operation, nothing fucking else. Okay. It was like, cool, great. Yeah, awesome. Well, the thing about chip manufacturing is you need volume to justify the expense of like going to like TSMC or what's the other one? UMTC. I think there's only like 2 chip fabs. I mean, there's some chip fabs in China, I think, that make the ASICs. But it's very expensive, right? So you have to design the chip. That's expensive. So you need a freaking hardware guy to freaking make it. And then you make it on what's called an FPGA, which is basically I'm not going to get into it. But it's basically... Yeah. It's basically, you can design the chip in real time on a thing in Verilog, and then run it, see if it works. Then you go, okay, fine, it works. Our design works. Boom. Now we're going to tape it out. Boom. Now we take it, and then we actually make the blueprint for actually designing the chip. We send that to the chip manufacturer. You have to make the mask, the sheet, the lithograph. Then they have to run the process. And you're like, okay, we made 1,000 freaking chips. How many chips do we get per wafer? What's our defect rate? Blah, blah, blah. And You're like, oh, we're fucking $50 million in the fucking hole, and we haven't sold a single fucking chip yet. Okay, that's why they're so expensive.
They charge you a fucking arm and a leg for having shit that they can't sell.
It's the development cost. The development cost is very high to make a custom chip that only does one fucking function that isn't useful for anything else.
Dude, they're like fucking $13,000 a fucking miner, dude. Like it's ridiculous. It's like, okay, my thing is though, why can't you just get parts and make your own, like DIY and shit?
Probably can.
No.
You know how to program, but anyways. No.
So that's why the miners are so fast, right? Because they're custom chips. Basically, they take the software and make it in hardware. Any piece of software can be turned into a piece of hardware. It's just expensive. You could literally make a GTA chip, and it would run Grand Theft Auto so fucking fast it wouldn't be funny. But the chip would be mad fucking expensive. So that's the point. The development cost is so high, they have to charge a lot for the miner to recoup the cost of development. We're talking multiple millions of dollars. It isn't cheap.
I know, but somebody that knows how to build circuits, why can't they just build a fucking ASIC miner specifically? The chip itself.
So because the chip,
here's why,
chip, dude. Oh, go ahead.
The first chip costs $40 million. The second chip costs 12 cents, and the third one costs 12 cents, and the fourth one. So how do you sell something like that? And the answer is they have to guess at how many people are going to buy it and sort of spread out that $40 million on all the chips, even though the first one was the one that cost $40 million.
What market are they basing it off of? Because like the mining market is very niche.
Yeah, I mean, they have to guess at how many people are going to buy it.
At that preposterous, well, I mean, you got to take a look at like crypto and how people are aping in these days. Okay, but
and
that's
then you
fine.
got this problem with Bitcoin. Let me tell you what. So one of the problems with making ASICs for Bitcoin, I don't know if it's still a problem now, but back in the day when they first started making ASICs, was everybody jumps off of GPUs and they go to ASICs, so it's custom chip. Well, now the difficulty adjusts itself, right? So a block is only solved once per every 10 minutes, right? Everybody starts mining ASICs, and the first people in, they're mining Bitcoin super fast. They're like, yay, right? And everybody else, oh, look how fast these guys are mining. I'm going to buy one too. But now by the time they get theirs, the difficulty's gone up, and their miner ain't worth the shit, right? So it's always playing this catch-up thing where you're trying to catch up. It's like
buying a fucking iPhone 12 and then you got the iPhone 16 right now. You're like, dude, I got outdated tech. The shit that I bought my iPhone 12 for was like $1,000. Now you get them for like $100, dude.
What you
know what I'm saying? And it's within the span of like what, a few years?
That's why you don't buy them brand new.
Or the other side of it with Butterfly Labs, what they did when the ASICs miners first come out, because I used to mine Bitcoin, they manufactured the miners, they set them up in their own labs to test them for a short while. And by the time I got sent my 5 gig miner, what are they up to? 1200s were getting released before I even got my 5 gig. And my 5 gig miner cost me 30 Bitcoin.
You didn't pay 30 Bitcoin, dude.
I'll tell you something now. I did pay 30 Bitcoin because I had 38 of them at the time. I gave the other 8 away because by the time they got it to me, so that just shows how cheap they were at the time. I started like real early into it. I'm kicking myself now that I didn't just say fuck it and keep the lot. But yeah, Butterfly Labs were ripping people off. They'd get the money for the miners. They'd use the miners first, because everything has to be tested, of course, and then they'd send the products out, and it took them 6 months to get the miner to me.
I remember that, Matrix. He ain't lying. That's what they were doing. Like, so they they basically had
sounds like a
people
scam, though.
Yeah, it was a scam. They had people pre-order the miners. They took the money, made the ASICs, mined themselves, made it until the difficulty went up and the miners were useless, and then they gave people the pre-order. They're fucking assholes, dude.
Damn.
Yeah, damn.
No, but all right. I'm still trying to figure out. Like, say all this shit, like, it's correct the way it is now. Why can't we just fucking, like, get the actual chip, put the housing together, put the electrical part components? Like, the only thing that's expensive is the actual chip, right? That's the thing you're paying for, not the chip that houses the chip.
They do have, I think it's called Matt can correct you. Is it FPGA? Is that what it's called, Matt?
I don't remember either. Sorry.
It's basically like a programmable chip, right? So you can basically design the chip, and it only runs at something like 25 megahertz or something. But you can basically make any chip design, and it's hardware technically, but you can test out your designs on one of these. So you could, like you said, design a chip, right, on the fly, but it's not going to be fast.
Yeah, it's an arms race at this point. If you're not at the cutting edge of technology, you're falling behind.
All right. Let me put it to you this way. What would it take for an individual to get into that field? I understand what you're going to say, like school and all that. That's not what I'm saying. The amount of ability to construct, something that would be able to run, like a chip. Is it like a company that needs to do this? Multiple people? Is it too far-fetched to say that an individual can actually think of doing something like that? Or, I mean, what are we working with here?
Well, it takes teams of people to design a chip, bro.
Right, and then manufacture it too.
So you're saying labor is what you're paying for? And,
well, it's not just labor. You're paying for people with freaking advanced, computer science degrees, but with a specialty in hardware engineering. So you're paying them fuckers a premium. They're getting like $250,000 per year, easy.
Golly, dude. What's the schooling for that? Masters?
Yeah, I mean,
probably
you could get away with a master's, yeah, if you're good.
Is this like a tech school, or what are we?
No, not tech. I mean, I don't think so. Maybe a tech school in freaking China, but in America, that's college.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
What if I had a couple of gaming PCs and the electric was included in my rent? Would I be able to mine and actually make money?
Well, fucking electricity's a major cost, so if you could dump that onto somebody else, yeah.
How about solar? I think solar would work, Larry.
I
don't know. I mean, I was thinking about this angle for quite some time, but it seems like the ASIC community is just like, if you don't have at least 7 Gs and above, you're not going to get anything worth value to like actually have that's going to mine you enough crypto that's going to make a difference. We're talking about, you don't want to fucking mine $1 a day. Like you could fucking, you can go fucking do anything for that. That's.
Have you ever been to the casino?
Yeah.
You've been to the casino, right? So there's always like a high roller slots that take like $500 a coin, right? So you can stick in fucking 3 $500 coins and pull the lever, right? If you have enough money where you can stick $500 coins into a slot machine, because you're already so rich, pulling that lever doesn't even matter. Anyone that can play at that level of the game, like with that amount of money, they already got dough. They already got bread.
You don't need fucking money, yeah.
You're just like doing it for fun or something.
So, Alpha, to answer your question, people who are profitable at mining need to get electricity for something like 4 to 6 cents per kilowatt hour. And so it's probably less, or less than that now that. No, I mean more than that now that the price is higher. Although the economy is lower.
The economy's stressed out right now, but I understand that there's ways to actually do this and still be efficient. You know, I mean, even if I'm going to say it this way, even if you think that you're trying to save the planet and be green, like there's ways to keep the electricity to where you're actually getting, lower cost on what you're paying.
I heard Greenland was a place, or Iceland.
Yeah, they got
Iceland. What's the place? Because they got geothermal, right? Plus they have the cold air, so they can cool their equipment naturally, right? And they can pay. They have renewable energy in the form of geothermal.
Bitcoin farms are over there. There's a whole bunch of them, huh?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I mean, I don't know personally, but I've heard there's a big setup going on in Iceland.
Yeah, if you're just an individual, like maybe if you live in Arizona, put up a couple solar panels and mine Bitcoin when the sun's out, and then it might be profitable eventually.
Dude, I got it, Alpha.
What?
Fucking shoot Elon Musk a DM. Say, hey man, I want to send a Bitcoin miner into fucking orbit. We're going to downlink with your Starlink. We're going to have a 24 hours a day solar power because I'm not going to let the shadow of the earth fucking get in my way. Why would I do that? Right? So, see, there's your plan. Just go to space, man.
Wouldn't be packet transmission be an issue? Yeah, because the information would have to travel in order for it to reach.
Yeah, well, I mean, how are you going to have gas pressure without a container? See, that's your big fucking problem.
I get what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying.
Dude, I heard that Elon Musk had this scheme that if you send him Bitcoin, he'll double it and send it back to you.
That's bullshit.
I sent him 100 Bitcoins. I'm still waiting for them to come back, though.
I know you didn't do that, Matthew.
I know.
Like, if you did that, you would have probably walked off a cliff or something. Like, you know.
Dude,
especially
there's this. I have this video from 2010 where this guy says, "Here's how you buy Bitcoin with PayPal," and he says, "Okay, we're going to buy 10 Bitcoins, and they're 34 cents a piece." And then he buys it, and then he says, "Okay, it's $3.40 plus there's this fee," and so it's like $3.95, and then he shows 10 Bitcoins showing up in his wallet. January 2010.
I believe that because of the date.
Yep.
I didn't find about him until 2011, and I was like, who cares? Moving on. And I didn't look into it for like years.
Has anybody seen it right now? Larry, have you seen it right now? The price?
Is flirting with 100,000 again.
What?
Okay, now here's the other thing about that. They're talking about it actually going to 1 million. I am not shitting you, dude. They're saying 1 million.
John McAfee said, this is like, he said if Bitcoin doesn't reach $1 million by the beginning of 2020, he'd eat his own dick on national television.
Was it 2020? I couldn't remember the date.
Yeah, that was like maybe it was 2019. But he said if it doesn't reach $1 million, he'd eat his dick on national television. Well, it didn't happen, and I was waiting for him to eat his dick on national television because that would have been fucking hilarious. If Bitcoin reaches $1 million, then it'll have dollar parity. That's what I would consider dollar parity.
You mean the Satoshis will be 1 cent?
Yeah, so Satoshi would be, because it's divisible, right? So in one Bitcoin, there's 1 million Satoshis, right? So if it reaches 1 million, that means a Satoshi would be worth $1. Right?
$1.
1 cent, right?
Or 8 decimal places. Yeah, 1 cent.
So Satoshi cent parity may be coming.
That'd be great.
Now you guys need to buy more Doge. That's all.
I don't think Bitcoin is ever, at this point, it's not viable yet, man. I mean, it's just a speculative investment. I understand what y'all are doing, but dude, you still, like, if you can't buy toilet paper with it, then, like, what the fuck? If you can't buy milk, eggs, butter, cheese, pay your rent, fucking buy toilet paper, if you can't do like the normal shit everyday life thoughtlessly, if I can't get on the bus or take a plane or do whatever I want with my Bitcoin as use it as a medium of exchange, just like the dollar, then it'll always be second best.
Yeah, but look at the internet. The internet had the ability to do online payments, and we didn't get Venmo for 20 years. So it might be, 20 years since the invention of Bitcoin before you can start paying it like that.
The unique thing about Bitcoin is that it's a currency for every single country. That's the unique part about it.
No,
And
you
it's
can't
not
use it as a
centrally
currency.
Controlled. That's the cool thing.
You can use it as a currency. That's the whole point.
Look, my gripe is it's not. Hold on, just 1 second. Last thing I'm gonna say. My gripe isn't that it's useless or whatever. It's not reaching its potential. It should have already reached it a decade ago. It's bullshit, dude. People are so busy trying to make a profit that they're not thinking about the fucking long run. That's what pisses me off about Bitcoin. The speculators. Sorry, Alpha, you're in there, right? You're in that category.
Yeah.
I'm buying Bitcoin because I'm a speculator in this asset. I think that's a fucking mistake, dude. That's just a big ass mistake. I think it needs to be used as a medium exchange. It needs to be prioritized in that way. And I know we have Bitcoin Cash and all that shit, but like it just. I feel like it's right there to grasp. We could get all these stupid government fiat currencies. It's right there, but dude, it's like we can't take that fucking next step, dude. It pisses me off. I've been watching this since 2011. That this bullshit. To me, it's bullshit. You can go on BitcoinTalk.org. I was talking the same shit back in 2011 when I was mining Bitcoin. Same thing I was saying then. I'm still saying now. Needs to be used as basically like a legal tender and be able to go out and buy anything you fucking want. The same way if I use Apple Pay or any other thing, just walk around, pay for whatever I want. It needs to be that simple. And when it's that simple, then that'll change everything. Everything will change. But until that day, it's just going to be fucking...
Think of it as like a stock or like a mutual fund. You can't go out and buy toilet paper with those. You need to sell it for your dollars, and then you can go buy whatever you want.
Yeah, but that's the problem. That's the problem, though.
I don't see it as a problem. You got money in your bank, and then you have your investments. You never can use your investments to ever really buy anything.
Real quick, Beer. Just wanted to ask Jemsy. Jemsy, are you still holding on to XRP? Sorry, I didn't mean to derail this, but
I cannot disclose
confirm or deny
information.
I was just gonna say, if you were that within this past month, man, you should actually take a look at it, man. If you haven't been living under a rock.
I guarantee if he has some, he's been watching it. Nobody.
Dude, like, because Jemsy he's a big XRP proponent, but he's like silent, so he doesn't really talk about his bag or anything. But I know, I'm just saying, like, if he has it, just, dude, you must be like dancing a jig. You know what I mean?
So, Indio, I agree with you that I wish it were easier to spend, but I like Nano, which is XNO or whatever, because it has a 2-second transaction time and 0 fees. So if I send you 20
wait, which one was that? Which one was that?
Nano, Nano. But it's not very
okay.
Well,
I don't mind the fees.
I'm gonna look that up.
Actually, I think the fees should exist because the fees ensure it's a security of the network. And to me, that's just like a price you have to pay for doing business. For the other things, right? Because the other things that you don't have to pay can't be counterfeited. Can't steal it from the government. Can't steal it, right? So like all these other things, right? Like that I don't have to deal with. I'd rather pay the fee. I don't like the long time, but that could be solved if they wanted to solve it, right? I mean, it can be solved, but not really.
Well, the Lightning Network, right?
Yeah, but still, you still a third-party trust issue, right? You always have the third-party trust issue.
What? Hey, Matthew, what network is it on? On its own?
XNO, Nano. It's its own currency. It's a different type of currency.
Because unless you have the whole blockchain yourself, right? Right, you're not actually. It's third-party trust. Unless you're running a Bitcoin client and you have downloaded the entire fucking blockchain, which is ginormous in size right now, it's always a problem with third-party trust. The point of Bitcoin was to have no third-party trust.
Yeah.
Right? There was supposed to be no third party involved. And fucking people just don't get it, dude. Sorry, dude. I'm like a Bitcoin fundamentalist. I got on at the beginning, right? So it says, hey, this is what it's supposed to do. Like, fuck, dude, that's great. And I've been watching like the boiling frogs, whittling it away, whittling it away, whittling it away, whittling it away. And now it's like some other bullshit. Yeah, I hope you guys know what I mean by third-party trust, right? So if you don't have that, like I'm talking about, I know you know, but I'm talking about everybody else. So if I do a transaction, if I get money from someone, it'll clear the transaction after 30 peers recognize that as a legit transaction, right? But you have to actually go through the entire blockchain to rubber stamp that, so it's an actual good transaction. Well, the only way you can do that is have the client and have the entire fucking blockchain on your computer or whatever device, right? That's the only way you can actually verify a transaction to 100%, right? So 100% certainty that this transaction happened.
Sure, but a PC can do that. A PC with a large hard drive and a fast internet connection. It's not like out of the realm of possibility that you could run your own node, right?
Yeah, I used to do that. It makes you have, like, it's not a problem to run. You basically got to get another hard drive at this point because it's so large. But the point is like, yeah, that's how it's supposed to be used, right? So this is the way it was designed to be used. But like people, eventually it's going to happen, right? Someone's going to scam, right? They're going to come up with some fucking app that says, hey, we're going to verify Bitcoin transactions, and they're going to have their own Bitcoin chain. And
okay, Alpha, you're totally hot marking really loud. Alpha, thanks.
I muted him. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, eventually someone's going to do that, especially if a Bitcoin reaches $1 million. The higher the price reaches, the more it's going to make a fraud even worth more, right? Hey, why buy ASIC? Why spend $40 million in ASICs? I can spend $20 million and rip off frickin' people for that same amount of Bitcoin.
Yep. I got a scam call from India. They said, hey, this is your Coinbase account calling. There's been some hackers, and so we need you to secure your Bitcoin. Here, transfer it to this wallet.
Did you?
No, but I wrote down the key phrase and I put it on an app so that if somebody else transfers into there, that I can like grab it.
That's hilarious. So, were you around when Mt. Gox was the only exchange?
Close to then, but I wasn't participating. I didn't have any, so I sort of vaguely remember it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the way they scam Mt. Gox got basically hacked. They basically ran a duplicate because Mt. Gox was running like their own internal blockchain, right? And what the hackers did was they made a duplicate of it. So they cloned their blockchain, which they were doing their internal accounting on, duplicated it, and did like, so the people running Mt. Gox thought, yeah, everything's fine. But they were looking at the bullshit duplicated cloned blockchain that didn't really exist, and all the transactions were happening on some, hidden blockchain that they couldn't see. And so like,
interesting. I didn't realize that's how they did it. Huh.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because all the stuff's in cold storage, right? But their cold storage was like basically a test net that they had set up internally. and whatever they were doing. They still owe me a bunch of Bitcoin that I'm never going to see because bankruptcy courts in Japan, they're not like America. I mean, even if they were, I probably wouldn't get any money back.
Here's the thing: if in the end of 2012, if you were going to put your money somewhere in Coinbase or Mt. Gox or whatever, if you put it in Coinbase, you would be okay because Coinbase has been fine since it was founded in the middle of 2012.
Coinbase didn't exist. They might have been brand new, but I only used Mt. Gox I didn't store anything. It was only an exchange, right? So I could go on Mt. Gox. I could do a trade for cash, right? Sell my Bitcoin for money. And then Mt. Gox had a thing. There was a Chilean bank called Dwolla. So basically you had to do it like this because it was illegal in the United States. You couldn't get the money. You couldn't get the cash into the United States out of Japan. So what you had to do is take a Bitcoin, sell it on Mt. Gox, transfer it to Dwolla, do an international wire transfer from Dwolla to a U.S. bank. That's how you had to do it in those days. It wasn't integrated into the banking system. In fact, if you did anything like on PayPal, they'd seize the money if you did, because they have a clause where, like, even though they selectively enforce this, they have a clause for no virtual currencies, right? So if you pay for something with PayPal, you buy a quote-unquote virtual currency. And this didn't include just Bitcoin. It was also like shit in EverQuest, right? I'm going to buy a sword in EverQuest, right? Or, virtual products. Or I want to buy some Roblox or some other thing. So any virtual currency, virtual items, anything in the virtual world that you paid for with PayPal or you sold with PayPal, they would just seize the frickin' money and take it from themselves. Bitcoin was included in on this. If you sold some Bitcoin over PayPal and they caught wind of it, they would frickin' just take the money. So, PayPal is a shitty ass company. Anyway, there was some companies that tried to do the Bitcoin, like doing the Bitcoin exchange thing, but the Treasury kept shutting them down, saying they were running an unauthorized money transfer service, in that they had to do the federal reporting, because this is fairly close to 9/11. It was within 10 years of 9/11. So they had to do all the Banking Secrecy Act bullshit. And they didn't want to do that because a lot of people that started Bitcoin, they were libertarians, and they didn't want to play along with that. That didn't work out because the government's got more guns than you got. So point is that it was way different in the beginning. The government didn't approve.
Yeah, that's why nobody bought stuff back then. I mean, everybody says, "Oh, I wish I had bought Bitcoins in 2010 or 2011." I'm like, "Oh yeah, would you walk through all those hoops and set up all these accounts?" So most people just gave up even if they were serious about it and thinking about it.
Dude, I'll tell you right now, I sold an Asian lady a Bitcoin for $50. Now the market price at that time was like $20, so I'm like, man, I feel bad. I'm ripping this chick off, right? So that's what I felt at the time, because like $50 is more than double what it's going for. I put an ad on Craigslist, one Bitcoin, $50. Some Asian lady called me. I think she worked at MIT or something. I went down. She didn't know like really how it worked, so I had to like install the app on her phone, transfer it, and then like wait until you got the 30 confirmations, and then boom, it was good.
How about?
Yeah, it was something like. Yeah, it was like 30 back then. You need like 30 confirmations.
Yeah, but was it still 10 minutes? So that'd be like 3. Well,
no, very in time. Like it didn't take that long. I think I was there like maybe 3 minutes, 4 minutes until it was done. I can't remember. She might have used Coinbase, as a matter of fact. You might have used Coinbase.
On Coinbase, you could just buy it straight on Coinbase at some point.
Yeah, but this is back then. This is like in 2012 maybe.
Got it. Yeah.
It was an app on her Android. It could have been Coinbase. It could have been the Bitcoin client because they had an Android app. I can't remember. All I know is transferred it and I had to sit there a couple minutes until we got the confirmations and boom. Because when you do it, if you have the client, right? I'm talking about the client. So if you have the Bitcoin client and you transfer Bitcoin, it will not, like, it'll be grayed out, the transfer in the client, like the actual, it'll show, yeah, Bitcoin sent this address to that address. But it'll be grayed out until you get 30 confirmations.
Okay, got it, yeah.
So you won't be able to spend it within the client. Now, all the other apps, like that's all the other third-party stuff, I don't know about that. Because I never used it other than the way it was designed to be used, right? I used it the way it was supposed to be used. You get the client, you're your own bank, you're your own banker. No third-party trust, none of that crap. If you don't want your Bitcoin to be stolen, 30 confirmations.
Okay, got it, yeah.
So you won't be able to spend it within the client. Now, all the other apps, like that's all the other third-party stuff, I don't know about that. Because I never used it other than the way it was designed to be used, right? I used it the way it was supposed to be used. You get the client, you're your own bank, you're your own banker. No third-party trust, none of that crap. If you don't want your Bitcoin to be stolen, freaking put it on the fucking USC and freaking, fucking NSA scrub the hard drive.
So I posted the classic video from 13 years ago of this guy buying 10 Bitcoins for $4. I posted it.
Nice. The question is, does he still have them?
He probably does, because this is actually the CEO of this company called CoinPal that he was making a little instructional video about how to use his new system that he made. Michael Hendricks, yeah. He's probably. I mean, I haven't looked him up since, but I imagine he's in the, because he was an early adopter in all this.
Dude, I did so much. So on Bitcoin Talk, there was there's a lot of people trying to make different types of startup businesses with Bitcoin. So I was an investor in something called the Islamic Bank of Bitcoin. So it doesn't charge interest. There's other ways to get fees. But the problem with that is that it's trust-based credit. So someone say, hey, I want to borrow 2 Bitcoin. Okay, here's your 2 Bitcoin. And you trust them to pay back. I think I lent out about 15 Bitcoin total and fucking didn't get paid back. I mean, some people paid me back, other people didn't. I couldn't say everybody didn't pay me back. But me and a few other people were. There was a whole bunch of different types of investment stuff that I started. There was a guy that I invested in, it was called Bitcoin Stickers. And I actually got some of them. And I was actually putting them around MIT and shit. Putting them on fucking street signs and, light posts. And this is back in 2012 or whatever. There was I was getting all sorts of I still got all the emails and shit. People wanting to start ATM machines, ATM Bitcoins. Hey, I'm making an ATM, a Bitcoin ATM. I need investors to help me start it up. And, just a bunch of crap. It was I would call it the Wild West, but it was people were trying to do stuff. But to me, so people were trying to start businesses, right? So someone basically tried to start an Amazon, but it only sold stuff denominated in Bitcoin. You couldn't buy stuff in dollars or euros or pounds or anything. You could only buy it in Bitcoin. And it sold regular products, T-shirts, pants, shoes, things like that. I don't know if this still exists or not. I doubt it. But people are trying to do this, right? They're trying to make it into a currency. That's what people were trying to do in the beginning. But then speculators took over. And not that speculation is bad, but to me, like I said, it's a missed opportunity, man. Like, fuck. Because if you have to rely on dollars, you have to go through that. You have to do that transition, Bitcoin to dollars. The government can always stick its hand in there. They can put you control the banking system. They can always snatch that away from you. That's the problem, man. The third-party trust. I don't want to trust anybody.
So I would say don't despair. I think that there's still a chance for this kind of cryptographic transaction of value to kind of filter its way into society, just because it's such a novel idea. So to put it in perspective, single entry accounting was invented with the invention of writing like 4,000 years ago. Double entry accounting was in the 1400s with the Medici family in Italy and in the Renaissance. And then this is triple entry accounting, and it's only since 2008. So give it a couple decades. I think it really will change some way we do monetary value fundamentally. I mean, it's kind of like the internet in 1998. Nobody knew what it would be, and everybody's like, "Oh, how do I make money?" But give it some time, and I think we'll see some interesting things.
Isn't the value of Bitcoin actually based on USDT, which is not the US dollar? And what will stop like any other like crypto to replace Bitcoin? Like there's many others that do the job better 10 times.
So there are markets of exchange if people are willing to exchange Bitcoins for US dollars or USDT or euros or pesos or whatever, but Bitcoin is sort of its own thing.
Yeah, it's the problem I have is like the whole, how much is Bitcoin worth? $3. Like, fuck, dude. No. No. It's not worth $3, dude. No. It's like, how much is that car worth? It's worth 5 Bitcoin. Fuck the dollar thing, dude. Like, why are you bringing the dollar into this? If I say, how much is Bitcoin worth? We don't say, 25 rupees, right? People just say, that's like the whole the world, quote unquote, world's reserve currency has on everybody's brain. Everything is valued in dollars. Like, that's the problem.
Right.
Is that you're valuing everything in dollars.
Yeah, 1 Bitcoin is worth 1 Bitcoin.
Yes, exactly. And whatever someone is willing to give me for that 1 Bitcoin, they might give me nothing. They might give me a 747. It's worth whatever someone's willing to trade for it.
And right now, people are willing to trade about $100,000 for 1 Bitcoin.
Well, that's a lot of paper.
You tell me.
So the technology itself, right? The blockchain technology itself, that's also not being put to use, right? So there's lots of things in this world that we want to make immune from counterfeiting. So here's an example. Everything in the registry of deeds, all the titles to people's houses, all the mortgages, right? So those documents that have to be notarized, assigned, right? So a mortgage can only pass by assignment. That means you have to formally write out a bunch of shit, and you have to do it in front of notary. And why do we do this? Because it has to be authentic, has to be authenticated, right? This system, right, of the registry and register of land, real estate, that shit should be on blockchain. Period.
100%.
That should be the first thing that should have been put on there. It should be there already. We shouldn't even be having this conversation right now.
Right. We could do it today.
And that's the whole point, is that documents concerning real property, counterfeiting has always been a problem. It goes back to something called the Statute of Anne, right? It was real property fraud was so bad they had to patch the statute that you can't transfer. Like real estate, real property is treated in the legal system completely different than any other piece of property. It's not like, hey, I'm selling a television set, or hey, I'm selling a car. If you sell a piece of land, it's completely freaking different than everything else. It can only pass by what they call assignment. So you have to You can't go, oh, you can have this land signed John Doe. No, that don't work. It has to be a formalized assignment, either witnessed by two people or witnessed by a notary, which is basically a state-sanctioned freaking professional witness. And that's the only way you can transfer property from one human being to another. You're not really transferring the property, you're transferring really the use of the property. But the point is that the reason they have this is because of the counterfeiting problem. Blockchain solves counterfeiting. It's a done deal. There's no counterfeiting problem with a blockchain. Basically, the proof of work, it secures it from counterfeiting. And they should just, it all should be freaking, and like you can go on like all the registry of deeds, right? They already have everything scanned, right? So like, all that stuff should be on a blockchain, dude. It should all be there.
Yep.
Insurance documents, wills and deeds, right? Like any like legal document, any like actual. And I'm not talking like court records. Yeah, why not? Anything that you don't want counterfeited or manipulated or fraudulent, government records, all that shit should be on a blockchain somewhere.
Then a lot of scammers from other countries will own property in different countries, scamming the owners.
Nope. This is why it's a blockchain, because you cannot fraudulently move the title. That's the whole point of what Indio is saying.
Yeah. I know in the XRP ledger they done something like properties. There's some utility on that. But people have transferred the tokens to wallets that are, like a mistake wallet or that kind of stuff. So I imagine there will be a human error variable there.
That's true.
You don't have to code it the exact same way. It doesn't have to work the exact same way. The only thing that's underlying that you need is the proof of work, meaning it's too economically expensive to hack it. It's more expensive to hack it than whatever profit you would actually make from hacking it. That's really the only solution.
Yeah. That makes sense. But no hacking it, I mean like, let's say I'm gonna transfer my property to you through the blockchain, and I put one letter wrong on the address, and someone else gets the property. A different address. Or someone convinced me to send mine to their address.
Bro, if you put in the wrong address, then no one will get it. Either you won't send it or no one will get it, but you will lose it. But it won't, like a random person won't just get a deposit. That's not how it works.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if we're gonna do properly with it, there's gonna be a human error somewhere.
If there's a human error, then the money is lost. No one gets the money.
We're talking about property, like titles. Actual
but you're talking about blockchain, right?
Yeah, ledgers.
Yeah, so on the blockchain, if you enter the wrong address, you either will keep the money and it won't send, or you'll send it, but no one will receive it. It will just disappear. No one will get it.
No, it's not about the money. It's about property, actual
the tokens.
Title.
The tokens. You'll lose property of the tokens.
No. Titles of houses.
That's how it works. You need to read up on it.
Real estate, not the tokens.
That's why I sit in the backdrop and just listen 9 out of 10 times to absorb, to learn. because I don't know it all, and if I claim that I do, I'm stupid because I don't.
What's even better too is someone who thinks they know it all, they don't know it, and they've debunked it. It's like, how many layers of inception are you going to go through before you realize just how batshit crazy your worldview is?
Yeah. The Holland man right there.
What's that?
I said he's describing the Holland man right there. Like the layers of deception that you're just gradually taking in, gradually accepting as reality, and then anybody who comes with any form of critical thinking towards you or challenge you to critical think and do some observations, you ridicule it instantly. It's almost like you're set in stone purposely.
I want to know those observations and measurements.
He doesn't have
led
any
you down
for
to
you,
this
man.
path.
They don't exist.
Yeah, you can do them yourself, man. Like, just open your front door and look outside, dude.
What measurements have you done, man?
Oh, I've done the
What
reciprocal
measurements have you
zenith angle test. I've done the reciprocal zenith angle test.
Who did?
And you get verticals that are not perpendicular to a horizontal, right?
Well, they're not parallel to each other at two distances far apart.
So then not verticals?
At each specific location, they are.
So you pick an imaginary spot in the middle of the planet and you figure out that that's vertical.
What do you mean, ticket? I mean, you can make vertical any spot on the Earth. What do you mean?
I get it, but like you're saying that all your verticals go to the center, right? Like that's why they're offset, right?
Yeah. Not perfectly to the center, though. There's different areas. Like, you know, if you're next to like a mountain that has a larger gravitational pull, your plumb line won't be perpendicular. Like, you won't go straight to the center. Might be a little bit.
So you can't measure the curve near a mountain.
No, you can.
You just said you can't.
No, I didn't say that. When did I say that?
You said you can't get a plumb line near a mountain because of the gravitation. The thing's too big.
Yeah, that's not what I said.
Oh, what did you say?
I said when you're next to like that type of mountain, plumb is not towards the center of the Earth.
That's what I thought you said.
That's what I said. Yeah, I didn't say that you can't measure curvature. That's not what I said.
Well, how can you measure curvature if you can't get a plumb line?
You can get a plumb line.
You just said you couldn't.
No, I never said that. I said the plumb line isn't to the center of the Earth when you're next to a larger, like with like a very large mountain that has a gravitational pull.
So it only goes to the center when you're away from a mountain. And from my understanding, when you're measuring with a theodolite or a transit or whatever you're using, you're measuring a straight line, right? Right?
Well, it takes account for refraction.
You're measuring a straight line, right?
I'm measuring a distance.
The device you're using to measures straight lines?
No.
Oh, it measures curved lines.
Yeah, it counts for refraction.
So the device you're using accounts for refraction?
Yes.
How does it do that?
You
Like,
have to put
does it bend the line that you're shooting?
Huh?
Well, you said it
No, it
accounts
doesn't.
for.
Yeah, I never said it bends the line.
So you're accounting for refraction, not the tool.
The tool is accounting for refraction. I put into the data collector the temperature and the atmospheric pressure.
So you put the values into the
that I'm
tool
working in.
for refraction. The tool just
And
measures
then
straight, right?
No, the laser light, when I'm shooting reflectorsly, automatically curves due to refraction.
So the tool curves the laser. The tool curves the laser.
No, the tool doesn't curve the laser. The atmosphere curves the laser.
Oh.
Yeah.
So then you have a curved line. So your tool never measures a flat line; it only measures curved lines.
It measures a straight line, but it accounts for refraction.
I keep confusing me here, man. Does this tool measure a curved line or a straight line?
I'm kind of curious now as well because this is kind of learn from this.
So do you understand that light gets refracted?
Sure.
Okay. So if you were to shoot a laser light out a certain amount of distance, that light would curve due to refraction, right?
Okay.
So it measures that distance along that curved line, and because it knows it has you put in the atmosphere and the temperature, it accounts for the refraction and gives you the accurate straight line distance.
So it knows all the differences in temperature all the way along that measurement to account for refraction.
No, so it assumes that there's not going to be a great difference in temperature within the range of 500 feet. Like what range of temperature would affect it, and how much would it affect it?
I don't know. You're the one with the story.
Yeah, see?
You tell me. How much?
Okay.
Do you know?
No, not off the top of my head. No, I don't.
So you were just about to come on to me about me not knowing, and you don't know.
Yeah,
I've said that a couple times.
Yeah.
Because
of gravity. Because of the gravity difference.
I don't think that's true.
I mean,
Wait. He's saying that somehow that makes hair goes up like it's been hairspray.
No, wait. How does that make sense? No, so it's not just that. I think that 10 to 15% could have an effect, but also the type of hair. Some of those women look like they have really thick hair compared to the
hang on.
silky and heavy.
Fuck the hair. How does it make? Why does it matter how close you are to the Earth?
You experience heavier. The free fall in the upper atmosphere is not the same as when you're on like Earth.
But the atmosphere is what makes the difference.
The effects of gravity are less felt the farther you go up into the upper atmosphere until you break the atmosphere.
Wait, I have a question for you. How much physics have you studied?
Huh?
How much physics have you studied?
Just reading papers, that's about it. Not any more than anybody else here.
Did you do it in college?
No.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't matter.
Your frame of reference would be the same in a zero-G plane and in ISS. It doesn't matter. You could literally be 10 feet off the ground as long as you're in free fall.
Can you show me any paper that says that?
Yeah, Einstein, dude. Einstein.
Post it. Post it because it's not how, no, it's not.
Yeah, so if mass so people say, right, that
listen, if I'm wrong, just
let
show me how I'm
this
wrong.
really quickly.
Good, yeah.
So Michio Kaku said, we lied to you about gravity. He said it's actually not the Earth pulling you down. It's space is pushing you down.
Yeah. Right.
I mean,
but the center. Listen, yeah, but it would be the heaviest towards the center of the. Well, okay, I can't say globe, right? But it would be heavier in the center, right? Because as it's pushing down in, the fabric of space, it still would be heavier in the middle of the Earth, right? I mean, unless we're not going with that either, I don't know.
Yeah, look, honestly, I don't think it would affect hair like that. We would have to look into it. I don't think that's not their claim, that it would affect hair like that, but it doesn't really matter, right? Have a look at this next footage. this isn't proof of fakery. I mean, it is in my opinion, but I just want you to use your common sense and just tell me whether you think that this footage looks realistic or completely unnatural. This is hollow footage.
You just posted?
Yeah, 12 minutes past the hour. It's the most recent post. Just watch it through. It's about like 30 seconds.
Which flight is this supposed to be?
Paul, it looks like fucking Thunderbirds footage.
Do you know what flight this was supposed to be?
I think it's 11. I think it's 11.
Oh, 11.
Not 100% sure, but I think it's 11.
Obviously, it looks janky and fucking CGI. But to that, I would still have the open mind of older tech, sped up, colorized.
Is this not sped up?
It's absolutely sped up.
Sped up. See, that's
just this next little clip.
These videos will look weird.
It's absolutely sped up because it would those objects would never move that quick.
Yeah, those janky, quick little movements. This one is my favorite.
Have a look at this. This next
parts, one. The parts are clearly LGBTQ friendly. That's why they're all rainbowy.
So what's the claim with the last one?
Look, there's not that much of a claim with it. It just looks like laughably fake to me, and the way that those little sparkles come out, and then the way that somehow they're able to pan up the camera when there's nobody left on the moon, and they control it from Earth, and pan it up in real time.
But we had that technology. What's so crazy about that? If you want to say the moon landings were fake to beat the Russians, I would say okay. But claims like, oh, there's nobody left, the cameraman's still up there. Obviously, you're not saying that, but
no. They control the camera. They claim that they're communicating. They're communicating with the camera on the robotic arm, right? And they're somehow timing it perfectly to pan up as they take off.
The delay.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
I still don't think that's not the gotcha.
They went there with the computing power of a Nintendo Game Boy, Generation 1 Nintendo Game Boy.
It was rough.
Does this not look ridiculously fake to you? It looks like they're using stop motion animation and little models.
Is it possible? Yeah, but also this is the quality of the cameras back then. I mean, I think you're also applying
cameras. This is not the cameras that I'm talking about. It's clearly the unnatural movement, the fact that it looks like little miniatures in a studio, pulled around on strings.
But there is perspective. What do you think a 1960s camera footage would look like being transmitted this far away?
I don't know. There's black and white movies from the 60s that looks realistic.
And were they transmitted? Was the data collected from the moon?
That doesn't make the models, right? The scenery, that doesn't make it all look like Thunderbirds quality.
Well,
right?
the scenery
still looks realistic.
It's gray dust on a background on a low quality transmission. What do you want? 4K footage? And I don't mean to say it like a dickhead, but what are you expecting here?
Expecting it not to look completely fake. I honestly, I don't know how anyone can take this footage seriously.
Different. How is it different?
Well, the last one is just, that's just so sped up. It makes it even look even worse.
Yeah, no one's saying it's not sped up. Right, it's just the look of it. It looks so much different to the one above it, because it's a different mission.
But okay, so
just looks like.
What are you comparing it to? What other footage from the moon do you have? What's the comparison?
Nobody's been to the moon. I don't think anyone's been to the moon.
Okay. Well,
I don't think it's in the vacuum of outer space either.
Why?
Because our air is not expanding into it like it would, like entropy would dictate.
Oh, what, on the moon?
the air we breathe isn't dispersing into the available volume that is claimed to be there, available to it.
Okay.
But we know that the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner as we go up, right? What stops it from just getting thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner?
You know this the
Good at that
sparkly
feeling.
one. Is it slowed down? This looks slowed down. It's just
Like in reality, what even like shoots up like that? Like I've in 2025, I've never in my life I've never seen something like in reality do that.
This is also in like 1/6 the gravity of Earth, right? I mean, you can probably jump like 10, 20-story buildings here on Moon.
No, you can't jump that. It's not that different.
No,
It's not that
yeah, I'm just probably 4 stories, maybe 4 stories.
You can jump a couple feet.
Okay. Fair. That makes sense. Yeah, but so Harsh, what I was saying is, you know, if let's say you're in Burj Khalifa and you're on the top and the left, like, you know, just breaks, you would be in free fall for 10 seconds and you would experience the same 0 G that ISS astronauts experience, at least for 10 seconds. Because there's when you're in free fall, there's no, like, gravity doesn't have an effect on you, no matter how far you are from Earth. Like inside the frame of reference, not outside it.
Gravity's already having an effect on you.
Yeah, that's outside. I meant, like, not inside.
So wait, you're saying gravity is the same constant no matter how high up you go?
No, what I'm saying is, like, inside you would not, like, the simplest way to put it is there's no experiment you can do to figure out how much gravity a planet has or like how far you are from the Earth if you're like inside a closed chamber that's experiencing 0 gravity.
You could of course you could do a study on how much the gravity affects you the higher you go up. What do you mean?
No, what I'm saying is if you're in free fall.
Yeah.
There's no experiment you can do in a free fall which will tell
the
you.
free fall isn't the same. You could free fall at slower speeds. The higher you go.
I mean, okay, so
free fall. I mean, besides like conversationally, free fall doesn't mean the same constant speed. There's other variables that go into it. That's what it feels like. Everyone's just kind of like looking past.
You are accelerating when you are falling down straight, but inside you will not be able to, like, there's no, I mean, how can you tell just from the inside that you're free falling? Or if you're in space?
What do you mean?
Let's say you're like floating in outer space, like just in the middle of nowhere, and like the other person is like falling in Burj Khalifa for like 10 seconds. So within those 10 seconds, what experiment can you do that will tell you that you're in Burj Khalifa?
Free falling? Is that what you're saying? If you're both free
So
falling?
what he's talking about is the
No. Let's say you're an astronaut in outer space, like just in the middle of some galaxy, like not even a galaxy, just like there's nothing. It's just you, and you're inside let's say like a container, like a metal container, and the other person is falling in a lift.
So
Right, this is a classic gravity, problem. The only way that you can possibly tell would be to have an incredibly accurate measure of tidal forces, because if you're in a gravity well, like you're on Earth, then what you're going to be finding is that there's a very minute difference between the gravitic attraction on your left hand and the gravitic attraction on your right hand. These are infinitesimal, but that would be I see what you mean.
difference.
Okay, but like realistically, there's no equipment we can probably ever make, right? I can test it.
I mean, to say ever make is
I mean, ever with like an asterisk, of course. But
So originally, the thinking was there was nothing you could do.
I mean, that was
Right.
like the original position. Was that
Yeah.
it? You can't tell the difference. But the you know discussion of tidal forces means that if you had an accurate enough measurement, you would find that there was a
You can
very
use a gravimeter.
yeah. Well, but between the difference of your left hand and your right hand, I mean, maybe they're that good. I don't know. I don't know what the degree of precision is, but it would be a very small difference.
I mean, you could just take the gravimeter up. I mean, that would give you your
Okay,
answer.
hang on. Just so that I understand the position properly. You mean there's a difference between the gravity on your left hand versus your right hand because the Earth is a sphere and you're probably, or like,
Are you asking? Are you talking to me or him?
the omnivore.
Yeah, yeah. The thinking is that there would be a slightly different vector of acceleration at each
Right.
radian away from the Earth.
Right. I think that makes sense. Yeah, that makes
As
sense.
opposed to an interstellar space, in the middle of the Boots void, where there's
That makes sense.
nothing.
That makes sense. I think that would be the
Well,
original
there still could be
classical.
some minute forces pulling on you.
Sure.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get back on topic, Craig. The whole point of that, conversation was he was trying to explain why the astronaut female's hair looks like a spiked up troll doll hair that's clearly hairsprayed, right? He was saying that that's because of the extra gravity, or the lack of.
Well, no, not necessarily.
The lack of gravity. That was your claim.
Partially. But what I said is different types of hair. And what if they actually had hairspray in because their hair goes everywhere, and they didn't want to go everywhere?
The clip that I showed, the interviewer conveniently asked her, how do we know that you're really in space? And she points to her hair.
You guys do realize that if you're in space, if you're in a place that has all these O-rings and there's a lot of pressure and all you would shave everything. You wouldn't have people up there with hair flying everywhere around a bunch of sensitive, high-end freaking scientific equipment. They cost billions of dollars total, millions and millions of dollars. You wouldn't have hair everywhere. That's one of the reasons that they're not where they say they are.
Okay.
For one. Nobody's going to have hair flying everywhere. That's stupid.
That's a good point.
They would
just
let
me.
like a submarine. Sorry to interrupt.
What do you mean?
You're right, man. You're right.
Wait,
That's a good point. Just let me finish my point. Just let me finish my point I was already making.
Yeah.
He interrupted. So you said maybe they are wearing hairspray, right? But in that clip, right, that I showed, the interviewer asked her. He said, "How do we know you're really in space?" And she pointed at her hair.
Yeah.
Right? So this is the proof, right? So she if it's hairsprayed up, right? They don't claim that they do that with their hair. All the women hairspray their hair right up in the air like that. That doesn't make sense that they would do that. Right? And she's claiming that that's proof that she is in space, that her hair is up like that.
Well, only thing I would say to that is possible. I mean, I don't know. It could be just based on the hairstyle and hair thickness.
They're hanging upside down.
Well, if they're hanging upside down, the hair would move more than that.
I'm telling you, my girlfriend has hair like this.
I know. I have a buddy whose hair sticks up like that too. So it's just a weird argument.
She lives on Earth. She doesn't live in the ISS or the moon or anything. She has her hair like this on Earth. So this is just
it's naturally like that, is it? I highly doubt that.
I mean, it's not like so. If she doesn't.
But wait, real quick, a lot of black and mixed people have hair that's similar to that.
Yeah, these aren't afros.
She's Medusa on Earth. You go out with Medusa?
Yeah.
It actually looks
Wait,
like
why you said about submarines? You said people don't have hair on submarines because of the O-rings?
No, I didn't say they don't. I'm just saying you would keep it really clean. It's way worse than a submarine because it's like the opposite pressure pushing in.
They should all have crew cut.
Apparently.
I mean, I would say it's even more dangerous on a submarine. I mean, no. I would say it's more.
In a submarine, you ain't gotta arrest. Dude, listen. Just feel confident. You don't have to worry about anything. The only thing you have to do is knock on the NASA door. Hello, can I come in? And then you rescue them on the set that they're filming it on. You don't have to worry about them. But if it was real, you wouldn't have any hair. That's it. I mean, not any hair. You wouldn't hire everybody with alopecia. I'm
So
just saying, like,
so how much hair is real for you and how much is fake?
and they wouldn't be, and they wouldn't be constantly going, this is how you can tell them on the ISS. Everything they do is to go, I'm really in space. They would actually be doing science and not just every time you look at them, be throwing food in their mouths or doing backflips or throwing oranges at each other or doing
But
some other dumb
they do
shit.
conduct
all standing
experiments in
line
place,
going,
and
"This
and
is
you're
how you
watching
know we're in space."
interviews. You're
Dude, I
watching
ain't never
interviews.
seen.
Of course, they're going to show
I
it.
ain't never seen any damn signs. Dude, that's
This-
all they do is this
I'm
is how you
pretty
know we're
sure they're
You've never
doing
seen them
these
do any damn
interviews.
science.
guys on submarines going, hey, this is how you know we're on a submarine. They're on a submarine. Look at us pointing at themselves. No, dude, they're trying
Okay,
to
so
freaking.
What do you mean? They do that in all interviews. Wait, when they walk around the submarine, they always say,
We're really here.
What?
Because it's bullshit. Yeah, but
"That's crazy, bro."
they're not
That's
all going, hey, this is how you know we're on a submarine. Because,
Okay, so-
you know, I can see out this window, or look at me, I'm doing a backflip. Look at me, I'm eating bubbles. I'm doing bubble food, and then, dude,
yeah, because the
nonsense.
submarine's an
It's
entirely
silly as
different
shit.
environment, and you're not going to do a backflip in the fucking. I mean, like that's such an awful comparison.
Coffee, a lot
Maybe
of times they do these
That's like
interviews
the worst way you could have put that.
scientific literacy and like for kids and stuff to get them inspired into science. Probably that's why they're just keep doing some goofy experiments.
And
not
again, being in
going
a
for
submarine is 10 times
industrial.
worse than being in the ISS. And it would be even more imperative for you to then shave everyone have to be a bald fucking rat running around in there.
Well, it is 10 times more dangerous, yes, because they're not really in space, and one submarines are really on submarines.
Great point.
The only thing you got to worry about, that's why they built them scuba. They build them scuba gear, because the only thing, like when they're doing spacewalks, they're just doing underwater swims. You know, it's a
Right.
combination between that and CGI nonsense. Like that's why
Yeah.
they gave them scuba gear. Unless you're telling me there's like pockets of space water, you know, special.
That's a
water
good segue,
wells,
actually.
gravity wells,
Right?
space water.
Uh, Oh yeah. That's
You don't think
a good segue
scuba
into
gear
the next-
training, you don't think training underwater isn't the closest, like one of the best ways we can simulate the feeling of like being able to spin around in a less gravity environment?
Yes, but they gave them scuba. They gave them snorkels for the astronauts in space. I'm not talking about in the freaking neutral buoyancy pool. Talking about they actually fitted them with snorkels. The guy on the news tells you they're putting snorkels because some guy almost drowned. Now, obviously, yeah, they're not in space. He almost drowned in the neutral buoyancy pool. They acted like he had that accident in space. You go back and listen to that whole.
So you're saying that the
Feel
space,
on
the ISS is really underwater, and then they admitted it by accidentally showing the
I'm saying when
snorkels that they gave the.
No, they.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, show me the video.
outfitted the freaking snorkels. If people
Hold on, let me
listen
explain
to this shit
quickly.
For years.
Yeah, I don't know
what
what
I'm
he's
talking
saying.
about.
I
Somebody
don't
wrote
know.
that shit up because I'm
Maxie,
roasting here.
One
Crit,
second,
Crit
Jeff.
heard me. I know Crit knows the freaking story.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
basically
hold on,
like
just let
not
me-
hearing anything and then asking you what he didn't think he heard.
Yeah,
It's a
okay.
classic
Maxie.
troll. It's a
Okay, well, how about DJ just explain it to me because you two are retarded.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah. Just let me explain it. Right. So NASA has a life-size mock-up of the ISS. It's in one of the
yeah.
biggest swimming
Yep.
pools in the world. It's called
Okay.
the Neutral Buoyancy Lab.
Yeah.
And it also has big green screens that fold down right inside the pool, apparently. Okay, so there's lots of footage from the ISS when they're doing the so-called spacewalks, where you can see what look like blatant bubbles in space. And when the astronauts were questioned about the bubbles, they gave really, really sus answers, right? That didn't make sense. Like they denied it, and then they, yeah. Anyway, I'd have to find those clips.
What
but
did they say
just
they were?
have a look at it.
Artifacts of the camera, or
I have to find the clips. I don't remember off the top of my head. I just remember they gave really odd answers. I can't find you that clip, but I just wanted to show you some what
the
looks
clip
like.
you just showed. That's silly.
Still not what I'm referring to. I'm talking about an accident where an astronaut almost drowned. They said it happened in space, and that they were outfitting them with snorkels for space. It's on a newsreel. Craig, you recall that, Craig? Am I freaking just babbling?
Oh man, that happened.
No,
yeah, an
I know
astronaut
this
nearly
is-
drowned in space, and then they had to fit them with snorkels. They did have an explanation for it.
That
but
doesn't
yeah,
look like
that
bubbles, by the way. It looks like debris from the space shuttles disconnecting.
Yeah, the one where you talk about, they asked
just like bubbles,
where
bro.
you at right now, and he describes a place on Earth. It says like, oh, like right now, little Timmy, I'm in whatever state, like something Cleveland, and he's like, yeah,
Man,
and I'm
that's-
about 400 miles away from you, and
My gosh, is that the one where he says it's like right across the country from where I live?
Yeah.
Or from where we're at right now,
Where
or
we're at
something.
right now,
or that,
yeah.
maybe that's another one that was funny as shit. He's like, I mean, right down from where we're at right now.
I have a question for you, DJ. I mean, I think this is so obviously not bubbles that it's almost crazy to think it is.
Yeah, I mean, I've been
but my question for you is, if this is so obviously bubbles and it's not even hidden, why wouldn't they take this out, or why would they release this video? Because like this is so.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is, but you don't. But
I
see,
don't know.
that's
Like,
where
there's
it
other
sounds silly,
videos.
right?
There's
It
other
sounds
videos
silly,
where
right?
No, there's other videos. Well, okay, a lot of this
Well,
footage is
there could
silly.
be other videos, but I'm saying this video, this GIF is silly.
Yeah, so you got to look at what when they were interviewed about this first times, right? They gave really suspect answers, but these look like bubbles, right? I've snorkeled my whole life, like growing up on the east coast of Australia, and this is exactly what bubbles look like. Bubbles
so what?
underwater
and
from movement.
And it's also what metal fragments and
but
build
there's-
up outside
okay,
the
so it's
spaceship
not-
looks like.
Is it? Have you confirmed that there are fragments that would rise up like bubbles? Right, they all rise up, just like bubbles rise up, and there's plenty of footage of it. It's not just that clip. There's tons and tons of different clips.
Well, you can show me, but if they are bubbles, and it's obviously bubbles, again, my question would be, why would they leave it there?
They're really good at faking everything, except they make tons and tons.
No, but what I'm saying is, you're saying there is. Why'd you mute him? Anyway, somebody muted him, right? Or did he mute himself? Yeah, somebody muted. Why'd you mute Omnivore?
I didn't mute him.
Oh, Quats is back. Little Nazi's
Nazi.
back.
No, I didn't do anything. I just wanted to let you know, stop worrying about what others are getting muted for. Okay? There are plenty of mods in here. They will do as it fits.
Yeah, but he was
for the sake of the VC, of the conversation going between you and DJ.
He was the only one talking.
Yeah.
Right.
So stop worrying about others. Don't concern yourself.
Right. So there's some children.
Is that fair
Gotcha.
enough? Or every person coming in here, you go, well, he's muted. Don't care about that. Like, just focus on the conversation.
Well, you can't
keep
focus
going.
if you're in fear of being muted for no reason.
He's not a new guy here. Omnivore is a well-known anti-flat earther.
So you
around
don't
the
want
community.
free flow of
he's-
conversation to happen.
So that's all you need to know. Just continue with
So if
someone
you disagree with him, so you're okay with him being silent.
It's not about disagreeing or agreeing here. No.
Yeah.
He's an
But don't you
anti-flat
think-
earther. They
you see
don't
how the-
really care.
You see how the conversation has become about mutes instead of what you guys were just talking about?
Oh, it's because they muted him.
No, it's because you won't shut the fuck up about the moderation. It's none of your business. Go back to the topic.
Holy shit! Put some testosterone in your voice. But anyway, what were you saying, DJ?
Naxi. Well, okay, so I posted a bunch more clips, right? So have a look starting from 34 past the hour.
What I
and
just
then-
wanted
and
to
then
say to you,
there's some
DJ,
more underneath.
and again, it's not talking bad about you. I'm just seriously asking. Like, if you're saying, the mock-up of the ISS, right, in the pool with the green screens, right? Why would they go through all of that just to release this video of, in your mind and some other people's here, that's obviously bubbles? Like, if they were able to do all
think
that,
a lot of these.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, doesn't that just sound so silly?
Yeah, yeah.
Because
it
doesn't
does.
that just sound...
It does. It does sound silly. No, I agree, but I think that the amount of footage they've put out over the years, right? When you go through it all with a fine-tooth comb, you can.
But isn't there a better chance? But doesn't that mean that there's a better chance that that's debris and buildup and metal flakes flying away than
doesn't
bubbles
look like
left?
it? And they all go up, right? They don't act in the way that you would think what you're talking about would act, right? So that's why you should have a look at the other clips, right? Because there's not like an object taking off from another object in other clips, right? It's just
the mainstream
bubble,
goes
right?
up, but some go left and right, and you'd have to see the direct. I mean, you would need a better view of like
they're all
detaching.
going generally up. They're going exactly how bubbles act when you're diving underwater, right? And bubbles, right? They don't go all like directly
can we see
up,
the longer
right?
video?
They're small bubbles.
And I'm going to kill this point because every time we look at a longer video, it seems to kind of show more of the picture. Do you have a longer video of this that shows more than 3 seconds?
No, but I have more clips of bubbles to have a look at. I don't.
That's what I'm saying. It is important to have.
I've got a huge folder. Yeah, I know, but I don't have like all of that just ready to go in this particular. I didn't even know I was going to be showing this stuff, right? So
hold on, Anthony.
It's just a folder I have on my computer that's got all these clips on it, and have.
All I'm saying is like when people make claims, right? Like if I make a claim, right?
Relax. Hold on.
Good.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
So, Auntie, can I just come in real quick? What happens is the people that think that the Earth is a globe. This is a step after. Like showing this footage is for those people who have a step after they already accept that the Earth isn't what they've been told. It's just reifying the understanding. But what's happening is that when it is presented as a first premise, it's challenged as in that's what you think. So it's not
So
accepted.
No, I get you. I get you. We should start at step one.
That's a dangerous.
I understand.
That's a dangerous premise. That's
just
like,
let me explain. Hold on a second.
Wait. That's
let me
like
explain what happened.
Wait. But like, let's not say. Oh God.
Yeah, I think I'm being run over.
Hold on, Naxi. Alpha's making a great point. Completely agree with him. But it didn't mean to happen this way, right? I don't usually do it this way, right? I was having a conversation with Fry, and then he started chiming in, and
he chimed in. Yeah, it was.
And then it just turned into this. This isn't like what I would.
So we have to we have to divert back to first premise because this is what happens when somebody who's believing in the globe comes in and just jumps in. They think that they take this point over. As in, like, oh, wait a minute, this is what you guys lead with? Okay, no. That's what happens.
Can I comment on that?
Prime example. Sure, I'm just telling anti-globalists.
Now, that is kind of...
No, I agree with you.
Well, but DJ, that he's basically saying, like, if I've already... you could basically... And I know it doesn't apply to you like this because you're not doing it in a negative way. But that's like, you trick somebody into something, and you're like, oh, I'll show you something that looks and proves my point, but don't question it. Like he's already sort of believing me. But so if I show him this video, he'll just believe me even more without asking more questions. You should question every video.
Well, that's not what he's talking about.
Okay, you don't get it.
That's not what he means.
He's saying you showed this video to somebody that's halfway into believing that the Earth is flat.
No.
Oh, correct me.
There's a correct point to start this conversation. A correct method to go through with someone new that's looking into flat Earth. Right?
Yeah, but each of your points should stand on their own, right?
Yeah, but right. So you would have to go through like the rundown questioning, right? And this would be some information that we would go on after the.
So
that's what he's talking about, right?
So what? Here's my question. So what would you tell me beforehand that would affect your answers to my questions about this by me saying why would they leave the bubbles there? What if I believed that? What if I believe the Earth was flat and I said I don't believe in this video because this video is ridiculous?
Yeah, so we would ask you your reasoning on why you think that the Earth is flat, right? To see if it was you were being genuine about it, and if it was just something you believed, or if it was something that you knew, right, or something that you'd looked into before.
But we're talking about the validity of the claim of this video is that these are bubbles, right? And asking questions about this should have no bearing on whether
he's not going to let go.
DJ, you got to see. You got to see that that's what he's saying is ridiculous.
You're laser focused right now.
No, asking questions about a video. If you're saying these questions are wrong, that means your belief is so fragile that asking these questions
You don't
pose a threat to it.
You don't understand what's happened here. You've came into a conversation that was not meant for you.
What I'm saying,
you're taking over the point as if you have some point to give, but you don't have a premise to begin with. So, if you think
that's
space, if you think
you're not even, you've moved. Now you're getting. You're not even talking about the validity.
You have to allow me to finish.
Go ahead. My bad. I did talk.
I know
over
you don't
ahead.
like it when people interrupt others, but like you're doing it to me. So
yeah, I did. My bad. Sorry.
So when, like, let's say space being a logistical place you can get to, right? You can travel there. The problem we're having is that whole concept of going to that location is not something that's viable. You can't travel to that place. So in the first place, the reason why that could be brought forward as like when somebody actually already has contended with that, they can examine the footage that he's presenting. But if you already think it exists, then all bets are off. You can say it's metal flakes, it's whatever. So it becomes a debate in your mind. But if you are not able to even put yourself or anyone else in that location, then you can actually contemplate the fact that this does look like bubbles. So at the moment, you think that the paradigm that you live in, the cosmology, it can support the fact that people can actually travel to this location. So that's why it's a debate. You're taking this out of context in the fact that you think that the Earth as a globe has supportive evidence to be an actual real thing. In space being a vacuum that you can also be in, falling around the Earth and such, like ISS or satellites. You think that's a real thing. And you're challenging him on the basis of that footage. You're not challenging him on the fact that the place that they're going to is real or not. And he hasn't even told you if that's possible.
I touched on it, but yeah.
So he needs to have the time to unfold that to you, and then you can be challenged on that. That's the foundation for what he would be after that conversation. Then he could show you this or not, depending on whether he understands that you know.
That line of reasoning is crazy. You're basically saying, and you're going to say no, but you're basically saying that if I even question this video because I might believe that we can go to space, right? So you're saying that because I have the belief that we can go to space, that I actually am not ready to question this video because I'm already so foolish that any questioning of this belief system or the evidence that you put forward.
Honestly, Alpha, I'll tell you something. That there were two clips that DJ shared that actually made me go, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, we've already busted through like 2 or 3 clips.
I was genuinely like almost shocked. Like because there's no way that this can be fake, but it obviously looked fake, and I was like, "This." Like I was actually shocked, so I had to look it up. Like is it actually legit? And after looking up, I mean, then it became more clear. Like maybe okay, there's some more things happening that was not apparent in the first.
Fry, and just to say with that, like Alpha, and I'm not calling Flat Earth a cult to make fun of it, but what you're describing is what a cult leader would do.
Yeah, you don't understand though. Yeah, I think.
No, I do understand.
No, your ignorance is stopping you from letting you realize the fact that you could be wrong.
No, I could be wrong.
Yeah, you're not.
I could be wrong, Alpha. Yeah. Could you be wrong, Alpha? Could you be wrong?
No,
exactly. That's the point. That's the fucking point.
Listen to me, dude. I was already on your side.
Oh, that doesn't mean nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't mean nothing. Because so in order for me to actually be on a different position to say that I know that I'm right, I'd have to be wrong first. And if I wasn't wrong, then it could be contemplated that yes, there's a possibility that I'm not really sure. You're in
that logic is crazy.
Listen. You're in a state right now whether you don't know if you're right or wrong. You could be wrong. You could be right. There's a possibility, but you don't know how. If you're wrong, like there's no evidence against it at the moment. So you have to allow somebody that can give you that understanding, so you can contemplate it. If not, you're going to continue to do this thing where you're challenging what's being presented versus
you
allowing
can't
him
be
to
wrong
take you to the premise.
So you can't be wrong.
Right now, no.
Right. So there's no point. There's no conversation, right? Because you won't accept any new information.
I said no, but I have to tell you the following, and you jump right in after I say no. You're not hearing what comes next. You're already making up your mind of what you think I'm saying. You're not allowing me to speak. You're muting me, Naxi. So when I said no, that's because with the understanding of the physical and natural world, we're bound by these natural laws. Natural laws dictate the way we understand the world around us. We can't say that I don't know, things happen a different way because we just have an opinion about it. It's not about like your opinion and my opinion. It's subjective. Don't affect the physical natural world. It's separate from our opinions. Things that happen in a cyclical nature within nature are happening outside of you. So let's say you have an opinion, I don't know, of any natural law, entropy or whatever. And then tomorrow you say, you know what? I don't think that's true anymore. Entropy works a different way. That's my opinion. But that's great. It's good that you have an opinion, but a natural law will never change the fact that it will always remain the same. This is the problem, right? So natural law dictates the way it's void of your opinion, my opinion. We both could argue and debate on certain things of the natural laws that are we abide by, but so far as we can tell, nothing that we can do will affect natural laws. They're just what they are. They happen always, and we just abide by them. All we can do is observe them. So if we're saying that some of the natural laws are being violated by some people thinking that they can get to this place logistically, then it stands to reason that that place cannot be the thing that they think it is, or what they're presenting to you. It cannot exist. So it has to violate something that in nature will not allow. That's the problem we're having. You don't know that because you already discarded right off the jump, and you're not allowing people to tell you how. That's all I'm saying, man. It goes against natural law. And if something goes against natural law, I don't care what they show you, what people are saying is true. It becomes an opinion, or it becomes something that they're forcing you to think is real. And it's not real, because all we're asking for is the empirical evidence of such things. When we discuss things with people, that's what we ask. Where's the empirical evidence? You have to show us.
Can I just add too? Can I just add? It's not new information, dude. It's old information. As far as you're concerned, it's us that have the new information. We already went through all the information that you could possibly conceive of and think of to present us.
So we're not disagreeing with like the fact that this becomes a debate. The reason why it's not a debate and we say, we're not wrong, is because it's a natural law. And anything that violates that natural law is not true. That's why we can have a hard stance. You, on the other hand, you don't understand that things can violate natural laws, and then you agree that you don't know that's true or not.
Is this going to go on for 5 more minutes, or?
I'm just saying, dude, like, how can you what is your response to something violating natural laws, like the second law of thermodynamics? We're saying the entropy takes place where gas expands, and we have gas pressure on the surface, and there's low pressure gas.
It's
Go ahead. What do you have? If you know what I'm going to say, what is your response?
I want you to answer my question first.
Why?
That I've been asking you.
Not answering mine, dude. Like,
because you never answered mine. You made me sit through 2 diatribes.
You didn't ask any questions.
I have.
What question did you ask?
I said that so basically what you're telling me is that I can't question these videos because I'm not coming from a stance of already being on the path and journey to believing that the earth is flat.
No. The video that was being shown specifically deals with a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
And what's that?
That specific
this video?
It's not an ambiguous general video. This is a very
this video with the metal flakes or bubbles?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That video.
Natural law. The natural law is being violated.
It is.
It's amazing. You're right.
The location in which they said to be, that's the ISS, I would assume. Isn't that right?
I don't know. I didn't post this video.
I'm asking Anti-Globalists.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's the ISS, do you know where the ISS, in your paradigm, right? Thinking where the ISS is, do you know where it's located? Nexi. I don't care if you know or not, I'll tell you.
Sure, tell me.
So it's it's at the highest level of the thermosphere. Right before the exosphere. That's considered low Earth orbit.
Yeah.
That's where it resides, and it's falling around the Earth, and the speed at which it falls around the Earth is 17,500 miles per hour. It's going around the Earth every 90 minutes. So in its journey, falling around the Earth for over 20 years, it's been doing this. Okay? So as it does this crazy thing that's absurd, but it's fine.
Why is it absurd?
It's fine if you believe that. That's not what's being.
I have a question for you though. Why is it absurd?
That's not being contended, and I've already said it's not being contended. What is contended?
But you said it's crazy.
It's still, dude. Just listen. What's being contended is the fact that where it's located. So it has to be above the Kármán line in order for it to be in low Earth orbit. And the Kármán line is said to be anywhere between 55 miles to 62 miles above the Earth's surface. And anywhere above that, there's a very ambiguous kind of location where it is it's arbitrary in that it's not. So there's what would they consider? There's a super low pressure that's in that region, right? Problem is they're giving you some numbers of Torr value, right? 10 to the -6 right there, and then you go further out, it expands to the pressure, it decreases, so it's going to be less and less, right? It'll be less and less. But at that region is somewhere said to be, it's always contended too with these people that are giving this propaganda out to you. So it's always different Torr values, but somewhere around 10 to the -6. It's super low vacuum, right? So that vacuum that is there is said to be vastly different than the one that's on the surface. We have a vastly different gas pressure differential. So on the surface, we have high pressure at around 14 pounds per square inch on pressure, breathing in and out of your lungs. So as you raise up in elevation, there's a gradient of pressure, right? It feels like, when you go to the altitude of an airplane, it's like, it's hard to breathe up there, or mountain tops or whatever. So we do understand that, right? But the problem is when you have a vast pressure differential, that's not something that's allowable for a system to be when you have a high pressure system next to that vastly low pressure system. It's too great of a difference, right? And so when you have that, you have to realize there has to be, if you have gas pressure in the first place, a contained environment, because you have.
Are you insinuating that the ISS can't be up there?
Well, I mean, if I lay it all out for you, it can't exist where it is due to the fact of the narrative that it's telling you that it's in an open system. Next.
So do we have any?
It's in an open system.
No.
We're arguing the fact. We're arguing the fact.
No, I just have a question. Are there any satellites? Oh, I can't ask a question. Sorry. Good.
So I mean, we can get into the satellites thing too, but specifically, what's we're contending the reason why you were up in a tizzy about it, because you were contending this video and you were like, dude, why can't I debate the fact that this video looks kind of like it's metal flakes and not just bubbles? And I would say from your standpoint, I would agree with you. You can contend with it that way because you don't know the underlying premise that you didn't get to, that you didn't challenge.
You could actually ignore that. You could ignore that, and I could still ask that question. I could still ask because you're saying these are bubbles, and I say these aren't bubbles. This is buildup.
That's great.
Space debris. Wait. But I can still ask that without, even if this was in the nether realm, in the shadow realm, right? You were sent there by Yugi himself, and then DJ claimed that these were bubbles. I could still say they're not bubbles.
Yeah,
without believing.
You can do that,
right?
But you would be.
No, because
you'd be credulous. I think, is that the right term? You'd be credulous about it because supportive information that would substantiate the claim would be something akin to a belief, and it wouldn't be substantiated by any physical and natural laws that we abide by. So you would be breaking any law.
So natural law says these have to be bubbles and not
natural law
build up in metal flakes.
Wrong. No. Natural law would say they can't even be there. So whatever this is not what you think it is. Whether Yu-Gi-Oh sent you there or whatever, because you cannot substantiate it with any physical natural means. That's not possible. So we're trying to tell you is that if you're able to substantiate something with the physical natural laws intact, then yeah. But if you're violating one of them, then you can't. It's not possible. That's why.
So you're saying the ISS violates natural law
where the location
by being in the upper atmosphere or slightly above.
It's not upper atmosphere. Dude, listen. It's said to be above the Kármán line where the atmosphere ends and the space begins. So the Kármán line demarcates a line where space begins. Low Earth orbit is the place where space begins, and that is the upper region of the thermosphere, right before the exosphere.
So why can't it exist there?
I'm trying to walk you through it, but you're anxious to get to something that you want to talk about. So the problem is, like I said before, that if we have a vast pressure differential on the surface, we have a high pressure against this this vacuum, right? We have that 10 to the negative 6. What we're contending with is if there's a high vast pressure differential, it gradiates out to this super low vacuum. So what happens is if that's the case, then the high pressure would expand. If it's an open system, it would expand to fill the available space continuously. It wouldn't stop anywhere. There's nothing impeding its progress. So as it stopped, or as it's known to you, right, that something's preventing all the air that we have on the surface from just expanding out into the void, then you would say, okay, what is that thing that keeps it from expanding out into the void? What's holding the gas onto the surface of the earth? Why are we still breathing? Why doesn't the gas just to keep expanding to fill the available volume? So that's what I'm asking you. What do you think is preventing that? Why are you breathing air right now? Why isn't the air escaping into the void of space? That's what I'm saying for you to ask right now, Naxi. This is the natural law in which we start discussing whether or not you can contemplate that natural law can exist where you're saying they can with the people that are up there. And if you're able to substantiate it, that's fine. But if you're not, you have to contend with they're not in that location, because they would have to argue the fact that being there is a place where high pressure differentials exist without any problem whatsoever of having a contained system or not.
Okay, so what do you think would happen? What would happen to the ISS?
It's not what would happen to it. It's what the possibility of it being there in that location is the thing that it's like you saying that Yu-Gi-Oh sent it up there. So we're contending with ideas of what people's imaginations are.
Just explain to me what would happen if it was up there, or why it can't exactly go up there. Does it there even exist?
There. Yeah, the location. So in the upper thermosphere, where they're said that the ISS is that vast pressure differential location, right? The region.
Right. So what would happen to the ISS if it was there or sent up there?
You can't have gas pressure without containment. That's the issue.
And so what is saying is so you're saying there is a wait. So you're saying there is a barrier, right? And the ISS wouldn't be able to even be in the location.
Yeah, you're getting it kind of. You're getting it kind of.
Is that what you're trying to say to me?
You're getting it kind of. So
what is this barrier?
The container. It's a container. So the container.
What's the container?
Yeah, that's not. Listen, we can.
It's very important. Well, what is the container?
I know it is. It's important because we have the gas pressure that we have on the surface.
The Tupperware.
So if we didn't have a contained system, we wouldn't have that pressure, and even a gradiator pressure at that. We wouldn't have that. It would be completely opposite to what gas laws even state. So the gas laws would also tell you that in order for you to achieve pressure in the first place, you have to have a volume. You'd have to have some sort of containment, because gas and the way it behaves according to kinetic molecular theory is such that gases do not attract nor do they repel themselves, but they fill an available space. So if you have like an air tank, let's say, and you want to fill it with air, what happens is you start putting more air inside of it, and it starts to get that pressure that we're talking about right now. But outside of that, it's just it equalizes with the pressure outside.
So there's so say oxygen, right? Let's say oxygen is being pushed down, right? So that could take space up for helium, right? Say there's so much oxygen. Say there's you were talking about gas needing. Repeat everything you said in the past 10 seconds. Let me reword it. Go ahead.
Yeah, just basically the gas pressure requires a
container,
volume, a container, a fixed volume.
Okay. So my question was, if there was enough air, enough oxygen, heavier gases, right, were being pushed together, right, being pulled down by gravity, right, couldn't say helium, which is lighter, be pushed out, right? So now you have helium on top, pushing down other heavier gases from gravity, and the weight of the gases being pulled down would create your pressure.
Right. You're talking about a gradiated pressure, yeah?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Gases don't stratify based off of mass.
So if you have an example of stratification, like the way you've just described, do you think that it's possible that we know that that's what's going on in the upper parts of our atmosphere?
What do you mean?
what example do we have to point to that that's the case, Naxi? That's you propose
that there'd be lighter gases above the heavier gases.
You propose kind of like an idea of what could be happening as to the reason why.
Well, so only so much gas can occupy one spot, right? Eventually, the molecules will be pushed out.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is, what is your evidence that what your claim is right now? That is it gravity the containment, or is it like heavier gases containment? What's containing the gases on Earth is my question to you.
Gravity.
Okay. So how do you quantify gravity being a container for gases?
Some gases are heavier than others. Some fall down, some go up, right?
You're talking about stratification, right?
Yep.
Gases stratify at certain levels. So what I'm asking you is, do you think gases mix or do they separate? Like gases,
they can mix. They can mix, but they separate too.
Okay,
it's not a black and white question.
They can separate too. How do you know they separate like the way you're describing?
What do you mean? Like you can measure them in a lab. You can literally measure. You can see helium go above other gases.
I know what you're trying to say, but do you think over time, when dissipation occurs, that they actually mix?
Well, dissipation does happen. I mean, we do lose gas to space.
That's the problem is there's a claim being made about stratification. And what I'm saying is what we understand gases to do over time is that they mix. They don't just stay when one, you know what I mean? They dissipate. They move off into fill the available space. So if what you're saying is true, stratification would be a layer cake of gases.
So you're saying, okay, wait. So what is this container? What? Okay, so you're saying,
we're moving away. Let's not move away.
Well, because it's important. Because I'm saying it doesn't require a container. You're saying it requires a container. So what is this container made of that holds? Is it a layer of impervious gas that you can't?
About stratification, dude. Did you know that the ratio of gases is the same at sea level as it is at the top of a mountain?
Okay.
They don't stratify based off of mass.
Right. So
okay, but can you still answer what I'm asking?
What are you talking about? What's causing the gases to stay into the
ground? What is the container? What is the act? Is it a solid line of impervious gas? Or is it a physical?
That's the hang up. That's the hang up right there. It's just basically a contained environment. So we wouldn't give like the constituent parts of the elements that make up the container. But we would say that in order for you to have gas pressure, it has to be contained. So however this volume of gas that we have on Earth is contained, it is done so with a container that will not prevent the gases from escaping. So that's an answer that doesn't give you what constituent parts or elements are the makeup of the container.
So you don't know what the container is.
Yeah, of course. Nobody can tell you that with assurance.
Can you see the container?
But it's not about that. It's
no.
Not
I mean,
that.
Can we?
It's not about
can you measure
what you're doing? Actually, I would say what you're doing is trying to figure out the physical composition of that container. You don't need to. It's an antecedent for gas pressure. The only thing you need to do is realize that. Can you, with all assurance, say that a container is necessary for gas pressure or not? That's what I'm asking you, Naxi.
No, I would say not.
Okay, so then,
but wait, let me ask you a question because you've been talking a lot more. You've been talking way more, bud.
Yeah, this is relevant, dude. Trust me, this is relevant. So if you're gonna say that it's not, I need you to show me it because I can give you a definition, or rather, what we can do is look into the definition for gas pressure. This is what's necessary right now. I don't think you know this. That there's a definition for gas pressure that you need to look up on Google currently, like right now. Like I don't expect you to know this. I don't. I'd rather you just look into it.
Listen, but can you answer my question that I've been asking?
Naxi, we're on a line. We're on a path of logic currently, and once you detract, you're going to lose what you're thinking about, right? So gas pressure.
I've been trying to ask you this question for about 10 minutes, and you just keep jumping over it.
But I feel like you're not even paying attention to what we're saying, though. You just want to ask what you want to ask.
I'm paying attention.
So the gas pressure definition.
But you only want to ask what you want to ask.
Dude, I mean, I know you are, but what am I? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you doing it? So if you're looking at,
you're saying there's a physical container. You're saying there's a physical container that we could, if we shot the ISS up, it would have exploded on impact.
That dude,
if you shot it up in one shot.
Yeah, outer space vacuums are fake, dude. That's the whole point. You're arguing about the attributes of a thing. So can you concede that there is now a thing, which is a containment?
That's contained.
No, no, there's no
it's
container.
the same logic, right? It's the same logic as if I were to say, I know you had a mom and dad. And you're like, well, okay, but you don't know what they look like, so you can't say that I had a mom and dad.
Well, here, let me help.
Because you're arguing now about the attributes of the thing when you
you're-
concede that the thing must exist.
You're disputing every piece of
Naxi,
it.
let me help you out here, okay?
Go ahead, Crit. Go ahead.
So the very first heliocentric model presented by Copernicus, he put a firmament, labeled it firmament, wrote big bold letters, right after Saturn. He said the firmament must be here because that's where all the stars are and their distances don't appear to change. And that would hold in all of creation. Why is he wrong? He said it was made of glass too, by the way. A glass firmament.
Okay.
Okay, so why do you think he's wrong?
Why do I think he's wrong?
Yeah, why is Copernicus wrong?
Does he have evidence that there's a firmament?
God
outside of Saturn,
God
made of glass.
God made it that way.
Okay, well, that's an extraordinary claim.
Is he wrong?
So is an outer space vacuum.
The fact, no, it is not on the same level. So wait, have we? How do you
Yeah,
measure?
it is.
How do you measure the glass? The glass jar holding us in from Saturn.
Naxi, wait a minute. Wait. No, let's not ask. I don't want to.
See, it seems like you're being critical only.
Well, hold on, wait. At first, the container was only on the Earth, and now the container has gone to Saturn.
You're getting distracted.
Wait, but no, Crit just said that.
Naxi, you have to allow.
And you allowed it.
Well, because I don't stop other mods, but
But is Crit right though? Is Crit right?
I need you to focus on what I was saying.
No, Copernicus. You're thinking about Copernicus. Why are you in heresy with if gas requires a container and you say it doesn't require a container, but you don't have a model that demonstrates that, the only model you could present has a container, how are you also saying there's no container and a container at the same time? We're trying to figure out what's
like a
wrong
leading
with
question. That's
epistemology.
You already have the
Not
answer.
really. It's the whole crux of the issue. It's not a leading
You already had an
Your
answer.
epistemology is broken. Right now, you have a contradiction, and we're trying to figure out how to fix that.
But you don't. But there is no glass shield or glass ball at the end of Saturn.
Just relax, bro. Alpha's trying to get in, bro.
I need you to focus for a second, Naxi. I wanted you to get the gas pressure definition. You didn't do so. I don't know why. I think you
can read it.
Kind of shying away from it. Yeah, I'll read it. It doesn't matter, because I need you to understand when you type in gas pressure definition, this is what's going to come up. I put the snippet in the text channel on the side chat. So it says there, gas pressure is the force exerted by gas molecules colliding with the walls of a container, essentially a force applied by gas over a specific area, resulting from constant random motion of gas particles hitting the container surface. It's measured as a force per unit area.
Wait, you sure it's not? You sure it doesn't say glass shield there, maybe? Oh, sorry.
Nope. Do you disagree with that, Naxi? Naxi, do you disagree with that?
Hey, it was Crit coming up with the glass shield on Saturn, so.
Naxi,
no, that's
come on,
Copernicus.
Man. I feel like
Sorry,
every time I got a point to bring, you just you segue to something else.
I mean, two other people talked, but say it again.
I mean, I'm trying to point something out to you, man. It's like I need.
Yeah, I read the definition. Go ahead. So, what did you say?
Like, do you agree or disagree with that definition?
Sure.
Okay, that's the gas pressure definition. Now, if you're saying that it's outside of gas pressure needing a container, then it wouldn't be what it says right there. But it does say container. So if you have gas pressure being defined as this and you agree with it, that means that you would have to redefine gas pressure in the way that it does not need a container. So a redefinition of gas pressure would be needed from you and a demonstration of such a thing. Can you do those two things? Redefine gas pressure and also show us a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. Can you do that?
Well,
because that's
right.
What's
There's
required.
different. So here's my answer to that, or my question. So there's different levels of the atmosphere above us. This is my answer, layered in a question.
It's not the answer. It's not the answer. Sorry, what you're about to say, the layers of the air, that's not the answer we're looking for, bro.
Well, I'm gonna say, isn't the different layers of the atmosphere in effect pushing down?
Maybe
the pressure.
But no, what we need here is exactly what the pressure definition, gas pressure definition would state. Gas pressure definition states there that it needs a container to contain the gas pressure. Now, if you are saying it's the other gases, then what I asked for was not only a redefinition, right? Then you would have to show on this definition, the redefinition that you make, tell us that it's a stratification of gases and or that stratification of gases are the cause for the gas pressure. You'd have to be able to restate it in that way and demonstrate. You have to demonstrate that's the case. When you have a stratification of gases, that it becomes a container for the gas beneath it. You'd have to show us an example of that. Two things, redefinition and a demonstration.
Well, would you
use
believe
contention?
Would you believe the demonstration?
No, Naxi, it's not about a belief. A demonstration trumps all it's what
No,
you need to
but
show
my question-
somebody, look, this is what's true.
See, you're just gonna talk over me. Go
That's
ahead.
what's true, Naxi.
Not
It
about
doesn't
us,
matter.
dude. Don't worry
I don't-
about us. We just
I
need
don't
that.
need to
We just
believe-
need the.
I don't need to believe in what you're telling me. All you have to do is demonstrate. Whether or not I believe it, it's inconsequential. I do not need to believe what you're showing me. It's demonstration that trumps what I believe. You would show me something that the physical natural world abides by. Whether or not I believe
Well, okay, so if I was able to put a
regardless.
camera on, if me and you sat in a field, right, and we put a camera up and we had a nice little rocket me and you built together, right, and we were able to push this rocket all the way out to the upper levels of the thermosphere, right, and we were able to pass it, wouldn't that prove just in
No,
itself
dude.
that we don't need a container?
No,
for this air
bro.
pressure?
No.
Why not?
No.
If we're
Because
able to,
your hypothetical is void of you demonstrating how gas pressure, because your example was other gases.
but wouldn't that stop? Wouldn't that?
No, dude.
Okay, fine. If it didn't.
We're
show
not
my
doing
point-
that, so don't worry about it.
It goes
Okay,
against-
creation. You don't
it
add
goes-
anything.
It goes against Naxi. It goes against
Cooking
your
me right
idea.
now.
It goes against your idea that you were explaining that gases are stratifying, and that's what's causing the pressure on the gases because there's stratification. So you're saying that, right? And I'm telling
If
you,
we were able to physically witness us passing through and there being no container,
You're not about to do that anytime soon or ever. So
Can
I
you-
wouldn't
Well, I
worry
mean,
about
we've
it.
already done it. We've already done it.
No. See how
Then why are you asking if we would do it?
Well, because I already know we already did it, but I just know you don't believe it.
No, dude. Like I think you're already getting away from where we're at. I think the reason why you're doing it is because you don't have an example of how gas pressure is redefined by the way you say stratification of other gases. You can't redefine it that way, nor can you give us an example of that being the case.
No, I don't have an example on me, but that's why I'm asking this question.
That's correct. So what we're
Yeah.
going with is the definition, which is saying that we do need a container for gas pressure.
But what
That
I'm saying is,
true.
wouldn't that experiment show that your
No.
your
It's not an
container? No,
experiment.
why not?
It's not an
Why
experiment.
not?
Number
Why
one, it's not
not?
an experiment.
Why not?
It's not an experiment.
But
What you
why-
got to
why-
realize when we deal with the physical and natural world, with this experiment that we are really doing with gas pressure, is demonstrating the fact that gas pressure requires containment. Otherwise, there would be no gas pressure to fill the space. What the gas pressure is doing is filling a space,
Ooh,
and it's
okay,
pushing.
but
on
can
the
I ask
walls.
you this question with you giving me a straight answer? No, I'm going to ask it again
Again?
in a different way. Yeah, I mean, Bear, I already know you. I mean, I don't even know why you're talking. But anyway,
Well, you can't do what you're about to say. It's not possible. That's why we're talking about this
Yeah,
container
Jedi,
thing.
Jedi, can you take over?
It's not possible,
Jedi.
bro. It's a hypothetical L. Jedi, go ahead.
It's hard to know where to start. You basically arguing with a law of nature that is valid without exception and closed and open systems.
So you're saying
And
it's
I've just-
impossible. There's no way. So even if we put a
Correct,
camera
yeah.
on a rocket, if we put a camera on a rocket, we would see it explode on the way up, right?
What?
You're saying there's a container holding the gas in, right? I
Can't
said, so
be
to
any
prove that-
other way.
Right, and to prove that, we could shoot a rocket up.
We don't
and
have to
would
prove it by
explode.
shooting rockets. No.
But it would prove it, correct?
Already proved it.
The
Already know.
opposite is not demonstrable. That's why we're asking
Wait,
you for a
yes or
demonstration of the
no?
opposite.
What is it? Can we not pass this barrier?
What barrier? What hypothetical? This isn't anywhere near the scientific method.
I'm asking
It's
alpha and
hypothetical.
creation. I don't know what you're saying.
Outer space is not real, bro. So correct. You're not going outside of whatever.
No, wait. So you're saying if we shot something into the air, it would eventually hit this barrier and it would go no farther, right? It would explode.
Yeah, that would be the thing that I'm telling you is obvious. But you can't you can't test something hypothetically if you don't have the means to test it. It's
Well,
going to be
hold on.
only be Naxi. It'll
Hold
only
on.
be mental masturbation for you.
Hold on. So this is my question,
bro.
This is my question to you.
No, it's not.
This is
Listen, it's a hypothetical.
So we've had these experiments happen. You just refuse
not
to
an experiment.
accept them.
The problem is you can't do it.
The action is the experiment.
Okay,
No, it's not.
let's put it this way. Do you have the means to test this? Yes or no?
Yes.
How?
My tax dollars. It's already been tested.
No. You personally. You personally.
Yeah.
Can you validate this yourself?
No. I mean, I could
There
send
we
you on
go.
a trip to. I could send you on a
That's
trip to
my
Alaska, but we know that doesn't
That's
work
my-
anymore, huh?
Now, see, that's my point. Since
Or
you
is that
can't
is that still a
validate
hot
yourself,
topic in here?
Since you can't validate it yourself,
Alaska?
it's not empirical. It's not empirical. You can't validate it yourself. So, therefore, we're going to go with the current answer, which is the definition for gas pressure and or
Well, I mean, with
demonstration.
that, not being able to validate yourself, I mean, you would blow out half of science because you don't have the right
No,
equipment.
Not
to
really.
verify.
No.
Yeah. What do you mean?
No, we're not going to blow out half of science. Half of pseudoscience? Yeah. There's a lot
Yeah.
of pseudoscience involved, which you think conflation with what you think science is. There's a lot of conflation happening. Pseudoscience and science are mixing.
So, but that's
You
my
think
question.
they're
So,
both the same.
so wait, like if we watched a rocket, my question,
Bro,
if we
you
watched a
keep
rocket-
asking that though.
No. Say you've seen it in real life. Where does that rocket go if it doesn't
It's a
explode?
parabolic
Not outside
arc.
of reality.
It goes into a
It's not a
parabolic-
reality.
It goes into
Oh,
a
yeah.
parabolic arc.
It's not what I
Listen
said.
to me,
And,
next.
and where does it land?
Fucking
If
hell,
no,
dude,
where
I'm
does
gonna
it
mute
land?
you. You're frustrating me. Just listen to me. It goes into a
Yeah.
parabolic arc and it goes away from your view. So it goes off into the horizon, which at some point you won't be able to see it anymore. And why it does that is because they say that when rockets are going up into orbit for orbital mechanics and trajectory, they're saying
Yeah.
that the reason it does that is to gain momentum so that it has escape velocity. So what it does is it wants to revolve around the Earth for at least 2 or 3 times and then acquire like 25,000 miles per hour, at which point it reaches escape velocity and then it leaves. So at that point, you have nowhere near the site you think you do to see it actually do what you think it should be doing to go into that location. So therefore, when you see a rocket leave your view, it goes into a parabolic arc out of your view. That's all you can say is, I see the rocket went up and away. That's it.
Yeah.
That's where it stops. You cannot say.
But
you
where do
saw
they put
go
it?
into
Where do they
space.
land it afterwards?
Doesn't matter. You can never say the thing you think is happening, which is it goes to space. You can't say that. Not with assurance. So there you go. You can't
Yeah.
tax dollars.
Pretty
are
close.
gonna
I
give you
mean, pretty
Yeah.
close.
Pretty close. Not
Yeah.
really. You
Yeah,
can't get close
yeah.
to a place that doesn't exist, dude. Come on, man.
Therefore,
Space doesn't exist. Is Saturn? real?
Correct.
yeah. No.
Wait,
you're
wait.
not-
Is Saturn real?
No.
Saturn,
Creation?
You're spiraling. You're spiraling.
No,
bro. You don't know what Saturn is, dude, so don't worry about it.
We're full stop now. You've got away from the gas pressure definition, and you didn't concede that that's, if you need gas pressure, it's not stratification of gases. It is a containment of gas in order for you to have gas pressure. It's not stratification. It's not gravity. You didn't provide a demonstration that it's such. So it's far beyond your capacity to even contemplate this information. Naxi, you got away from it because you were scared. You didn't want to be wrong, so you entertained anybody else chiming in so that you weren't.
No,
faced with the fact
I don't
that
have
you
an
had
answer
the
for that. You're right.
I
You're right.
know.
I'm not as
I
educated
know,
on that.
Naxi.
But my question was, could you answer my question? And your answer is space isn't real. So it's
Well,
like,
what else do you want us to tell you? You want us to hold your hand and read
man.
space stories with you? It's not real,
So
dude.
creation is Saturn real?
Oh God!
You don't know what Saturn is.
Well, what is it? To educate me.
I don't know what
Tell
it
me
is.
the
You don't know what it is either. But I'm not saying it's a fake. I'm not saying it's the thing you think it is not true.
But
Yeah,
so,
outer-
what is it then?
I don't know.
It's not the
So-
topic of the channel.
What?
How about that?
I'm not talking to you. So, give me an idea of what you think it might be.
I have no clue, bro. It's not what we do
No
here.
clue.
No.
You just move.
Well, I don't know about that.
Naxi, did you?
We do know for a fact that outer space is not real, and that's why we're talking to you about gas pressure, dude. So you need to pay attention.
Did Naxi just move one of the moderators to the side so we can continue to talk?
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
That's not acceptable. It's not acceptable, Naxi.
Come on, Maxi Pad. Come on, bro.
He thinks he's in control here.
Nope. You shove one of the moderators to the side so you can continue to talk, and you're going to be muted. You took his voice away, I'll take yours away. How about that?
Hey, Veritas, are you sick right now?
Yep. Yeah.
What do you got,
Sore
strep
throat
throat or
internet.
something?
I don't know, maybe.
He's sick of the bullshit, all right? We're sick of the Globers right now. That's what's happening right now.
Maybe that's what happened. Maybe the Globers got you sick.
He's sick of this. He's got sick of this.
Yeah, we're allergic to this nonsense. Yeah.
All right.
I like. He's too old for this shit.
I told the rest of the guys, I'm like, dude, even if I was in a nursing home, dude, I'm gonna take everybody down with me. I'm gonna burn. I'm serious, man. Like,
all right, Tio.
Fucking.
Okay, Tio.
I'm serious, dude. Fuck.
Freaking Breaking Bad. All right, go ahead.
What's this guy talking about? The stratification of gases is causing the gas pressure. Why is he saying that?
Because his answer was he didn't know, so he's kind of like throwing things at a wall, seeing what sticks. Based on
he's like, I don't need to play along with you guys because I just saw rockets go to space. Therefore, it's like, that's, dude, you saw that on TV, dude. You're basing your entire reality off of something you saw on a screen. Insane.
All right, just let Naxi, if I unmute you, just don't tell another moderator to be quiet because you're not running the forum. We are. That's all.
Which moderator did I tell to be quiet?
Crit. He's one of the main moderators here, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to pledge fealty to the Crit moderator.
Just saying, man. He's got his stripes. He earned them.
Just throw a W in the chat for Crit. And we'll keep cooking.
Yeah, so maybe you want to answer Jedi's question? I mean, seriously, I think he covered it, though, when he said he didn't know. So maybe we could press him on why he said stratification, but honestly, he thought of the best answer he could at the moment.
Well,
the way I took it. But
if he doesn't know, then he must understand that a density layer or stratification or more gas pressure here and less gas pressure there isn't the cause of gas pressure. Gas pressure is caused by the limitation of volume that it can fill. That limitation being physical, it pressing upon it in a fixed volume. So the amount of gas isn't going to stop the amount of gas expanding. If I was to fill a container, no matter how large with gas, and outside was a vacuum, no matter how much gas I put inside the container, when I open the door, the gas will continue to expand into now available space, just because there's a lot of gas there. And maybe if it is stratified or not, it's not going to stop the entropy increase. The gas will fill the space. As long as he understands that, then it doesn't matter what we talk about the vacuum of space from this point onwards. Not real. Don't know what Saturn is. Can't be what they say.
I think Secret Man wanted in on this conversation, it looks like.
It's Rich.
Is that
Rich Evans?
Yeah. Oh, you got me. I thought I had such a good disguise.
Yeah, you're wearing a mustache.
Yeah, I like it. Love that movie.
A fake mustache. With a
It is my main account, so I'm not trying too hard to hide.
Okay.
But you're no master, sorry.
47,000 alt. Oh yeah, I do have a question.
Can't hide from Crit. You know that.
I didn't expect to, but I got most of it for a little bit.
What's your question?
You were speaking to the difference between pseudoscience and science earlier. I was just wondering if there was like an outline of a scientific experiment that you could give that would suffice or be sufficient towards your requirements of the science experiments given by Globers.
You want to observe something happening, formalize a hypothesis, and then see if we can run that hypothesis through an experiment. You want to see if that's achievable.
No, what I would like is an example of that done by you guys.
Okay, so I'll try. I observe, after it rains and there's water on the floor, the water evaporates, goes away. Now I suppose that maybe heat is causing the water to evaporate. So my presumed cause will be heat, temperature, hot, and my observed phenomenon, the water will turn to gas. I'll then vary and manipulate heat, temperature, to see if it makes the water evaporate and go away, turn to gas. Does that. Is that okay?
Well, you didn't start by identifying the dependent and independent variables. So
Dependent variable was the observation of the water evaporation. The water was there, then it wasn't. My supposed cause, independent variable, was the temperature, the heat, was causing the water not to be there anymore. It evaporated, turned from water into gas. So my hypothesis, right, did that. Experiment, vary, manipulate the temperature to see if it causes the water to go away, evaporation. Fuck.
Right, but it's not just any amount of heat that would make it evaporate, right? I'm sure that the dryness of the air around it would also have something to do with the rate at which it would evaporate.
We'll keep all of those things as control variables. So the pressure, the density of the atmosphere. Because I know that if I vary and manipulate, say, the pressure, then when I apply heat, that'll be different. But I'll only understand that through rigorous experimentation, or I vary one independent variable at a time to see if these things happen, which they do, which is why I brought it up.
No, but just saying applying heat is insufficient, because you would have to have some sort of metric by which you would say that you would have enough heat in order for the
temperature
evaporation to occur.
I mentioned this because I knew this is where this was going. Heat, temperature, because we understand that water that can exist in different states, right? Liquid ice, gas. You understand how pressure and temperature change the state of water. So this is just the observation of it changing from one state to another. I can change the temperature, make it colder, turn the water into ice, which we observe on frosty days when it's cold outside and the temperature goes down.
No, but when water forms ice, or when water is boiling, there has to be sufficient heat or lack of heat for that to occur. So just saying heat occurs
is the temperature bit. The temperature bit.
Right, and what's temperature?
Yeah, so remember I told you that, okay, we're going to have a scale, centigrade, Fahrenheit, whatever we're going to put out, and it's going to either, depending on the standard that we use, freeze at a certain temperature or evaporate and maybe bubble and boil at another temperature, depending on the pressure that I allow to be within the experiment. But I'm going to be very manipulating these things, changing the phenomena and causing the phenomena based on the very manipulation of what I think is doing it.
Okay.
Say no again.
I just said okay.
Okay, cool. So not give up it.
So have you completed this experiment?
What, have I made water boil?
You said water outside evaporates. What does that have to do with water boiling?
Seriously.
That's the experiment, dude. You apply heat to water and see if you get the same effect.
Yep. Water's exposed to the sun. You know, the thing that's hot outside? Just like
temperature.
You use heat on his stove.
Right, but
Rich, you should be a little bit farther along
extremely
than this,
loose,
man.
right?
Come on,
There's
So you're saying
hardly
that
any
heat
metrics in here. Sorry,
doesn't
Alpha,
cause
go ahead.
water to
Hardly
boil.
any metrics, really. Is that
So
your
you're
answer?
saying heat does not cause water to turn to gas? Liquid water to turn to gas. Is that what you're saying?
It seems that your job here is not to understand me.
You didn't prove it? So you're saying Jedi's experiment didn't prove the cause of a state change was heat? He didn't prove that?
Correct. He has not yet, because he has just said that applying heat to a liquid makes it boil.
Let's see your science. What's your alternative
The whole
hypothesis?
point here, Crit,
What's your
is
alternative?
to point out that even
What's
by
your
your own
alternative?
standards, you can't provide the science.
What's your alternative hypothesis then? If he didn't prove that, what was your alternative hypothesis?
falsification is independent of replacement.
No, your alternative hypothesis.
I don't need an alternative hypothesis. Falsification is independent
I
of
think
replacement.
at this stage it'd be interesting if you understood what a hypothesis was and how I came to the hypothesis that I did based on the observation of something that happened.
So what happened then? It just fairies took it away?
All
What
I
happened?
said,
But the
Jedi,
water
was
was
that
on
it's
the ground.
extremely loose and there's no metrics.
Yeah, the water was on the ground. It turned to a gas and disappeared. What's your alternative hypothesis?
So the problem with not having the metrics is it doesn't.
You could do this yourself. You could do this on your own. You don't need Jedi now. That's why it's repeatable, observable, measurable, and falsifiable. Just go do it. Now that you've got science in hand, you can either deny it or accept it. You pick whatever metric you're going to use. It's like we could go through this day after day, hour after hour. You'll never understand it because you can't. It's beyond your comprehension.
He should stick to just playing the guitar. Leave the rest of the science up to us.
Yeah, dance. He'll sit there and ask you a question. Hey, what is some sort of scientific experiment that you could do? You give him one, and he doesn't get it. You'd be better off talking to a brick wall. You would have got better feedback. Just if Jedi had walked into like a room, walked up to a wall, and just started talking to it, there would be a better interaction than that.
Craig, he's wondering why Jedi didn't finally tune into things, because that's the whole process. He's giving you an overall kind of a generalized understanding of what happens, but finally tuning would be in the process of why you're trying to figure things out. You're varying and manipulating. That's what he said. And in that variation and manipulation comes the process of fine tuning. You utter moron. God, dude.
I feel like I can go mad sometimes.
Go bang your drums in your garage, dude. Go do that. You'll get the frustrations up or something. God.
Yeah, I was hoping he was going to get this because I had some of the other experiments that I have done at the very beginning, but it's worthless. He's too bricked. There's just no way I could talk to him about ambient light in the air, environmental conditioning. None of this. None of it will work because he doesn't have a concept of what science even is. So, hey, Mickey, what Utah's been blowing my DMs up. Is he gone permanently?
Yeah.
Okay.
He is. Until further notice.
Yeah, I told him that he's going to have to fix it with you. And he's like, well, you can override him. I go,
yep, nope.
I'm not going to, dude. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah. I said, tell me what happened. Let me know. And we'll talk about it. But he won't say anything other than that he thought he was treated unfairly. And I'm like, well, fine. If you think you're treated unfairly, why do you want to be part of the channel?
Yeah, I told him. I was like, dude, answer honestly. Because I told him, answer honestly or I'm going to remove you and you won't come back. Even if you get unbanned, I'm going to ban you again. He's like, yeah. And he just leaves and he comes back. And this morning he saw me here. And I stuck to my guns. I'm like, all right. And then he was like, uh-oh. And he took off. But I got his ID before he left.
Yeah.
So I banned him and he's like spurging out.
Yeah, because he asked me, he goes like, "Hey, I think I'm permabanned," and I'm like, "Why?" He's like, "Well, Alpha banned me, and he said I can't come back." And I looked at the log, and it was like Amish had banned him. So I'm like, I think you're wrong. I don't know for sure, but if you think Miggy banned you, you're mistaken. And then he's like, "Well, he said something about it in voice chat," and I'm like, "Well, okay, we'll take it up with him." I mean, can I get a time? I asked him, like, "Give me a timestamp. Give me some information. Give me, like, what was the topic?" He couldn't do any of it. So finally I said, "If you can't tell me what's going on, you're just going to have to talk to whoever you think the problem is."
And this is the way I put it. The rest of the anti-flat earthers that are in here, like Eggshells, like, even Rich, like, when they don't abide by the forum, and if we say be honest or you're going to be on the shit list. The shit list is the thing that Scott Mackey's on. Mez, he's on that shit list. There's a few others that are on the shit list. When you're on the shit list, you can't return. And if you do return, you're just going to get immediately removed without question. Like, just ban. But if you're honest as an anti or a Glober, it doesn't matter. If you're being honest and we ask you a question, you answer honestly, you can stay. Not an issue. It's when you are not allowing to be honest, that dishonesty is what's going to get you removed here. And Robert doesn't understand that. He thinks he can still be dishonest and be in this forum, and that's not possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure
if they believe. Yeah, go ahead.
If you saw in Mod Chat, I put a bad faith list where I said people who've used up all their chances and can be banned or unbanned for any reason.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll put Eggs and who else did you?
Well, Eggs,
Utah, right?
Yeah, Eggs is
Eggs
I don't
in
know.
Utah.
That's up to you. I didn't feel Eggs.
Oh, okay.
He's dishonest, but he still answers. Like, he'll capitulate. He'll be like, okay, yeah. Like, Robert, however, he did not want. He refused. He's like, nope, no. And I was like, dude, you got a choice. Like, you could be honest and just admit that you have, like, the context was something different, but I'm just kind of paraphrasing right now.
Yeah.
You could just be honest. And then just, even if you think it's a globe, I don't care. But just be honest in this point. And he didn't want to be honest on the point that I was making. So I told him, all right, you know what's going to happen. He didn't care. He's like, I don't care. And I was like, okay. Just like a kid that, you know what I mean? They don't see the consequence. And now he really wants to come back and override other mods. And it's like, no, all you have to do is be honest. That's it.
Yeah, I told him that too. I said, don't mod shop. If you talk to one mod and have them advocate for you, you got to tell them everything that you want them to say on your behalf. And yeah, I guess he's doing that too. He's DMing a bunch of people.
Yeah, like Rich, he's just a doofus, but he will, at some point he'll be like, okay, yeah, I mean, you guys are saying something that is what it is, even though he spirals, whatever. But everybody has their level, you know what I mean? They can spiral, they can do whatever they want. But when it comes down to it, they either answer the truth of the matter or not. And we base our, like, them being here on that. If they're going to be just dishonest, there's no point. I mean, they're just going to be disruptive and, interfere with new people and such. And it's just going to, like, not allow the forum to, you know what I mean?
I have a sunken cost with Utah, Robert. I talked to him like 5-6 hours offline, like out of the chat, because he was going through like some of the videos we had posted of, like, quotes from Michio Kaku and Tyson and stuff. These were all deep fakes made by flat earthers. And one of the things he said was Will Smith eating spaghetti was a better deep fake than what we're doing. And I had gone through and found like the primary source for a lot of the videos. And we went through it, each one. Like, he said, okay, how was it different? And eventually he's like, yeah, it's not different. That's exactly. I go, okay, so why are you coming out saying that these were deep fakes without any investigation behind it? It's just like, hey, yeah, flat Earth. No, they never said that. And then as soon as he figured out that all these are direct quotes clipped in context, then he said, well, it's not a problem because what they actually meant was, and I'm like, oh, good grief. But I guess I feel like that sunken cost, I think I put so much effort in trying to get this guy to be part of the conversation that it's like now I'm kind of like.
Yeah, I get it. You put a lot of time in, and and that's the thing too. they squander the opportunity that they've been given. It's almost like you want. Who said that, man? That they had hope for him, then they got like discouraged. Somebody was talking about that the other day. Like, man, I really had. Oh, it was Jedi. Jedi had invested into Robert. He's like, I don't know why. Remember, Jedi, you were saying that. I don't know why I felt like this guy would have had like at least a chance, but I'm just disappointed. I'm not upset. I'm just disappointed. You know, like it turned out this way. That's kind of like the way everybody, like you feel like, I don't know. I don't know why. With Robert, it was that way. See, people were just disappointed with him.
Yeah, because it kind of felt like he was interested in the topic, and then all of a sudden, once he started getting, started hearing people talk and give him information, it really gave him a real profound cognitive dissonance that he just kind of grasped at straws rather than, talk about it.
Yeah, that's what it was. But yeah, just to tell you, that's the reason why. And so, yeah, he's on the list, but that's not to say that in the future we can make a decision to bring him back.
Okay.
But on conditions, right? On conditions that he's gonna. But right now, I'll just say he can take a timeout. That's all.
Okay, so should I just move him to people who are banned for longer than 2 days?
Yeah.
Or bad faith group?
Well, for now, longer than 2 days, and then we can take it. We can elevate that too, depending on maybe later on if he comes back. You have to tell him though, if you're not gonna say okay, this is true, or you're gonna agree with some things that are true, then there's no reason why we're gonna have you in this forum. So I don't care if they, like I said, I don't care if they believe the Earth's a globe. It's when they're saying it's not, like things are true that are not true, like natural laws, that sort of stuff. Like Mez, that guy there. I don't know if he's a sunk cost fallacy to you or not, but that guy is a piece of work.
Mez is one of those ones. He doesn't want to have a conversation. He just wants to pipe in when other people are talking and give like little quips. I guess what I'm getting to is, I think what I want to see, my goal overall would be groups of people who are, if they're harmful to the channel, like they find Flat Earth extremely triggering. It's a TOS topic. They want to see us shut down. They want to see us, locked up, thrown in prison, re-educated. That level is much different than some guy who's just bricked and just completely, they got some kind of ego attachment to the globe model. For some reason, they won't take questions on or explain. And I say that too because I was there. When I first started talking to flat earthers, I used to like never bring this up. I was really kind of upset because I'm like, America, God bless America. We landed on the moon. What in your right mind would give you, some, layman, on the internet to question such an amazing thing that happened for humanity? And it wasn't like I wanted them to be quiet. I was like, yeah, let's hear what you got to say. I know it's going to be stupid as hell. But when I started listening and started paying attention, it took that, it took a flat smack. It took the eclipse, the 2018 or 2017 eclipse, for me to really snap out of it. So as long as they haven't gone into that sort of anti-flat eartherism, where it's like the flat earthers are subhuman mongrels who need to be cleansed from the gene pool. As long as they don't go there, and I think they're still somewhat recoverable. Because once the person has othered or dehumanized, there might not be no coming back from that. Or really, maybe you come back from that, but they come back, they're not fully back. Like, they never really come back from that. Like, they're sort of lost to humanity. In that way, it's better just to keep them out of the channel, because they're not going to really ever offer anything.
Yeah, but it'll be a constant like, okay, he's not going to be useless. He's useless, but let's just constantly ban him.
Or just put him on
This
mute.
This is a bigger timeout for him though. He has to feel the wrath of. He has to feel the sting of being disciplined with like not being able to. If he's going to be disingenuous when we're asking, dude, just answer the question. Just be honest. And if he can't bring himself to be that way, then he needs to feel the sting of not being in this forum. So him wanting to be in here shows that there's a desire to like be around people that are discussing this. I get it. But if he's going to continue the attitude where he's just going to be like interfering with us talking to new people, and he's just going to keep saying like "nuh-uh," then there's no point. We're just going to continue to spin our wheels talking to him. So it's just interference. It doesn't have to go to the level of being so disgruntled that he doesn't want to see us on the face of the earth, but it does. It can reach other levels of like obfuscation, red herrings, and never bring. It's just making it difficult for us to continue progress with people that are willing to look into this. And so he can be disciplined, for time being, just not be here. I don't see anything wrong with that. Later on, we can make a decision. Let's just bring him back. See how it goes. Because it's unfair for those who are listening and they want to participate. And this guy's hogging all of the airtime. He's in here all the time. He's not allowing for the new people to have their discussions. So it's killing the vibe, because his obstinance,
Who, me?
No, not you.
No, but
yeah, mute that mofo.
Yeah, welcome to the forum, Prince. What's your take on the topic?
All right. Flat Earth does not exist because it's been proven too many times that it's sphere.
Okay. Give us a prime example of evidence that you can produce that the Earth is a globe.
I could shoot a rocket up with a camera on it and fly it all the way around the Earth and land it in the same spot.
You can do this? You?
Yeah. In fact, I'm probably going to make a YouTube video out of it.
Okay.
That's actually what needs to happen. I mean, it's so simple, dude. This whole debate would be closed.
Yeah, but you haven't done it yet, right? So that means you still believe that the Earth is a globe based on no evidence.
Well, I mean, there is other evidence, but in order to prove it to Flat Earth, it's going to require some ingenuitive things.
All right, so you haven't sent a rocket into whatever you consider to be space, right? You haven't done that, so you can't prove it that way. Is there any other method to prove it? Because I'm asking for evidence, Prince.
Well, I mean, ultimately, right, we could just prove it by basic deduction.
Basic deduction. Give me some basic deduction, Prince.
Like when you look up in the sky and you see the moon and the sun, they're spheres.
Okay. So they're spheres. How do you know they're spheres, Prince?
Because they're spheres. They're not 2D.
How do you know they're spheres, Prince?
Well, one burns and it's obviously gas, and in a vacuum where there is no oxygen, obviously that gas is centralized, which means that it would centralize into a sphere because you can recreate it in a lab.
Okay, so how are you saying that it's a sphere though? What's your evidence that the sun is a sphere?
So basically, if you had a lab, right, it goes down to density and then gravity. So the only reason that the gas of the sun doesn't flow off is because of how much of the gas is there.
Okay, that's interesting. But I'm still asking the question: how do you know the Earth has, or excuse me, the sun has a geometric shape like an oblate sphere? How do you know that?
Because if a huge amount of gas is left in a location, it will ultimately maintain a spherical shape, because that is how gases work.
Gases form spherical shapes? That's news to me.
With enough density. So, like, if they're... Yeah, so, like, if you had a gas sitting at, like, let's say you had maybe 5 gallons of gas outside of the perimeter of the sun, the solar winds would push that gas.
It's a lovely story, but no, that's not true. The amount of gas, the amount of substance doesn't stop entropy from increasing. So gas fill space. Doesn't matter how much gas there is, it's still going to disperse if the volume outside of that gas is of a lower pressure and an available space to fill.
You said something interesting, though, Prince. You said that gases form balls, little spheres, right? Gas does that. Is this correct?
Water also does it, but when you're...
No.
Right.
So this is why I jumped in. No. Gases have no inherent shapes. They form the shape of that container. The container is the thing that's stopping the entropy increase. That's the gas dispersing to fill the increased volume outside the container. If you don't have a container, the gas continues to disperse. If you had an imaginary container and you put as much gas in it as much as you wanted to, and outside the container was a vacuum, when I open the door, the gas will increase in entropy and is now able to fill the available volume. The amount of gas isn't going to stop entropy increase and stop the gas dispersing into the available volume. So you understand this, right?
But that's on Earth, where there's already a gravitational pull, and then you got one direction of gravity.
No. So gases have no directional bias. The only thing that changes a gas molecule's path is a physical collision with another gas molecule, something solid, on the walls of its container. Gases have the power of indefinite expansion.
Basically, my point is that the sun, the only way that gases in the sun could maintain a spherical shape, it would have to be gravity.
That's an interesting story, but you're not understanding the fundamental problems that you're saying. They're in contradiction to a law of nature. Trying to point that law of nature at you, but you're saying, but no, in this exceptional circumstance. This law of nature is applicable and valid without exception in open and closed systems in all space and time. It is a law of nature. You're saying, yeah, but in exception. No, there's no exception to the rule.
Dude, I think it's funny that flat Earth has become such a huge topic. It never even was ever discussed before. I think 2013, which is like when transgenderism became like a commonly
It's because the globe was debunked. So like,
Hold on, I'll be right back. I can still hear you guys, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go pull some research. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Yep, sounds good.
Good time to pull some research.
Hold on a minute. Let me go pull some research, guys. I'll be right back. Come back with the big guns, right?
Yeah.
Get ready, man. Strap in. Here it comes. Big old knowledge bomb.
How's everyone doing tonight?
Pretty good, dude.
Yeah.
Actually, here, hold on.
Hanging in there, Miggy? Damn.
Well, he's back.
Uh-oh. That was quick.
He's done his research.
All right. No, I'm just putting you on voice activity so I can chime in while I do this.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Just
I'm
so
gonna
you know, you
come
can't
back
have a ball. You can't have a ball of gas inside a vacuum. Just so you know, if that impacts your argument at all.
Yeah, that's why I said that the only way that it would be able to have a spherical shape is it would have to be gravity. Gravity would be the only way. And the gravity would have to be greater than
you can't even
the gas
demonstrate that, though.
being able to float off.
They can't demonstrate gravity, quote unquote, creating a ball of gas in a vacuum.
This is crazy. Hold on.
That's not true either.
I mean, dare we ask? Dare we ask what gravity is?
See, this is what you're going to find when you start asking your globe friends, hey, I was challenged to prove that you could have a ball of gas in a vacuum. They're all going to say, nah, you can't demonstrate that. You would need a mass the size of a planet to demonstrate that, which is just their way of saying, we have no evidence for this whatsoever. It's just our imaginary hope. So get ready for that. A lot.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get my evidence. I'm gonna do
get that evidence, bro.
I'm gonna get my research. I'll be back. You flat earthers will be sorry when I return.
You flat earthers are gonna be sorry when I get back. I'm gonna be coming with guns blazing, bro.
Guns blazing, baby.
Get ready.
I got
all right. Here's
Marika.
Just gotta find
Here
his
is
honey.
some
Say
things
hello.
I noticed.
That's not CGI.
So about 2013-ish, 2013, 2015 is like none of this was ever discussed until this period of time. But also during that period of time, here's a lot of the other things that were also going on. And I'm about to post it in the side chat or the...
What do you think of the topic? Like, what do you think happened?
Oh, I don't mind the topic. The topic's fine.
What do you think happened at that time when it blew up?
Dude, it was just like a whole bunch of socialist kind of things going on.
It's like a whole bunch of people just got together and realized how retarded this spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum story is.
Yeah, it's kind of like people started talking about the truth, and the truth started to make sense to people. So they're like, you know what? Okay, I get it.
Well, it was like right when all the gender dysphoria and transgender and LGBT thing exploded.
Off topic. Yeah, get out of that.
Yeah, maybe people looked at that and said, maybe we've got off on the wrong track. Maybe something is fucking us up to the point where all... Yeah, we can't go to that. Stop trying to break TOS.
So I posted the trends. And it's all about 2013. All these different things started happening.
Could you look up when Globe Proof was trending?
When what?
when Globe Proof was trending?
It's a flat
Globe Proof.
Flat line.
When?
Yeah, when was that trending?
When did that trend?
I like that.
Is that a thing or?
Do you see somewhere trending?
Did you see it trending?
No, I'm about to go look it up. Hold on.
Look it up.
Yeah, no, bro. Globe Proof has never trended. Globe Belief, that was trending a good few hundred years ago. It was carrying on for some time. But no Globe Proof, no. That's never trended.
I like what Alpha said. That's a flat line. Yep. Globe Proof is a flat line.
Yep. Which means it's dead. Beep. So far, the globe cannon.
It is a flat line.
Are pretty weak.
That's the Glober's hearts after hearing that space isn't real.
I mean, his best evidence was some metric that he got from 2013, and which provoked Crit to all get out. But I mean, if he continues, so if you're gonna say that this has any merit to what you're gonna bring up, that the Earth is a globe, dude, you're way off base. I mean, way off base. Way off base.
He's getting into the analytics. That's where the Globe Proof is.
Yeah, I'm getting into
numbers, the figures, the data.
The bar charts.
All right, here, I got another one.
Another one.
Dude,
another one.
Another one.
Banhammer, dude, I'm telling you. You're going to provoke.
But why would you give me a ban hammer if I'm posting actual statistics?
Because this can't
ban this guy.
You can't involve any other group. Just
where's our Globe Proof?
You're not doing justice for the globe right now. Is all I'm saying.
No, I am. Look here. So these are just topics that were discussed during these different times.
Dude, I swear, Chris is gonna freaking ban your ass.
Globe Proof.
Yeah, Globe Proof is flatlined.
Hey, we have a statistic actually that was quite interesting. Did you know that 99.995% of globe believers don't know why they believe in the globe?
Dude, I was right. Look at Globe Proof. It's flatlined.
Yeah, but that's also compared to these other.
Irony, man.
I'd have to.
It's flatline.
Let me see what it looks like without.
I'm saving that. Hold on, I'm saving that.
Anything to compare it to.
Wait.
Yeah.
On, dude, this is wild.
What they post?
You know, that shows they don't really want to know more about the globe model. Yeah.
It's just that compared
No
to the other
research
things,
about it whatsoever. That's really, really hard, man. Imagine.
here, it was discussed. It was just discussed very little.
Yeah, no research about the globe model at all. They don't want to know.
Proof was never trending.
No.
Yeah, so I posted it in the chat. I mean, people discussed it. It just wasn't as.
Wait, so people discussed globe proof?
Yeah, it just wasn't like as heavily discussed as the other things that it was being compared to.
Dude, it's flatlining.
No, I think what you're seeing there is when people started asking for globe proof, but the actual proof was never forthcoming.
Odon is not dead yet. Clear.
All right, hold on. I have something else.
It's delirious.
Bring the globe back.
I do think it is funny though that there is a whole flat Earth society.
It's funny.
Oh, society.
There's a whole flat Earth outside.
Where is this society, man? Like, I've never seen these guys. Has anybody in here seen the Flat Earth Society? I mean, they're like the Yeti.
I think the Flat Earth Society are those guys in the tunnels in New York, huh?
No, they're mole people.
Here, I'm on my way back.
Are they hanging out with the lizard people or something? Like, where are they at?
Coincidence with the Nikon P900. It came out around 2015 as well. That's where it started.
Here, I got it, guys. All right.
Oh yeah. Do you actually want to know? What contributed to people realizing that the Earth wasn't a globe? That's right. Consumer cameras started to get crazy zooms on them, so people could debunk the curvature. That's what happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now those cameras are banned because they love you so much.
Yeah, they had a complete monopoly. There was no camera that even compared to the capabilities of that, and they just discontinue it. Fuck it.
Yeah,
all right, guys. I have globe proof.
Be letting these guys debunk heliocentrism like this.
I have globe proof.
What's your globe proof, man? Lay it on us.
All right, so it's obvious that the moon rotates around the Earth because it doesn't matter where you're at on the Earth, it will always rotate around. And when it's not,
quite the assumption there.
When the moon is not above America, it's above China.
Just quickly, before you continue, it's obvious that the moon rotates around the Earth because we see the moon moving through the sky. Yeah?
Let him affirm his consequent.
When it's not above America, it's above China.
Can we say the same thing about the sun then? It's obvious that the sun is doing the same thing as the moon, basically, moving above the Earth.
What's that?
The sun appears to move through the sky like the moon does.
Yeah, obviously the sun is down that way and it's shining on the moon, and the moon has a shadow, and that is the shadow of a sphere. So the moon's proven to be spherical.
That's lovely. That's not empirical.
Yeah.
I want to try something with this guy, if I may.
Yeah, man.
He was into the Google search terms, so I wanted to have him take a look here at this one that compared flat Earth and atheist. Do you see it there?
Hold on. I'm about to answer. Give me a second. But I'm responding to the thing, so then I'll respond to that after this.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm focusing on each thing one at a time.
Yeah, this is one of the interest topics I have. It ties into this thing called the Barbra Streisand effect. And how the internet works as a public forum.
Who the hell is rapper Bob?
Who?
Yeah, that name is written in. I think Crit just posted.
B.O.B.
Oh, B.O.B. Yeah, the rapper B.O.B.
Early flat earther. Is he still out there flat smacking?
Hold on.
Hold, please. Hi, do you have any glow proof? Hold, please. Doom, 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 doom. Nope, we don't.
Plays a song on a loop.
They can be passed off to other departments.
All right, I got it, guys. So, all right. The picture that you posted of the moon with the shadow that proves that the moon is a sphere, that is clear-cut evidence that the sun is below the horizon lighting the moon. The moon's shadow has a crescent, which proves the moon is a sphere. And that shadow changes as the moon changes position. When the moon is not above America... Hold on. When the moon is not above America, it's above China, and it repeats the same cycle over and over. Wherever there is a lunar eclipse, the shadow of the Earth appears on the moon in a circle due to the changing positions. It's always a circle, which means that the Earth
just quickly, how do you know it's a shadow of the Earth?
Well, a lunar eclipse is the shadow of the Earth on the moon. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, I'm asking how you know that.
Well, obviously, because if the sun is over in China and it's lighting China up, and the moon is on the other side, then obviously it's the Earth's shadow because we can recreate that in a lab.
Told you, he wants to affirm the consequence.
Yeah, it sounds like you're begging the question, my friend.
Yeah, we can recreate it in a lab.
Yeah.
So no, he's taking the science side of things, but if we're being honest, I can go to the science kind of thing and say that gravity is impossible.
No, you can't just say that's the shadow of the Earth on the moon with nothing else other than it makes sense to me. You've got no idea what is occurring during the eclipse. And the Selenelian eclipse debunks that notion that you just claimed.
Dude, if the sun is on one side and the Earth is in the middle and the moon is on the other side, obviously the shadow of the Earth.
Let me help him out. I'll speak like a glober for a second. Okay, what I'd say is if you look outside and if you go outside at certain times, due to where the sun and moon is positioned, it will create a shadow. That same shadow could be replicated to make a shadow of our Earth. That's what I would have said. That makes more sense.
No, you're just speaking. No. Think about it this way, right? So you're telling us that the lunar eclipse is caused by the Earth's shadow going onto the moon, and that requires an alignment between the sun, Earth, and moon, a syzygy. So they're all in a straight line, right?
Okay, well, the sun is in a position, the Earth rotates.
They're in syzygy. Do you know that word? Syzygy?
Yeah. The Earth is between the sun and
so you understand? Yeah, it means they're in an alignment, a straight line. 1, 2, 3. Yeah?
Selenelian.
So like the sun on the left, the Earth in the middle, the moon on the right, in a straight line. You're claiming that sun is going to cast onto the Earth and the Earth's shadow is going to cast onto the moon. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Now, imagine you lift both the sun and the moon up so that instead of a straight line, the three objects are in a V formation with the Earth at the bottom of the V and the sun and moon raised above. Would you get a lunar eclipse in that scenario?
No, you wouldn't.
Why not?
Hold on.
Why not?
So the shadow that you got showing there is the moon's shadow, because it's obvious that the sun is down below on the other side of the horizon, but still pointed toward the moon.
If they're in a straight line,
yeah, that's not a lunar eclipse with that one right there. That is the moon's own shadow.
The moon's own shadow.
No, so no, it's a phenomenon that's observed when the cycle of the moon is full, and we observe the shadow move across the moon. It's a lunar eclipse, but it's impossible because we've moved the Earth out of the way. It's not a syzygy anymore when both sun and moon are above the horizon. It's a triangle, so the Earth isn't in between it. But the phenomena still exists.
Yeah, so the guy who said no, you couldn't get the lunar eclipse if the V formation is there because the shadow wouldn't be getting cast. Correct. If that's what was happening, you wouldn't get a lunar eclipse there. But we do get a lunar eclipse when the sun and the moon are both seen above the horizon at the same time. It's called the Selenelian eclipse, otherwise known as the impossible eclipse, because it's impossible on the globe model. How about that?
So
I was gonna actually say like basically what you just said, but I was eating my soup and I just couldn't stop eating it because it was buzzing. So
So the Selenelian eclipse debunks this moon shadow, earth shadow claim. So that wouldn't be a proof of the globe because of that.
Hold on. So this right here, I'm going to post it in a second.
So guesses about the moon aren't really going to do it, guys. We kind of need measurements of curvature, motion, this kind of thing. Got any of that?
Hold on. Almost done.
Can't wait.
Hold on.
what's more prominent from your view, Prince? A flat Earth or a globe? And if so, why?
It's being prominent.
Like, what does he think is more believable, or like more possible, or something that makes more sense?
Well,
he's arguing for the globe.
Yeah, it's already been proven that the Earth is a sphere. I already just posted it. But you're always going to argue your way around it. This is the difference between flat earthers and glovers.
Bro, if it had already been proven, you wouldn't be here trying to tell us that your proof is a guess about what the eclipse of the moon is. You'd just be showing us some measurement.
All right, here's another one. Changing constellations. Different stars are visible from different latitudes, which is only possible on a curved surface.
No. All right. Let's just cut to the chase, right? So any of your arguments in which you are assuming the Earth's surface is curved, let's just assume we do not believe that, and you need to show us a measurement of this curve before you start going on about eclipses and constellations where you assume a curve. Could you just show us who measured the curve first?
Because different stars are visible from different latitudes, which is only possible on a curved surface.
Your assumption is that this is occurring because the Earth's surface is curved. Yeah.
That could only happen if.
Right. So I would like you to substantiate that assumption before you then assume that what the stars are doing is because of this thing you're assuming, the curve. Because there is no curve. So that's not going to work.
But the problem is that the North Star position appears lower in the sky as he moves south, which is consistent.
Yeah, and that's all above. That's all above a flat surface.
He's done it.
The thing is that the North Star wouldn't be able to appear lower in the sky if you're on a flat surface. It would always maintain the same height.
It has to because the surface has no curve, so consequently it is flat.
The problem is that if you travel south, the North Star appears lower in the sky.
No, bro. The only problem is there's no curve. Do you hear me?
But the problem is that if you travel south, the North Star appears lower in the sky.
Not a problem. We can travel south on a flat surface. That's fine. What we can't do is travel south on a curved surface when there's no curved surface. Do you understand?
I understand the point you're trying to make, but here.
Okay, so could you rebut? Could you debunk what I'm saying and show us who has measured?
Yeah. Because look.
All right, sweet.
So the North Star, if you are in North America,
North Star. The curve
is higher in the sky, and if you're in South America, it's lower.
All right, okay, I get it. And you're saying this is the case because we live on a curved surface, but no, I don't believe your assumption of a curved surface. Could you show me that being measured?
He's going to do that in a minute when he.
I'm going to post 2 different images from different locations on the Earth of the North.
No, I don't want images. I want a link to a measurement. You know, when we're talking about curvature, what we're talking about, do you know what the curvature of the Earth is claimed to be?
What do you want to know about the curvature of the Earth?
Who measured it? Ever. In all human history. So do you know, for example, over 10 miles, how much drop they claim should exist due to curvature?
I get
over
it.
10 miles.
Hold on, but I'm going to answer your question, but you got to let me calculate.
Well, you can just go on curve calculators or something on Google. It'll tell you.
You let him off his flat Earth measurements.
If gravity can't be possible, it's impossible.
Yeah, he's talking about the North Star and stuff.
Oh yeah, true enough. But you know, I don't feel like that's going to land with him.
No,
he doesn't know what measurements they.
Oh no, dude, trust me. I've followed flat Earth communities and had my debates.
And in all those debates, did you ever present a measurement of
sounds
curvature?
like you guys are pretty deep into it. So
we're very deep into understanding that there's no curvature. Yeah, but you say there is, and that someone's measured it. So we would love to see that.
So you guys don't believe that we have satellites or anything in space?
No, you need the curve for that.
Satellites got to do it. We're talking about the surface. That's right.
So here's another one. The North Star visibility, Polaris, becomes invisible in the southern hemisphere, consistent with Earth having a spherical shape.
That's fine, bro. So far.
That's not true. It's not true. That's the celestial sphere.
Can you see the North Star from Africa?
Excuse me. So in the side chat, I posted the celestial sphere.
Yeah, it can only be viewed on the North Hemisphere.
Yeah.
Exactly, which means that
again, there's no point in talking through me.
It's the North Star.
I'm just going to keep talking. So you said latitude as well earlier. So below the equator, south of the equator, you said hemisphere. Yeah, I get it. The way that you measure this, though, is going to be measuring a flat Earth. You're measuring angles to Polaris. Know what an angle is, right? Good. So you understand that that's not a measurement of curvature, it's a measurement of distance between the observer and the ground position of the star that it's over. So it's a straight line horizontal distance.
All right, guys, I got it. Right?
So
once you cross over the equator, you can't see the North Star anymore.
Do you see the image that I posted in the chat just a moment ago? The protractor, the 45, 90 degree angle measuring device. Next to the celestial sphere, the observer making measurements of the stars. You notice the observer standing on a horizontal plane to measure the angles of the star above the horizontal plane, much like being in the center of the protractor and measuring the two radials that diverge from your position. One being the horizontal plane that you're standing on, that's the Earth that's horizontal, and then the angle elevation above the horizontal plane to the star. So this is based on how the observer, you see the world. Doesn't mean that the floor that you're standing on is curved. It means that the floor that you're standing on for this practical measurement to navigate using the stars, celestial navigation, is based on a horizontal plane. It's how you see the world, things above you, things at 45 degrees in front of you, things low on the horizon at 0 degrees. 0 degrees being where the equator is, the minimum elevation angle to Polaris, because you've moved away from being underneath it.
Dude, you can't see Polaris from Africa.
Yes.
He's not going to get this.
No.
So map's too much for him at this stage. We just need to focus on the drop over distance, right? Because you're saying we can't see Polaris from this place because there's curvature to the surface resulting in a drop over distance. But that's not true. So you'd have to demonstrate that assumption with a measurement. So here we go again. Who's measured it ever?
Well, I mean, you wouldn't even need to measure it at that point. At that point, it's basic deductions. It's like
so no one's ever measured it.
If you stand at the equator, you can see the North Star, but it appears lower in the sky.
Yeah, things
and
can
then
appear
the further
lower.
that you walk toward Africa, the more that it drops below the horizon.
Hey, see if you're standing on a long road with street lights, when I look down those streetlights, they appear to be getting lower. Does that mean they're going over a curve?
Dude, so if the star appears lower in the sky, but it's a fixed star that never changes, and it goes below
why
a
are the street
horizon,
lamps,
it means that
why do the street lamps appear to go lower?
Dude, from that perspective, they're not appearing to go lower, they're just appearing to go farther off.
Yeah, they appear lower in my sight due to perspective, like you just said. Yeah.
Yeah, he said he understood this earlier, that this could occur on a flat surface, but he didn't understand. He said he understood, but he doesn't understand.
Here, I'm gonna actually, I have a perfect thing to do.
Dude, you're confused. You need to look around where you are right now in this conversation, because you're confused. You're not even understanding what you're agreeing to.
I don't even know what he's saying.
Process. So,
well, either way, you'll have to figure it out, because the Earth's surface is not curving, so it cannot be your claim.
Oh, wait. Speaking of curvature, how many miles of vertical
No,
drop
it's not though. If it is, someone would have measured it. Dude, shut up. If it was curving, someone would have measured it by now. Someone would have been able to detect it. Why can't
well, I mean, there's probably some measurements out there that people have taken with aircraft.
No, there's
but
not.
Give me a second.
There's not.
I'm answering your question, but it's going to take me a second. All right, question.
Well, you just have to Google who measured the Earth curve, and you'll see. No one did.
Hold on.
Maybe it was the Greeks.
Give me a little bit to get this done, and then I will get back to you. I am still here.
What are you trying to do?
You'll
I'm not
see.
clear.
Well, we'll see.
Is it a paint drawing or something?
Not
I
necessarily.
hope so.
Not necessarily.
Well, I sure hope it is. Because those are my favorite globe proofs.
Oh, dear.
How you doing, Jedi?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, Cyclone, mate. Just another fun evening in the Flat Earth chat room.
Never a dull moment.
Oh, rarely.
We're drowning in all this globe proof.
Mm-hmm. Drowning in Flat Earth measurements so far.
Oh no,
Yeah, that's right.
These are like
would be a horizontal.
The best debates for me is anytime we start having debates about this stuff.
Yeah, we do it 24/7.
I'll sit here till the end of time.
Not providing curvature measurements.
Well, I mean, we can try to find some, but with the arguments that I'm about to postulate.
What do you think we've been doing for the last? What do you think people have been doing for the last 10 years? Not looking for those curve measurements? I mean, we've already looked, but yeah, you should too. It's a good exercise.
You know, just about everyone in here at one point in time believed in the globe, and now most of us in here don't. Maybe you should ask us why we no longer believe in the globe.
He already knows, because there's no curve.
Because you guys got part of a society and had a lot of discussions, and it all seemed to make sense to you.
No. Remember, it's because there's no curve. It's that simple.
Yes.
No one ever measured the Earth and detected curvature. You just need to realize that. No one ever measured it.
When you go on one of these curve calculators, you start banging in the numbers and it starts telling you how much curvature drop there should be. That doesn't exist. That's why we're here. Water is level. The ground isn't spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Gas pressure requires a container. No one's ever measured curve. No one's ever measured motion. This is why we're here.
All right, guys. I got it.
Observed.
The closest anyone's ever come to measuring the Earth to be spinning is just when, a seismograph measures an earthquake. Like, that's the closest you've ever heard to anyone measuring the Earth being in motion. It's just that, shaking back and forth for a few minutes.
All right, I posted it in the chat. All right, so when you're in the northern hemisphere, Polaris is up there in the sky, and then when you walk to the equator, Polaris is lower in the sky, and then when you walk to Africa, you can't even see Polaris because it's below the horizon, and the only way that this could ever happen is if the Earth is a sphere.
No, sorry,
fellows.
What the fuck?
But this is measurable because you can go out and recreate this. You can go to the equator and take a look at Polaris. You can go to Africa and then not see Polaris, and it is a proven fact that Polaris cannot be seen from Africa, but it still exists in the sky because the people up in the northern hemisphere can take pictures of Polaris, while the people in Africa can't take pictures of Polaris because the Earth is a sphere.
The streetlight example.
Why? This makes me furious. It's like you completely ignored the example that I gave you, this conceptual model that we use for navigation, because you're talking about it, the angles of the stars above the horizon. These are measured from a horizontal plane. So I don't understand why you're saying this is impossible. This is the way that we measure it. The measurements from a flat Earth, that's the horizontal plane the observer's standing on, in this 180-degree protracted horizontal and vertical vision around them.
The problem is that Polaris is a fixed star.
Sorry, Polaris is a fixed star, yeah, and eventually you will get so far away from it that it will descend to the horizon to a point when if you keep moving away from it, you're definitely not going to be able to see it anymore because it's gone beyond the minimum angle above the horizontal plane. Doesn't mean it's gone below the surface. All you've measured along the way is that surface being horizontal. This is where you get your longitude and latitude from.
I mean, I get your argument, but the problem is with that argument.
Excuse me, you said this was impossible. All of this, including your latitude that you spoke about earlier, is based on these angle measurements.
The problem. Look,
the problem.
I have the answer. The problem with that argument, though, is that it doesn't matter how far you get away from Polaris. Okay, it's the same size in the sky no matter where you're at. So at the equator, it's the exact same size as where it is when you're in the northern hemisphere.
Bro, this doesn't tell you anything about curvature or motion.
No, it means that you're not getting further away from Polaris. It means that there's it means that you're on a sphere. And the only way that could happen is that you're on a sphere.
That's your basis claim.
Hold on, wait. I'm going to update this because I should have added that. But
like his example earlier with the streetlights would give you the same results. If you're standing under a streetlight, it's going to be straight up above you, like the North Pole. And then as you travel down the streetlight's going to look lower and lower until eventually you're so far down the road.
If you look at the image, the telephone poles get smaller and smaller and smaller. Polaris doesn't get smaller and smaller and smaller.
We're not measuring the angular size of the object. We're measuring the elevation of the object above the horizontal plane. When you're talking about
where your errors are.
No, it's not. This is the celestial sphere. You spoke about navigating. You spoke about longitude and latitude, north or south of the equator. The equator being measured and defined as the minimum elevation angle to Polaris, that being an angle measurement above the horizontal plane, that being the Earth. The thing that you're measuring distances to and from when you're navigating across it. So
did you have your eyes closed for all of that, mate? Did you have your eyes closed?
Yeah, that's awesome. This is based on how you, the observer, observes the world around them. Things being above you at zenith 90 degrees. Things being in front of you radial angles downwards towards the horizontal plane. The horizontal plane being 0.
Also, I already explained this to you. Your argument here already assumes the Earth is a ball. You're just begging the question. We've asked you for a measurement of this ball.
Okay, well, that's a different.
Yeah, we're going to deal with the assumption.
There's a whole bunch of different research that I'd have to do when, like, first you got to be able to get through this one.
Until you can substantiate that, we can't entertain this argument that you're making, where the stars are doing what they appear to be doing because of this curvature that you can't demonstrate. We need that first, and then we can entertain this hypothesis. So, can't put the cart before the horse, you know?
Hold on.
And I mean, that's just a flat Earth we're looking at. Flat horizon. I don't see how you're getting involved in that.
All right, so I'm updating the graph or the example that I... Hold on. It's almost done.
Does it justify your assumption of a curvature?
Yeah. Yeah, it proves it beyond any reasonable doubt.
With what measurement?
Easy. The fact that the size of Polaris doesn't change at all.
No, that's not a
It doesn't
measurement of
matter
curvature.
where you're
That's a
observing
claim.
or viewing it.
That's just a baseless claim. That's just a baseless claim you've just made.
Post pictures of Polaris from different parts of the world.
Okay. And all of their conditions?
Yeah. Actually, that is the perfect thing to end this debate is Polaris, really. Because
well, you just made the claim that in every location on the Earth, you can make a claim about Polaris. So I'll give you some time to
Polaris
compile your
alone can
folder
prove that the Earth is a sphere.
of every single observation of Polaris from every location in the world with every weather conditions so that we can assess this claim you're making.
So Polaris is a fixed star. Whether you're in the northern hemisphere or at the equator, it is still the same size. It just appears lower in the sky. So the argument that you're moving further away, quote unquote, is invalid. As Polaris can stay the same size in each of these two locations. The only way that this would be possible is if you're walking on a sphere.
So what is Polaris and what medium it's in? Is
It's a fixed star.
Yeah, what's that? What's it made of? What's its distance? What's its size?
Well, stars are usually made of, helium and other stuff fusing together and igniting. It's the same stuff that our sun is made out of. It's just a greater distance.
But it's a relative.
We also have Hubble. We have
about Polaris.
The James Webb Telescope.
Polaris.
I mean, you've used the telescope before, right?
I have pictures. I have pictures of Santa Claus. Right? I have pictures of Santa Claus.
Why?
Does that mean Santa Claus is real?
We talk about Polaris.
Well, there's no correlation between Santa Claus and Polaris because Polaris is a star that actually exists, and Santa Claus is a made-up person based off of a person that
on top of on top of your assumption about the curvature and the motion of the Earth's surface, which you haven't provided any evidence for, you've just baked into your premise. You've also got an assumption about the star itself, and
that's
you're telling us that you just believe what you've been told about it.
That's basic
You
deduction.
don't actually know what it is. No, it's not. It's basic. You've been told what Polaris is, and you've believed it without thinking, can I even verify this?
Dude, I've seen Polaris.
Yes, so have we. That doesn't mean you know what it is, or how far away it is, or what medium it's in. You don't know any of these things. Yes, we call the light in the sky a star. That doesn't tell you what it's made of, or how far away it is, or what medium it's in. You don't know these things.
Does he know the whole story? Like
the problem is that
is it a star? Is it one star?
I mean, dude, it could be a binary star, but it appears as a single star. But I don't think that's the case.
It's only a binary.
No, I'm saying it could be, but that's I don't think that's the case.
But you don't think it's the case, so it's only one star.
All right, so Polaris, also known as the North Star, is a star in the constellation Ursa Minor that's visible in the night sky. It's located at the end of the Little Dipper's handle. How to find Polaris? Find the Big Dipper, which is shaped like a ladle.
Hold on. Put your Google down and use your noodle. Okay, don't... See, I'll rub this. Use the sharpest tool. Use the sharpest tool in the shed. Reach into whatever your toolbox. Grab the sharpest tool you got. If it's your Google, admit that.
I'm just reading facts.
Yeah, but I'm saying use the sharpest tool you got. Is it your noodle? Is it your noodle or is it your Google?
I don't think you're the sharpest tool in the shade. You think the Earth is flat.
Okay, thank you for that. So which one is it? Which is the sharpest tool you got?
Well, I'm trying to answer your question.
Yeah, just don't squawk. You'll get your turn to talk.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to answer your question.
I'm saying this is how you'll answer. Either you'll use your Google or you'll use your noodle. That will tell me if you're smart or stupid.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna read something that is factual because you can replicate this outside.
Yeah, you'll need to read it. Yeah, you'll need to read it.
All right, so find the Big Dipper, which is shaped like a ladle. Okay, these are constellations. Locate the 2 stars at the end of the Big Dipper's bowl, called the pointer stars. Draw an imaginary line through the pointed stars. Follow the line to Polaris, which is about 5 times the distance between the pointer stars away. Why is Polaris in
Yeah, dude, I just told you didn't need to read it.
The sky, even though...
Yeah, are you listening, Prince? You don't need to read your Google it.
Point in the sky. And it doesn't matter...
Prince, you're there. Prince, pay attention.
Real quick, I'm curious, Craig. Why do you think the Earth is flat? Can you?
Yeah, we'll get to it. Hold on, Prince, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't change size.
If the only thing you're going to do is Google it, we'll just move on to another speaker. Because I can Google it myself. Your poor read...
Can you prove that it changes size?
Your low-educated, poor read of a Google it isn't really needed here.
Explain why Polaris appears lower in the sky at the equator than it does in the northern sky when it's well above the Earth.
It's like you didn't listen. Again, third
It's not about perspective, because if it was about perspective, that means that Polaris's size would change in terms of perspective. You're not getting further away from it. You're on a sphere.
Excuse me. You seem to be misunderstood. Do you want me to show you what the protractor is again in relation to
I've seen the whole protractor argument, and it just doesn't correlate with the curvature of the Earth.
So you'll understand that it's got nothing to do with the size of the object in the sky. It's to do with its angle above the horizontal plane, above the horizon.
If you stick a soccer ball between your eyeballs and a light bulb, obviously it's going to block out the light bulb, dude. It's
horizontal plane.
Why
horizontal plane. You just agreed to that.
No, I said if you stick a soccer ball between your eyes and a light bulb, it's going to block out the light of a light bulb.
Irrelevant to the point.
So when you walk around the sphere of the Earth and you can't see Polaris, it's because it's on the other side of what's viewable from your perspective. Because if it was a perspective issue from increasing distance, then that means that the size of Polaris would change, which it doesn't. And we're talking by thousands of miles.
Yeah, there's no sphere. Its angle is dropping with respect to a horizontal plane.
If you're up in the northern hemisphere and you look at Polaris, it's the same size. If you go to the equator, thousands of miles away, and you still see Polaris, it's lower in the sky, but it's still the same size.
The angle is declining with respect to a horizontal. It's a horizontal plane that angle is formed with.
If it drops in the sky, then you're not on a horizontal plane. You're on a spherical plane.
That's what the angle is.
Excuse me. Did you see the 2 images that I posted? One's called the celestial sphere. The one next to it on the right-hand side is a protractor. What we're talking about is the elevation angle of the star at this moment, Polaris, above the horizon. You're saying that it being above the horizon in degrees relative to your position to it wouldn't work on a flat surface. We're pointing you to you that it's measured on a flat surface. But you seem to be talking about the angular size. We're not interested in the angular size. We're interested in the elevation upwards above the horizontal plane. That's the Earth that's being measured.
The whole point is that it couldn't drop in the sky with your location and still be the same size unless you're walking on a sphere. And that's proven. And it's not even debatable.
It's crazy. This is your go-to globe argument. You're so far away from proving a globe. I mean, you're just on a flat Earth.
Not at all, dude.
You are so delusional with winning it.
You're talking about you're just claim stacking. So you're making the initial claim of Earth just being.
Your argument is that it's perspective, and it's not perspective because the size of Polaris would change.
Dude.
I'm talking about it like he didn't understand.
You're just claim stacking. You're claiming the globe to begin with, just assuming it, and now you're claiming this. Polaris never changes angular size.
Who in here agrees with me?
No one cares.
You can recreate this by just going outside and taking a look at Polaris and flying to the equator and then taking a look at Polaris.
All right, dude, post a paper that did this. What you're talking about.
It's the same. It's
Post
the same size.
Post the
I'm
source.
gonna
'Cause I'm
here.
just gonna
Look, I'm
say,
gonna post a picture
you're
of Polaris from the
using your
northern hemisphere,
imagination.
and then I'm gonna post a picture of Polaris from the equator. So hold on.
Wow.
Okay, well, you said this was the case everywhere on Earth, so we're going to need a lot more than just two.
Well, I mean, once you're on the so
So
far.
who did the paper, and who was measuring the angular sizes? Who was measuring the angular sizes?
Hold on.
Which organization or university was?
I get what you want. You want sources and shit. But here, I'm gonna first post pictures of Polaris from the northern hemisphere.
How are you going to know your latitude in relation to Polaris? How are you going to know that?
Also, there's time lapse. Thank you very much.
How are you going to know your latitude?
Doesn't show your.
Hold on.
How are you going to know your latitude?
Actually, this time lapse is perfect.
How are you going to know your latitude?
This can be recreated at any time.
So how are you going to know your latitude?
Yeah. At any time. Okay. How are we going to know our latitude? What is latitude?
I'm going to post it and then I'll get back to you. Hold on. I'm in the middle of typing.
Okay.
Just more claim stacking.
You are flat earther. Flat earthers.
Yeah, so
everybody here.
So are you.
I am flat earther.
Yeah, you live on a flat Earth. Consequently, you're a flat earther. But you're one of those deluded types that thinks observable reality is a lie, a conspiracy.
I feel
Flat,
despair.
motionless Earth, you
Despair
see,
now.
is just wrong.
I'm despaired
But
now.
The government TV cartoons, that's the truth. Not outside.
Well, Disney's not truth at all. It's like full of all sorts of weird crap nowadays. But that has nothing to do with our arguments, so it's not even relevant.
But you know what's weird with that
No, we're just
narrative
waiting for
that
you to
says
be able to formulate an argument, because so far we haven't got one.
Well, I have already proved it like multiple times. I'm about to prove it again.
What was
you've just shown us?
Because
that narrative is so weird.
Yeah, you would need some
When
sort
you
of
say-
formal argument for it to be some sort of deductive proof. So
Yeah.
what do you have?
There you go. Indisputable evidence. Boom. That's all I need. Yeah.
See, again, it's like you haven't listened. Spent all this time waiting for the thing, the very thing that we're talking about, the very thing that I've described.
And guess what? Guess
I'll
what?
just
Star.
put a fucking protractor in that and tell you that
Guess
this
what?
is how you started, my friend. It's like you haven't listened. It's like, are you going to listen, or are you just going to keep walking past the point? You're saying that this isn't possible.
All those stars are rotating around Polaris because that is the pinnacle of the axes of the sphere that you're walking around on. And you can go out there and you can recreate it. You can take a time lapse and it will do it over and over and over again.
So your proof of the Earth being a ball is that the stars move. Very good. 200
No,
IQ.
the Earth is clearly rotating.
No, what you're seeing, you just said the stars were rotating.
No, I said that it appears that the stars are rotating around Polaris because Polaris is a fixed
the stars are
star.
rotating around. Yeah, the stars are rotating around Polaris. Yeah, we know. That's what we're saying.
He wants to affirm the consequent again. What the fuck?
So your proof of the globe Earth is the stars moving.
No. It's obvious with that image that the Earth is rotating, and you can't get an image like this unless the Earth
that's the
is
stars.
one,
It's obvious that the
sphere,
stars are rotating.
and two, rotating around an axis.
It's obvious that the stars are rotating. Okay, so who measured the rotation that you're claiming of the Earth? How did they do that?
It's obvious, dude. This is basic common sense and deduction, dude.
No. Your senses.
My question is,
motion.
Where did
So
you
don't
get
say it's
your
common
basic
sense.
deduction and common sense skills
Say it's
from?
common sense. Hey, listen, you don't sense motion of the Earth, so that wouldn't be common sense. It has nothing to do with your senses. Your imagination is where it is. You don't sense the Earth spinning, do you?
You don't need to, dude. You're accelerating at the same speed that the Earth is.
It's not of your senses. It's non-sense. Okay.
When you're in a moving car,
Acceleration, you fool.
Okay.
you don't shift around whether you're going 80 miles an hour or 120 miles an hour.
You do
So
if
who
you're going
measured this spin?
No, because as your acceleration increases with the car, it still feels
we
like
get
you're
it.
sitting
You
in a
can't
chair.
detect any motion. We understand. You can't detect any motion. So why are you claiming there is motion?
Because it's obvious that there's motion. There's photographic evidence that there's motion.
When you go outside,
I just posted photographic evidence that there is motion of the Earth.
Of the stars is what you posted. You posted rotation of the stars.
No, I posted a rotation of the Earth.
No,
you said it was stars.
Those stars come back around, okay, from your viewpoint.
So it's the stars moving
it looks
again.
like the stars are moving
come back
around.
around. It looks
But it's
like
not
the
the
stars
stars that are moving around because you know how because Polaris is a fixed star.
Doesn't get really.
So you know
Polaris
the stars
is at the
aren't
pinnacle
moving.
of the axis of the Earth.
So
Dude, it's not debatable.
Dude, you know the stars aren't moving because you see the stars moving. Is that it?
Polaris is a fixed
Around
star.
Polaris.
It's your perspective
the other
that makes
stars
them
move
look like they're
around
turning.
Polaris-
You can't turn this into an argument, dude, because your argument is invalid.
They're moving. Okay, so you agree. The stars look like they're moving. So how did you prove that they're not?
Because you can't. All of those stars are in the same position, and the only way that you could get an image like this is if the rock that you're on is rotating.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
Polaris is the fixed star, which means that Polaris is above the axis of the Earth.
Okay, let's try this again.
So it's where you can recreate this. You can recreate it in a lab with a camera on a spherical ball with a light.
We'll try again. We'll try again.
It's literally the most ridiculous debate. It's so ridiculous, dude.
You'll be okay. You'll be okay.
No, it's common sense. Dude,
so you just said it's not common sense. You didn't sense the motion. And you see the stars moving. So you see the stars moving, and what are you doing? Then what are you doing? And then what are you doing to prove that the Earth is spinning? Are you measuring something?
It's obvious that the Earth is a sphere and that it's rotating around, and that from your perspective, it seems like the stars are moving, and they're not because they come around and they're the exact same location as they were 24 hours ago, dude.
Yeah, they move in 24-hour patterns. We agree, but how do you prove that that's not what's occurring, like you're claiming?
Okay, here, look.
They don't come back in 24 hours to the same spot.
So this should be a little bit of kind of some evidence for you. Give me a second.
Evidence? We want you to understand what you're talking about. We don't need you just chucking things in here which you barely understand.
You just said you see the stars moving.
You've barely understood this relativity argument about what can be at motion when an observer observes it, depending on the reference frames that are involved. You seem to
here you go.
Not understand this. Say not understand it. Not wanting to understand. Waiting to talk. Not absorbing anything, are you?
He's a good
your arguments just don't make any sense because they're not valid.
Sorry, what's our argument?
And they're not sound. Okay, but the argument that posted with photographic evidence isn't just valid, it's sound.
So
what's the argument?
Science.
Hold on. Which measurement of the Earth's motion did you post?
Dude, I posted all sorts of different images and proof and evidence and photographs and
I was meaning specifically which measurement of the Earth's motion did you post?
It's right here, dude. I'll post it again.
Who did the measurement and what was measured?
The only way that you can get an image like that is if you're on a sphere rotating.
Oh, that was the one that you said the stars were moving. You said the stars.
No, I didn't say the stars were moving.
Yeah, you said the stars were rotating around Polaris.
Dude, I specifically stated here. I'll make it very clear.
I mean, it does. It says it in the image. It says stars spinning.
The Earth is rotating.
No, that's what your claim is. We're asking what your measurement is to prove that, and you just keep pointing at the stars moving.
Hold on. from your perspective, it seems like the stars are spinning around, but it's not.
Okay, so whose perspective? So whose perspective are you relying on?
So here's the thing: is that all you're trying to do is gaslight and attempt to cause confusion, and all of your arguments are just invalid, dude. You have no valid arguments.
You're falling apart.
I'm not falling apart at all. You're the person.
No, you're definitely falling apart.
Let me just quickly ask him this. So you're not relying on your perspective. Whose perspective are you relying on?
Hello, that is a time-lapse photograph.
Yeah, you say you don't believe that perspective.
In the northern hemisphere.
But you don't believe that perspective.
I never said that I didn't believe that perspective. You're just putting words in my mouth and making shit up because you're losing the debate, dude.
So your perspective of the stars appearing to move is correct then?
No, I said that if you look at it, it would seem from your perspective that the stars are spinning around, but the only way that that could happen is if the Earth is rotating. Because
so
all those stars
correct, according to
arrive back in the same location 24 hours away, and all you're trying to do is put words in my mouth and make up fake stories and gaslight and tell lies.
No, that's exactly what I said. That you said that perspective of the stars appearing to move isn't correct, and that's exactly what you're saying.
Attempt to claim that I'm saying things that I never even said.
Oh, dude. Yeah, you just said it again. That your perspective of the stars appearing to move, that's not what's really happening.
From your perspective, because you're a flat earther.
So you're saying
I'm
that,
helping you.
That's your perspective as well. You see the stars appearing to move. You just said so.
No. The only way that could happen is if you're on a sphere that is rotating under a fixed star, which is Polaris.
Hey,
Prince,
Prince, have you ever been sitting in your...
You're kind of melting down, dude.
Yeah,
I'm not melting down at all, dude. You're trying to put words in my mouth and make up stories and tell lies and gaslight. It's crazy, dude. Weird.
It's okay. It's okay, bro. We can just go back to who measured this motion of the Earth.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the fact that flat earthers only make up 2% of the United States population.
Man, can we shut this guy up already, man? Robert was more, productive than this guy. This guy is just lost in this box, in a little box. I don't know. He needs time or something to process.
We'll give him a little cool down period. Good chat.
Yeah, I wanted to go over his Google it because it clearly he doesn't want to think things through. He only wants to Google it. So there was a line there that I wanted to go over with him with the Barbra Streisand effect. But we'll give him a second to cool down here. He's got this idea that somehow the minority is always wrong. That's quite interesting, like... He would probably claim... I'm guessing he would claim atheist, so how does he square that? That the minority's right now?
Well, I'm going to jump on mute for a bit so someone else can take over, so feel free to unmute or do whatever, but good hearing you all.
He kept saying deduction. I was hoping to hear his syllogism.
How about it?
He just made a basic suggestion, though. The only way it can happen is if my claim is true. So, like, a circular argument wasn't deductive at all. So I just wanted to hear a syllogism if he had it.
His thing about, like, the stars making that pattern means that what we're on is moving. It's kind of like, if you're sitting on a hill at a red light next to a car and the car next to you starts moving forward and then you keep pressing the brakes because you think you're rolling backwards. I mean, you can't just look at another object moving and
this is another invalid argument, dude.
Oh, well,
yeah, there's still some people wanting some questions answered, so maybe we'll go. I don't know, heretic.
The whole point is that you don't even make up half the population of Mormons, and everybody knows what kind of a
nobody cares about that. Yeah, it's an appeal to majority.
Yeah, dude, nobody on the planet.
Nobody cares about that. So you keep chanting deduction. So you'll need a syllogism. What is it? What's your syllogism for the proof?
The whole point that you can't get an image like that unless you're on a...
Okay, you can't. So try again with a formal syllogism. You're really on about deduction, so you should know how to do this. Try again.
Is that Polaris, I've already proven...
Okay, so it's going to be a formal argument. There's going to be there's like a structure to it, right? If this, then, da-da-da. Try to give me that. Try again.
The majority of Earth disagrees with flat Earth, and you have...
It's an appeal to majority.
Is this your first day debating?
Yeah, a deduction is not going to start with an appeal to majority. That's a fallacy. Try again.
Oh, it has nothing to do with majority minority. I'm just saying.
Don't bring it up again.
The whole planet disagrees with you guys. You don't.
Yeah, you're panting. Yeah, I know. Panicking and panting and like you're desperate right now. So just try again for the syllogism, please.
And making up fake stories, and then you get proven wrong, and then you try to gaslight, and then you.
Okay, you obviously you do need to cool down because you are right now completely melting down.
All right. Is this fun for you guys?
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah,
Prince, yeah. Like, hold on here, Prince. Can we go over what you had posted earlier? Let's change gears, okay? Don't worry about majority and minority or.
I already proved you wrong on like more than 13 different angles.
Let's go over something new, okay?
Let's go over the statistics and population of flat earthers versus humans that disagree with flat earthers.
Okay, if you're going to be on this idea of a popularity contest, it's not going to go anywhere.
There's a reason why it's popular to not be a flat earther because it's a cult. And you're stuck in a cult, dude, and you brainwash yourself with all these lies.
I want to go over that with you. That's exactly what I want to do. I want to go over that talking point.
Yeah, dude. Don't deceive yourself.
Calm down and let's go over it. Okay?
This is gold.
Let's go one step at a time. We'll go over this idea of why Flat Earth is a cult and why it has exploded since 2016.
Because that's when all the gay stuff came out, dude. It's like you guys just popped up with all the gays at the same time.
No, incorrect. Okay.
I posted
here. Look at. Let's look at. Okay. Let's look at this search term. Okay. Let's look at right here.
He's horrified by the globe cult, not recognizing it's the globe cult. Amazing.
Yeah. Look at. I just posted again. Here's a search term: atheism and flat Earth. So you got two very deeply minority groups here. Do you see it? Red and blue?
So he's just a bigot, basically.
See that?
Well, here, let's take a poll.
A poll.
Hold on, wait. I have a good poll. I have a good poll.
Stay focused. Okay? Right. Look at this graph of Google Trends that you seem to put a lot of stock into. Okay, what happens right there on January 2016? What do you see happen?
All the gay stuff came out, and flat earthers started talking.
Try again. What happens there?
Well, hold on. I'm in the process of creating a poll.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm just going to delete the poll as soon as you post it. So,
well, why would you do that? Why would you try to cancel the poll?
Stay focused. Stay focused on what we're talking about.
I am focused.
Okay, stay focused then. Look at the graph here of Google Trends. What happens right there in 2016?
Well, hold on, because I can't see it. Just give me a second.
Okay, don't worry about your poll. I said I'm instantly going to delete it as soon as you post it.
Yeah, because you don't want the truth to come out.
No, because I want you to stay focused. I'm going to let you know that I will.
Well, I was in the middle of doing a poll.
I will delete it. I will delete your poll instantly.
This guy just said he wasn't going to delete the majority.
That's because you want to try to cancel me.
No, it's not about being canceled. It's about trying to get you to focus on this talking point that you seem to be interested in. You're very interested in Google Trends.
What's your talking point?
Okay, so look, here it is again. Okay, stay focused on this. What do you see
focused, dude.
What happens in 2016?
Are you referring back to the trends that I posted?
No, the one
you deleted.
The ones I posted. We're not going to talk about gay people. Okay, that's not a top big. Being bigoted towards gay people is not something you can do in this channel.
Oh, people aren't allowed to disagree with it?
It doesn't matter if you agree or disagree. It's a protected social class, and I'm not going to allow.
How is it that a species got protected?
Oh my god, dude! Seriously,
species?
Trump got elected.
Okay, you are not going to be able to push your anti-LGBTQ agenda in this channel. It's not going to happen. Stop trying to make that happen. What you can do is try to stay focused on a topic which included minority groups facing off against each other and what happened, when, where, why, and how. Do you think you can do that? Or do you just... Is everyone right that you need to cool down?
out again, and then people dropped it, and then it got talked about, and then it died. Because I mean, that is it.
Okay.
No, we're still here. It's not dead. You're still coping with it big time, so it's obviously not dead, or else there'd be no need for the cope.
Trump came into office in 2016. Is that the answer you want?
No.
No.
You can just go on mute because you're not following along either. We don't need two dumb fucks not following along.
Well, you said what happened in January of 2016. Trump got elected. I think that was a...
Well, you're not following along.
Yeah. Yeah, you just joined this late and you're not paying attention. That topic, Trump getting elected to the executive branch, the White House in America, did not play a role in worldwide discussion, flat earth and atheism. Okay, good. Finally, he's focused. Okay. Okay,
flat
Prince.
Earth died.
Okay, then is atheism dead too then?
It's dying.
Atheism is dying too?
Yeah, look how far it's going down, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is why. Atheism was defeated. They lost the Great Meme War, and they tried to remain relevant. Okay, this is a warning. I'm giving you a heads up. Okay? And this is where it happened, right here. Back-to-back hit pieces in The Guardian, labeling Flat Earth as a dangerous online cult. You can see right here, January 20th, 2016.
Well, yeah, because there's
January,
only 6 million.
June 26th.
There's only 6 million flat earthers
hold on.
versus
Listen,
9 billion.
This was a poison pill. This killed, had atheism just stayed focused on their topic, which was that they wanted to live a godless life, they would have been okay. They probably could have come back from losing the Great Meme War. But instead of doing that, they tried to get a quick victory against the people they slapped a religious sticker on. They said, hey, you flat earthers are very religious. I'm going to debunk you. And they thought that would snapshot them back into being relevant. What happened was it caused a thing called the Barbara Streisand effect. Had the atheists not even mentioned flat earthers at all, no one would have gave a shit. The Christians weren't even paying attention to flat earth. You know, the anti-atheist wasn't paying attention. No one gave a shit. No one cared. There was literally no fucks given what the flat earthers were doing. Then the atheists said, hey, let me try to remain relevant, just like Barbara Streisand, when Google Images took a picture of her house and she made a big stink about, hey, I don't want my house on Google Maps, then everybody Googled her house. Had she not said anything at all, no one would have even Googled her house to begin with. No one would have even cared where she lived.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about Google Trends that Prince says is very important to follow because it shows which way the people are talking about. What's a more important topic? And
I do like that you posted this graph. This is a good one, dude. And I love how you referred to the great meme war because it really did go down because I was there, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I tried to get you to focus earlier, but you were a little charged. And I understand why you were charged. So now it's good that you've kind of come back to a more normal level of conversation.
My question is, like, at what point is common sense and basic deductions gonna be able to be harnessed by you guys? Because I mean, you guys, so flat earthers have really gone off into this like pseudoscience, which, like I mentioned earlier, only 6 million people share out of a planet of 9 billion people that disagree.
This is a hot mess.
I mean, flat earthers don't even make up half the population of Mormons.
Trash. I have to just stop it. What science? So first of all, pseudoscience. What science claim was made that is actually not science? Because we always say it's not science.
Claiming that you guys that
Yeah, what science claim? What false science claim do we make? Because we always say this is geometry. This isn't a question for science. Because I think
is your argument of how science proves that flat Earth.
Well,
no, I'm telling you right now, I don't have an argument that science proves a shape. Why the straw man?
Me post a poll, and I mean,
yeah, okay, yeah, I think this is the problem right here. You don't actually listen to the people that you're trying to argue with, so you don't know what you're actually arguing with. Because you've been talking through, somebody's muting you, dude. And you're talking through the entire mute. So you don't even know what the responses are.
Oh, I thought you were talking about.
Why would you mute me?
I don't know. Somebody's muting it because you're just going off.
Because you don't want me to win the debate. I understand.
I'm not muting you. Somebody else is. You're not even listening at all.
Nobody's trying to cancel me.
You have no situational awareness, dude.
Imagine no free speech.
You said a whole pile of garbage, right? A bunch of stuff that was incorrect.
No, you just disagree with it, but now it's making you mad because I'm winning.
Yeah, but I'm not going to just let you stack a bunch of fallacies and false claims and stuff. So one of the things.
So you're trying to cancel me?
Well, I'm going to hold you to the stuff you're saying. One of the things
it's basic common sense, but to you,
you're trying to cancel me right now by talking through me. This is why a moderator keeps muting you.
Well, I'm answering your question.
No, you're not. You haven't even heard what I have to say yet. I've said it.
Go ahead and say it all.
Okay, so we're not making a claim of science as far as determining a shape goes. So what do you mean pseudoscience claims by flat earthers?
Okay, are you done?
Yeah.
Right, so when you start pulling out geometry and protractors and this and that, you're attempting to use mathematical instruments to demonstrate your scientific proof of points.
No, I'm telling you, it's not claiming to be scientific proof. It's math and geometry, not science. What are you talking about, dude? We're not claiming that.
And geometry is a type of science.
We're telling you that a shape is a category error to put it in the category of science. It's geometry.
But the problem is that the geometry and the arguments that you use are invalid.
Okay, that's the problem. So the problem isn't that it's pseudoscience, that we have invalid arguments. So what are those?
Well, yeah, because you're trying to make a different science about the Earth and its existence and its shape, and that's a pseudoscience. It's a science that's anything other than...
No, I'm not saying it's a claim of science, so it can't be pseudoscience.
And don't get me wrong.
Science, at least, before it could be pseudoscience.
I don't hate that you guys are,
I don't care, dude.
This angle.
We're trying to find out what the problem is with what we're saying, and first of all, you can't even get right what it is we're saying.
I did. I posted a whole bunch of evidence, but that wasn't basic enough deductions for you, so...
You don't know what a deduction is either. What's a syllogism?
Yeah, I do.
Globe Earth.
Here, look, I will post a definition for what the deduction means.
No, just give me a syllogism, because that will be a deductive proof. So what's a syllogism for a globe or whatever against flat, whatever it is you're claiming?
I'm going to post a definition.
Yeah, for yourself, hopefully, so that you'll start using that word correctly from now on. Because you haven't given a deduction for anything. Everything is
it's
just...
basically a calculation, but when it comes to common sense, it's like,
No, it's going to be a logical proof where the conclusion must follow.
What the fuck did he just say?
Well, why do you guys try to pigeonhole these conversations and then say that the person...
I'm just trying to get him
Exactly. That's exactly my point. You try to pigeonhole everything.
Okay? No, I just try to correct you when you say stupid things like flat earthers are making pseudoscience claims of shapes and shit. No, we're not. I'm not saying it's science to begin with, so it can't be pseudoscience.
Here, look, I'm going to post a definition. That way we're all on the same page.
You need to get on the same page with the rest of the world because you've been using that term incorrectly.
The rest of the world, 6 million flat earthers is not the rest of the world.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about that. I was just talking about deduction. You haven't used that term right once yet.
It's not even 2% of America's population, dude.
Yeah, okay,
and it's only kind of in America. All right, in logical reasoning, a deduct.
You're not using logical reasoning. You're back to your appeals to majority. That's fucking stupid. It's fallacious. You're not using real logic. Yeah, go ahead.
When he's read his thing out, he'll understand that this is why you're asking for the logical syllogism. When he's read it out, I just have, when he has, he'll understand why you're asking, hopefully.
Based on known or assumed true statements, ensuring that if the premises are true, the conclusion must also be true.
Okay, what's
It's
premise
basic
one?
logic, dude.
Premise
So
one.
you understand why he's asking you for a logical syllogism. That would be the known statements that you've just read out. When you put two of the known statements together, you reach a conclusion. So premise A, premise B equals conclusion. A logical syllogism based on what you've just read out about deduction. That's why we're asking.
I get it. So yeah, but I proved through syllogisms that statements that you
Yeah, I'm gonna stop you right there. Okay, which syllogism did you use?
reasoning.
No, your mic's off right now, by the way. You got a red mic next to your name, so you're not able to come through. So I'm asking you, what syllogism did you use?
Okay, I posted the evidence that the
No. That's not a syllogism. So what's premise one of your syllogism?
premise one of my syllogism is that Earth couldn't be flat and the distance couldn't be increasing.
You just jump straight to the conclusion, so that's a baseless assertion. So it's going to be an if statement to start with. Try again.
All right, I will phrase this. All right, here, I'm going to type it.
You read out the definition. So your first premise was this can't be true state. No, that's not what you read out of in your definition. Your suppositions, but they have to be known true statements. They have to be known, provable, true statements. So that wasn't what you gave us.
Gonna write a syllogism.
Haha. So try again.
Okay, so he's starting with if Earth is flat, then.
No, I can't do that. Is he going to try?
You could maybe try modus tollens after he figures out what that is.
I already know what modus ponens is.
But I said tollens, and you don't know what either is because you
whatever.
haven't used either one this entire time. I'm trying to baby step you there.
Do you want us to recap? You know what we're asking?
If Earth was flat, you walked away from Polaris, Polaris would decrease in size. Okay, prove it.
It doesn't. You can go anywhere in the northern hemisphere and the equator and take a picture of Polaris and it's the exact same size.
Yeah, prove
no
it
matter where you're at.
Okay, yeah, prove that, and then prove that that's actually a necessity of a flat Earth anyway. 2 claims.
Prove that. I have to do research, and you guys don't like to wait, so.
No, come on, dude. You're flailing.
No, I'm not.
You're supposed to be using deductive reasoning, using known, true statements. You've got to build a premise, a syllogism, showing that by these known statements you've reached a logical conclusion based on established known truths. Yeah, so do that then.
I'm doing it right now.
No, you're not. We've been here for almost 10 minutes now, dude.
Look at this. Well, yeah, because you're trying to get all tricky, but I'm about to get trickier.
No, it's not about tricky. We're talking about deductive logic. We're waiting for you to give us the syllogism. How you've deduced, using logic, a conclusion.
Yeah, I did. I just did. Look, I'm reposting it again. There you go.
Just use the premise, conclusion.
Yeah, if Earth was flat, and if you walked away from Polaris, then Polaris would decrease in size, but it doesn't. Therefore, the Earth isn't flat, it's a sphere.
Excuse me. You understand why I'm going to get pissy if you use the word if in your premises, which must be known true statements. If.
Well, if.
Dumb fuck.
Yeah, but the thing is that if I said the Earth is a sphere, you just like, no, it's not. It's flat. I swear.
Now
we also agree.
You don't.
And then you don't want to do polls because if I did a poll, everybody would disagree.
Debate King, back to his polls. Is this your first day in the debate?
You don't want a poll. That's the last thing you want.
It's your first day in the
Especially
debate.
outside of the Flat Earth Society.
Fuck's sake, child.
Dude, let me post a poll. Come on, man.
This conversation or not?
You're a scientist, right?
Do you want to take place in this conversation or not?
Do you want to be a scientist? And let me post a poll?
Excuse me. This isn't a science question at the moment. You're supposed to be demonstrating using deductive logic that you've reached. No, you haven't. You put if in your premise. If. Do you not understand? If.
All right, how do you want me to phrase it?
Dude, logically. The premise is that you defined, when you define deduction, known true statements.
Known true statements. Okay, all right, here. Look, I'm going to try to rephrase this so that it meets your standards.
Well, logic.
Okay.
Fucking stupid Americans.
Hold on. I live in London.
I don't give a shit. Fucking stupid.
Are you talking crap about yourself?
No, I'm not from London.
Oh, what part?
Not from London.
He's trying to divert now.
Yeah. Well, no. Are you from England?
Right, dude.
Yeah, you're still diverting. Your dog is noted.
You've come here like some kind of debate king. At the moment, using logic, the way to put an argument forward, failed to do so.
I am a master debater.
No, you're a fucking wanker, yes.
Okay.
I'm a master of debates.
Let's see if your premise is sound. So
I'm working on it.
Wanker.
You guys can talk about stuff while I work on this.
Why are you working on it? This should have been done in like 5 seconds. Do you want me to just do it? Nah, I'll let you cook. Cook yourself.
Okay, so known truths. All right. Here, I got it.
We
So
know that.
I'm gonna,
Oh, I thought he was working on it. Yeah.
I just sent Clipcord. You guys did real quick. I just sent Clipcord that timestamp, so he'll be able to clip Nucking saying that Trump was inaugurated in 2016. This should be some point of insight.
Are you saying that Trump totally destroyed your whole flat Earth agenda?
No.
There he goes again.
No,
I'm just asking.
Listen,
Yeah,
this
Prince,
kid with ADD needs to focus on his syllogism right now.
Yeah, Prince, I'm sorry. I jumped in the conversation. I thought it was very important because this guy Nucking thinks he's so smart. He just fucked up what year Trump took office. I thought it was very important to highlight that, but I shouldn't have said anything. So stay focused on the topic. My bad.
Okay, your syllogism shouldn't take this long.
I'm working on it. I'm almost
premise conclusion.
Working with you is like, I really have to do the baby talk.
You said
yeah, it's my fault that you can't write a premise conclusion. Right.
I'm working on it, dude.
You said that this was common knowledge. You said that you used deductive reasoning, logic, but we're here 20 minutes later and you haven't demonstrated the deductive logic that you've used.
I'm working on it.
Fuck me.
You're working on 2 sentences? Wow.
Hold on. No, because I have to restructure this whole thing.
Yeah, because it wasn't structured to begin with. That's been the whole problem.
All of you all chiming in, so I'm like having to.
Shouldn't matter. Your point should be the same thing, regardless.
Ignore us, man. We want to talk, but just ignore us.
Yeah, you should have this ready to go.
You're welcome to leave and continue believing in the globe. It won't hurt my feelings.
It's like, Charles, everybody can't talk while he's thinking. Like, the whole room has to be quiet.
Yeah, you got like a whole room talking at me while
How
I'm
are you
trying
writing
to...
your syllogism when you're responding? Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Just focus on your 2 sentences that you're struggling with right now. Like, obviously responding to no tanks talking about people talking and whatever isn't going to help you get this done. Like, fuck.
To be fair, if you're asking him to write a logical syllogism to prove something that can't be proven to be true, it's kind of like we're sending him on a wild goose chase.
Well, at best, he's going to make an unsound statement.
He also said it was common knowledge.
Yeah. And you'd logically deduce it.
Not deductive.
Here. All right. Maybe this one will work for you. We'll see.
Oh, these poor people.
Ta-da. I got other people posting there. Anyways.
Hey, you've got an assumption there. Object. Prove Polaris is an object per se.
Obviously, it's an object because it exists there. It is in the sky. It's not even on the ground, which makes it even more of an object.
What if it's an effect?
Oh, you think they got lights up in the sky?
I'm asking you to prove this aspect of your premise.
It's not an effect, dude.
How do you know?
Bro, are you saying that they put 1 million lights in the sky just to deceive you and
No. I'm
try to
asking you how
convince you that the Earth isn't flat?
No, I'm asking you to validate your premise.
I did validate it. When you walk away from a fixed object, the perspective of that object's size will grow smaller.
How do you know
Polaris does not grow smaller. Therefore, Polaris is
How do you know
not
it's an
long
object?
distance, even when you're walking away in the opposite.
Yeah. How do you know it's an object?
Which means that flash.
How do you know it's an object?
It's an object. It's in the.
Yeah. How do you know it's an object?
Yeah, you stand in the north and you see it. You stand at the equator, you see it, and then you can't.
Okay. What if it's an effect, some sort of phenomena, not an object per se, not solid, gas, liquid, what have you? What if it's some sort of effect, not any of those? Then what?
Not an effect, dude. It's proven.
How do you know
It's
that?
fixed.
How do you know what it is?
It's the only fixed star in the sky, and the only way that that could happen is if you're rotating on an axis on a spherical.
That's a baseless assertion. I'm asking you how you know it's an object. This is in your premise, so that will have to be true, or else the premise is unsound. How do you know it's an object?
Object.
You know it's an object because you know it's an object?
It's obviously an object because it exists and it's there and it's
Obviously
fixed.
an object. Okay, yeah, but effects exist too. I mean, I can show you a hologram of Tupac. Is that an object? I'm not saying it's a hologram, by the way.
Up in the sky since ancient time in history.
Yeah, great. It's been there since ancient time. How do you know it's an object?
Because it's not an effect.
How do you know
they didn't have holograms thousands of years ago and then do all their.
I'm not saying it's a hologram. I just gave you an example of something that might appear object-like but isn't.
The thing is, you're postulating invalid arguments.
Well, like a rainbow.
Those are invalid arguments.
A rainbow is an
thousands of
invalid
years
argument.
where Polaris was used for navigation. I mean, I'm just
sorry.
all over, dude.
Sorry, hold on. You're not going to want to go down this using Polaris for navigation again because you didn't understand how I broke that down for you earlier. So don't start talking about it like you know what's going to happen.
The whole point is that when you walk away from Polaris, it doesn't decrease in size.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
It's just like, okay. So premise one, moving away, that means with distance, by the way. Moving away with distance from Polaris, it doesn't appear to get smaller. Okay, premise one. Premise two, what's that?
Polaris does not grow smaller.
God's sake.
Because look, your argument was perspective.
Again,
right?
It's like
if it was perspective,
excuse me, my friend,
it would grow smaller, just like the telephone poles. But it doesn't. You know why?
No.
Because its size is so vast and the distance is insignificant for it to